Some days it is just you versus the track. Just getting around a fantastic circuit as this is one of the many challenges that will be faced today. The other challenges, though, are the cars around you, the differences between lap traffic and different cars, getting yourself around to make your fuel stops, and ultimately surviving 24 hours. The second annual 24 Hours of Nürburgring is here, brought to you by Racesport TV on iRacing Live. Next.
There are three different paths if you want to call yourself a world champion of sim racing. NASCAR, open wheels, or endurance racing. But no matter which one you take, you can guarantee that the journey will always be tough, which few will ever complete. The iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, the premier road racing series in sim racing, started with a new car taking center stage. Then, it was Martin Kroenke resisting any challenge thrown at him to break the 5-year stranglehold of Gregor Hutu as being world champion. These drivers and teams are not just competing for pride, they're competing for money. And with over $20,000 in prizes for each of the series up for grabs, drivers really do put it all on the line.
The NASCAR Beginner for Series, powered by iRacing, is the premier NASCAR eSports series featuring the cars and tracks from the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series. The 2016 campaign saw a return to the top of the mountain by Ray Alfalla as a 3-time Oval World Champion. The march to that championship was not easy, though, despite the fact that Ray Alfalla took home the most points in series history. It just also happened to be the tightest championship fight we had ever seen. These guys are set for the 2017 campaign.
The Blancpain GT Series hosts the top GT3 endurance teams in sim racing, with groups of 3 or more drivers sharing the wheel. This is a championship you can't win alone, and you need the same determination, passion and drive from your teammates to be successful. They often say that it takes just one mistake to lose a championship, and in team racing, it may not be your mistake that costs you the win. Last season, VRS Coanda Simsport won the championship by a single point. This year, who will step up to the plate?
These are the iRacing eSport World Championships, the pinnacle of sim racing competition. Catch it all season long with live coverage on iRacing.com/live.
Four classes, 58 teams trying to all get the end of this 170-turn, 26-kilometer circuit. The challenge is get to the end, but after getting to the end, you look at position and who can take an overall victory in each of the four classes available today. We are streaming live here on iRacing Live, brought to you by RaceBot TV. This is the 24 hours of the Nürburgring GSAM Strecker layout for the 24 hours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's hashtag Do You Mind? Jake Sperry here in the commentary booth with Mr. Cameron Walsh and Mr. Jimmy Broadbent as well. Jimmy, this is a fantastic circuit, 170 turns, a challenge in every single one of those corners to make sure you get it to the end. Undulating, always different at every single give and take. And the big challenge, 24 hours with four classes.
Yes, thank you, and welcome everyone to the broadcast. Hello, yes, North Cycle, one of those circuits that is just steeped in history, and most of the time you struggle to get around, do one lap cleaning. These guys are going to be doing it for 24 hours alongside 3 other classes, so I don't envy the guys out there, but of course it makes a fantastic viewing and hopefully a fantastic broadcast for you guys.
Certainly is. It's worth looking at the track conditions around here. It's partly cloudy at 26 degrees centigrade. Track temperature is a little bit cold at 30 degrees here, with the winds coming in very lazily from the north at 3 kilometers an hour. It's worth noting as well that rising humidity is there at 55% as well. And of course, it is worth noting here that when you look at this circuit, Jimmy, it's not going to be a case you can run this car one driver to the end. The fair share rule is in effect, and it's going to be about how each different driver gets home, not just the one man.
Exactly, and even without the fair share rule, I would very much recommend taking breaks around here. This circuit is 100% concentration all the time. The only break you get really is a very long straight dot in the hole, just coming down the back part of the circuit. But of course, even that can be scary when lapping traffic. But yeah, I'd say 2 or 3 hours maximum drive time around here before you need to take a rest, otherwise you risk putting that car on the wall. And there's so many places to make mistakes around here. Just one slip up and that could be the end of your 24-hour race.
It certainly can, and well, there you can prepare as much as you can using other series on the iRacing circuit, the likes of which are such as the VLN series that we've been seeing, all 9 races of that. 4 different classes. We said before, we've got the Audi R8, which is going to be the main class of looking at today, which will have the overall power. Of course, we've got those beautiful Porsche 911s. The Kia Optima makes a glorious return. And of course, the MX-5s, those Miatas, will certainly be playing into the hands of those drivers towards the end. There's some fantastic fields in here, and the driving standards are going to be absolutely sensational to watch as well. The best of the best want to get here for this 2nd annual win. And when it gets right down to it, when you look at it, Jimmy, you know, who's got your eye?
Well, it's always very hard to discount Vendevel. I remember watching them in another race around here in the Porsche class and just putting on a complete clinic around here. They are in the GT3 class today, so not quite the same car, but I've always got an eye on Vendevel around here, so definitely one to watch as well. Of course, we have the PRT guys in the Kia as well. So I'm a big fan of the Kia myself, so I'll be keeping an eye on that class as best I can. There's a lot of very fast teams here today, so it's what you expect from a top split race, though.
You certainly do, and of course now with everything in practice complete, it's time to run yourself down through the grid, how everything stands. We'll start off then with your Audi R8 category. Pure Racing Team Blue then take pole position at a time of 8:04.298. They are a second quicker than Vendeval Sim Racing White in second. GT Ross SST Orange line up in third, with Jim Sorgren in fourth. Pure Racing Team Black will line up fifth. Pre-Con Racing even is there in 6th position, with the MS Phoenix Racing 24 in 7th. Team Hoytingveld Engineering will line up on the 4th row with MSP Phoenix Racing 69 and Revolution Sim Racing number 64 rounding out the top 10. And of course you can look further down in that category here. Cam, nice to welcome you here to the commentary booth at last. Here you've got the Porsches.
Yeah, and absolutely happy to see these Porsches here today at Nürburgring 24 Hours. Heisenfeld Core Motorsports, well, they're going to start 22nd overall, but they're going to be leading as they take the start the Porsche Pure Racing Team Cup, Team RSO, Momentum Endurance, the Donkey Troop, Wave Driving Revolution, Trinity Motorsports, Evolution Racing Teams 026 Porsche, the SimRC Kiwi, and then the Will Vincent Fan Club Team Yellow number 777.
Jimmy standing by with the Kias very quickly.
Fourth best class in the field, we have your 82 car Talk Fleet Racing leading the Kia field from Team Mad Red, PR Team Kia in third, and Black Adder Motorsport fourth as we lead off now onto the pace. I believe the pace straight it is here, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is here. The Dottinger Home very quickly, the MX-5s, AGT drivers, BJ Sim Racing there in first, Team Potato in second, Team RSO, GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports, and MHR Foxfoot Racing round out the top 5 there. 58 cars then will all look to get themselves through. Pure Racing Team Blue, Maximilian Benecke then is there on the front as things stand. Juani Lopez has always been very quick. Cristobal J. Lopez and Sebastian Dunkel, four incredibly quick drivers then, looking to control the pace then towards the front of the field. Now just 2 corners to go before they have to wait for that pace car to just drop itself down onto the lane, and we can get ourselves going then for what is 24 hours overall. Pace car will now drop in. It now lies on Maximilian Benecke to get things underway, and there's the jump and go ahead. Thank you very much, says Benecke. He gets things underway. Green flag flies in the air. We're getting underway for 24 hours. Dunkel will try and make the challenge then towards turn number 1. He'll look to the inside then here as Juani Lopez will have to go defensively. Cristobal J. Lopez around the outside. Inside will turn for turn number 2. He will be able to just hold that side by side just for the moment. Your Porsches were straight off behind them then, and so now looks here, the drivers in the Kia Optima category here, Jimmy.
Yeah, good start from the guys in the Kia as well, nice and clean. I noticed there was a bit of contact with the Team RSO Porsche, and one of the slower GT3s going for a T1, a little bit of side-by-side contact, nothing too serious from what I can see, but Team Talk Fleet Racing leading off from the Kias. Nice, very reserved start here, which is what you sort of expect to see in this race. Nothing to gain in Q1 at this point. Just focus on getting around the first lap cleanly, then you can start thinking about the cars around you. But everyone through so far cleanly in the Kias. In the MX-5 as well, it seems that we still have AGT drivers, BG Sim Racing leading off from now, with Team Potato, that fantastic team there in second place, and RSO dropped a couple places there, actually lost position to the GSRC car, so RSO losing a place there off the line.
Yeah, they are. We've just seen the number 1 machine have a bit of a moment there. That's the Donkey Troop with Kimmo Suominen behind the wheel there for the Porsche category. So not exactly the best of starts then, just an early incident. Of course, no incident limit around here. So it's now just a case of get yourself to the end as quickly as you can. You actually already have a challenge in your Porsche category as Lauren Heinrich, the christened king of the ring in terms of the Porsches, has just got past Moritz Lohner then in the Hoyksveld Motorsports car, but a very heavy defense early on here, Jimmy, as they head to that NGK chicane, of course running the endurance chicane, not the Formula 1 chicane there, but you can see already that a car just trying to get out of the way early on and actually down into the lane very quickly there. That is Hoyksveld Engineering and Christian Cluett. That's a very early and weird decision there.
Not sure what happened there. I have to assume there's some sort of damage, maybe a technical issue for those guys, but it was actually really decent overtake by Lauren in the PRT car. He waited for the Hülkenberg core car to get caught up with some of the slower GT3 traffic that didn't quite get away as well, and then sort of just kicked his position and went round. So really good opportunistic overtake there by the 73 car.
And of course, he does cross the start-finish line, but he'll have to take a penalty for cutting the course, and then he'll have to deal with the damage that's there as well. So for Hoyksveld Engineering, that's not the start they want, but out front is Maximilian Benecke, 71 then, that holds a commanding lead here over Juan E. Lopez as things stand at the moment. There's a replay here up on screen of what happened exactly to that number 1 machine here, Jimmy, off the start of that event. And while the Donkey Troop were running about 5th in class in that Porsche, and that's not the result that they were wanting here off of the start. They've dropped quite a few positions.
The worst thing that could possibly happen at the start of an endurance race, of course, but I guess lucky enough for them, this is the best time to have the incident, as funny as that sounds, have it right at the start of the race, and then just focus on getting a lap put in after that. So they're still going around, which is the important thing, of course, but a little bit of a hindrance at the start there.
Certainly is here, and look at these MX-5s. You don't expect them to break away early, but what you do see around this circuit, especially in the opening couple of laps, is absolutely something fantastic. You get to the Dottinger Ho around here, you get past Bergwerk here as well in terms of the racing, and you see some fantastic overtakes. The cars going 2-3 wide around here, Jimmy. It's fantastic when the MX-5s get into the flow of the rhythm.
Yeah, I've seen some really good races with the MX-5 round here. As you said, we've seen 3 or 4 wide on the dotting hole before in previous broadcasts. So I'll be surprised if we get something similar here, given, of course, how long this race is. But these guys are race drivers at heart. So they won't like the idea of letting someone past or letting someone through. They're always going to fight for the position. But, of course, you've got to have the longevity of the race in the back of your mind when you're doing things like that.
You certainly do around here, and when it comes down to it, it's 24 hours. You can't win the race in the opening couple of minutes, but you certainly can lose it around here, and everyone just wants to be in position working right now. You look at your leaders, they're heading themselves now down to this very, very difficult section. They've just gone past hit, miss, hit in the English translations. They now head into this very difficult down the hill left-hander before getting back onto the power here. And you look at this, though, it's opened out a little bit here in the early stages. Something that you normally expected from endurance. You're not going to see drivers fighting here, Jimmy, hammer, tooth and nail in the early goings. There's no point. You don't want to risk the damage on your car. But GT Ross haven't gone away from Vendaval here in the battle for second and still lie there in wait.
Of course, and you have to take into account drivers as well. Not every driver may not be the qualifying driver. You have a quick driver for qualifying, usually maybe a more consistent person and a more safe person to start the race. But saying that, as you said, the 88 car right at the back of the Vendaval car, so keeping them honest there. But going to say the hit thing, or miss, whichever way around it is. I tend to do it as miss. That's the best line through there, really. So.
Miss. That's the line I'd take through there, mainly because I can't hit an apex to save my life. But we'll continue on with this then as far as the racing goes. And something interesting that you'll see in terms of the Porsche categories, I'm looking at Lauren Heinrich's Pure Racing Team Cup car, stuck right behind the likes of Undercover Sim Racing, German SimRacing.de, and also DWS Endurance. Oh my goodness, there's contact and into the wall there, into the Armco went Undercover Sim Racing. That's Jason Bentz there taking contact from Lauren Heinrich's Porsche. The Porsche is as quick as a GT3 in a straight line. The difference, Jimmy, is the fact that it can't take a corner as quick.
No, it can't, but that's where things are dangerous. This is the difficulty you get sometimes when there's a slower car in a faster class, and you're sort of waiting to get past. And of course, there the PRT team just didn't. Lauren just did not anticipate the Audi in front lifting off the throttle, and then there's contact in that car in the wall hard, which is again, first up between 4-hour races, really not the way you're going to be starting at all.
No, it's not here. And, well, for Lauren Heinrich, it is a luck, and there's a spin just ahead of them as well, and that is DWS Endurance there. That's Ronald Verwelge, who actually takes the toe there to get out of the way of traffic there, was caught right on the exit there of the carousel, and that's a horrible place to be stuck.
Of course, there's only really one line through there, and being stuck outside is always a little bit scary. I'm just watching that the Undercover Sim Racing car has got back going again. Jason Bent's at the wheel of that. It looks pretty badly bent from what I'm seeing now, but he's sort of midway down the Porsche pack at the moment, just trying to get back at this point, but got quite a way of a lap left to go, and this last part of the Nordschleife is probably the most difficult on the car in terms of cornering, so he's really going to suffer through here.
He certainly is here, and actually we're just seeing a battle between RRR Racing there of the 16 machine, and also Jake Fox as well then of the 08 Blackadder Motorsports Kia. Both of them were looking close as they headed towards this carousel section. It's also worth just keeping an eye here on the field when you're looking at this in terms of the racing going on in your MX-5 category, because Team Potato under threat now from Turn 2 Motorsports, heads through the right then, just leading up towards the carousel section here. They'll find themselves on the brakes here down through, and then they'll head themselves towards the carousel on that final section of the lap. So when you look at this in terms of the racing going on, it's a breakaway of 4. Then you see it back to Simitok here, who are fighting very hard with Joni Batten and Glacier Racing here, Jimmy. It seems that the early goings right now are working in favour of what is those who managed to break away. It's actually car runs wide, change of position for the lead.
Yeah, AGT there, Gianmarco just got that wrong at the carousel, very easy to do, and just sort of open up and go up top where there's just no speed, no banking to help you around. But yeah, it seems to be this way at the moment. Of course, when we do get onto the back straight, the cars will come back together again due to slipstream. And it'll be interesting to see how far back Simitok can be, maybe still pick up that slipstream. But this last part of the circuit, as I've mentioned before, is probably the most difficult part on the drivers. You have to be very, very clean through here, very clear with your lines, and very easy to lose time if you are not careful. So not too much to think about so much in terms of position, but of course, any breakaway pack is worth talking about.
Certainly is here, as we have just seen your Audi class just head through the Dottinger Ho for the very first time, and now heading for the final stage support, entering the Grand Prix circuit once again, and Cristobal J. Lopez still behind Juani Lopez then. Vendaval versus GT Ross then continuing on in action then in terms of the racing going on for Maximilian Benecke though. It's a dominant lead then in terms of the racing going on. He's pulled out here 3 seconds in the opening lap. That's fantastic to see.
Max just got to get his head down now and keep doing that. I mean, he has no one to worry about. He's got a couple of laps yet to. He's got to really worry about any sort of traffic coming up, probably even more than that. It's a very long lap around here, just over 8 minutes for the GT3 cars, so very quick around here. But all you've got to do is keep his eyes forward, hit his marks, and just focus on trying to just extend that lead, because the guys behind are going to be aware of each other. Even if you aren't directly battling with someone in close proximity, it can very easily slow you down because you're sort of keeping one eye in the mirror, maybe make a mistake a couple of times in the braking zone and sort of bunch everyone back up again. So Max just going to do what he's do best and just lead from the front.
We do have a couple of cars coming down onto pit road early. Marcel Lancier there for the MSP Phoenix Racing 69. They've got damage, so they've got to go onto the lane. The Donkey Troop will also come in, Kimo Suomen, and then after that issue in the opening lap, they run into issues. In terms of your Kia category, I have been looking at them. It's Mika Eshouse who leads Daniel Croft, then Talk Freak Racing versus Team Mad Red. The problem that the Kias are having around here, as I've been looking at the early goings, it's been fuel saving when I've been talking to a couple of drivers around here, Jimmy. They're having to fuel save a lot more because that car is a lot slower than it was last year.
I heard somewhere that they have to really save just to hit 5 laps, otherwise 4 laps is pretty much the range of his car. So not a big tank on his Kia. It's very aggressive. It's a Team Mad Red car there. Daniel Kraft really just trying to get alongside Mika, but not quite able to do so. But of course, round here, I think it's a bit of a blessing for the Kia to get pit stopped so often, because those front tyres are taking an absolute beating around here. Front wheel drive car, this Kia, on the or just on the sad side of 400 horsepower in these things. So those front tyres are under enormous load. So I think they're just happy to have the earlier stops, to be honest.
MX-5's then on the Dottinger Ho, and here comes GSRC turn 2 then. Here's the O2 going to the race lead then as things stand. Now they hit the corner. Second position in that is the AGT Drivers BJ Sim Racing car with Gianmarco Cordoba then behind the wheel, and they sort themselves out then as far as things go then, just for the time being. Drayson East third, Alex Sherney then lines in 4th position overall right now, and they're still side by side further back because you've got Vendaval Sim Racing Preto, Tatsura Hashimoto then just unable to get past the Pit Demons car of Omar Soto Jr. there as things stand. So for the moment, it seems here, Jimmy, line astern it stays.
Yeah, again, no point taking too big a risk at this point. Just try and take the overspeed as best you can. As at the moment, we have Vendaval Sim Racing Proto car just sort of pulling up now to the back of the Pit Demons car in front, again using that slipstream down the straight. You see, when you're right at the top of this field, it's actually the worst place to be when coming down these straights, because the slipstream really does play a massive part. Looks like the Pit Demons GT is going to go up the inside of KM and Hawk, and there you go, position change there, and nearly come back on the swipe back on the left-hander there, but okay, a big set of 11s left down by the Vendaval Sim Racing car. So not a lot of power in his MX-5, but still able to burn up the real tyres if you're not careful.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see just trying to find a nose down the inside. No, not going to happen. So going to have to wait again then to make everything work the way that it needs to be done here. But you look at the Porsche field again, though, it closes up once again. You look at the German SimRacing.de white car. This is for position here for Philip Nicholas to try and get through here, Jimmy. But the problem is that car of Moritz Lopner and Lauren Heinrich, they're both quick enough to just hold up that car and keep themselves in position. When you're fighting against lower cars in terms of pace and spec, but are still able to run as quick, if not quicker than you, that must be a demoralising sight.
It is, of course, and you see in a lot of multi-class racing, a lot of the overtakes comes on acceleration and in braking. And whilst the Porsche is not as good in the braking zones as the GT3s, it is pretty much equal in terms of acceleration. So you have to really be quite a lot quicker to get past the guys in front. And of course, at this point, they're racing to position the people in the Porsches ahead. They aren't bothered about what this GT3's doing. They're not going to let them pass because they're racing themselves. So it puts people like, or put the team of German SimRacing.de in a bit of a weird position here. But he's got to be patient, pick his mark, and sort of treat them as he's overtaking his own class at this point.
Yeah, he does here, and when you're overtaking your own class, you've got to make sure that you do it cleanly, you've got to do it effectively, and when you're dealing with lower category classes as well, that can also be an issue when you get yourself into it. You know, around this circuit here, Jimmy, it's worth talking about strategy here. There's always 2 types of game you can play around here. The first one is make it to the hour mark. The second one is make it to the limit of your fuel. For a car like a Kia, it's make it to your fuel. Sometimes you could argue, though, for the likes of your Audi and your Porsches, make it to the hour mark. But we've been seeing with the Porsches around here, make it to an hour 15, an hour 20, and you'll be fine.
The Porsche seems to be pretty damn good on the fuel round here from what I've seen in previous races as well. And of course, we can always talk about saving fuel as a big factor. Saving a lap of fuel round here is a big deal, because it isn't like, saving a lap of fuel round, say, Interlagos with a minute 20 lap time. A lap time round here is over 8 minutes if you're if you're a GT3 and nearer 9 minutes if you're in a Kia. So saving a lap is a big deal around here, and that all comes into play towards the end stage of the races. So you'll see a lot of the professional teams who are used to doing stuff like this, they'll be thinking about that really long game and trying to have the strategy base for the last hour. That's when the real racing happens, really. All the racing up to then, I think, is just preparation for that last part of the race.
Certainly is here, Cam, and when you look at this on in terms of the racing, and well, when you're seeing it, Cam, you see the MX-5s and the way that they're battling it out early on. You'll see that start to break off just a little bit when the lap traffic comes into play, and it will come into play earlier than you think around here. Although it's an 8-minute lap, you know, these drivers will have to let cars go at some stage, and that can be a nightmare, especially in the early goings.
Yeah, very simply, and they've already had to deal with a GT3 car, the DWS Endurance NL88. They had to end up coming into the pits or had some sort of effect, and they already had to go through as they're actually going off track right now. So a little bit of unseen commentator's curse for that DWS Endurance NL88 car, but the MX-5s, you've got that pack of four. They're having a pretty good time with Ahmed Yaman up front, but yeah, you're gonna almost at some points you just have to hope. I hate to say that as far as a racing strategy goes, but really you just have to hope that these cars are paying attention to what they're doing and really focus on whereabouts they're going to go make your passes, especially with these Porsches running right alongside with your other GT3 cars. I mean, the lap times are fairly similar between those two, so it wouldn't surprise me if we don't see somebody having some bad luck, but hopefully, and I mean hopefully, everyone can get through quickly. Wouldn't be, I would say, maybe another 10, 15 minutes before they have to worry about that, though.
Yeah, it might be in that case. So looking at this battle here in your GT3 category right now, we have the 64 of the Revolution Sim Racing team, and then you have GT Ross SST Silver in the 114, and behind that is the 29 of Speedworks Racing Team Orange. So it's Jorge Flores, Ivan Sole, and Matt York then all on this line. Now they head towards this mini carousel, this left-hander. It does surprise you about how you try and take that. You can see Matt York having to get out to the power just a little bit more there through that section. Doesn't want to be risking going too quickly, running off of that carousel too early, and then finding himself in an Armco barrier. That's not the way you want to do down towards the Dotun Jaho. And now we're going to see mind games come into play, Jimmy. It's going to be a case of, will the GT Ross car save fuel, or will it try and go past it to try and get track position?
Depends really at this point. I'm not seeing the GT Ross car being as quick at the moment. Of course, it is pulling up to the back now as that slipstream comes into effect, but we'll see. If I were in Ivan's shoes, I'd probably save the fuel, to be honest, and go from there. But that's up to Ivan's judgment. He's thinking, is it going to be faster for me to pass or faster to stay behind? So he's going to go for the pass now. He pulls out with the slipstream, goes to the left. He thinks he can do better on his own, not following this number 64 car, and the position has changed, of course. But not over just yet. Braking zone and another straight come up just yet.
Yeah, there is here, and when you hit that braking zone, it's going to be so key to get that right. And for Revolution Sim Racing, just going to try and follow in the tracks as much as possible. Of course, the slipstream in the Audi has been decreased over time here as we've been looking at the racing going on. Of course, that is to do with the balance of performance changes in terms of blank pan that has been going on. Of course, the next round of that will be at Brands Hatch. But you look here, Matt York trying to get onto the back here, struggling again to get onto the back, and won't be able to make the pass down into turn number one. This right, followed by an equally slow left around this circuit. And sometimes you get a different feel, Cam, when you head yourself onto this Grand Prix layout. Of course, built much later to accommodate Formula One racing, and was a fantastic addition. But when you deal with it, the issues that come along with a track that feels a little bit different to the Nordschleife, you know, sometimes it can be a little bit unnerving and times can go away.
Yeah, it's a little weird to go from, okay, focus on the track, stay away from the Arco, get your speeds right, to, okay, attack the curbs, hit your lines, your exact lines, because there is a very good line around the Nürburgring. It's actually a very good raceable line at that, so it's hard to convert that between the two. Just a car that had been running solo. They came into the pits, I believe, last lap, perhaps the TNT Racing Gold, not the day that they want to start for the Nürburgring 24 hours, but they ended up having an issue, Scott McIntyre, and had to play some 5-point turn after losing the rear of that Audi. They ended up losing the front hood or bonnet, I guess, depending on your language. But either way, though, that car picking up a lot of damage, well away from where the GT3 cars are. Not what you want to see.
Not what you want to see at all. We've just seen a pass then in terms of position, but it was between a Porsche 911 and also a Kia Optima there, boosted red. David Baker then had to let through the car of Kimo Sumi and the Donkey Troop that did come down onto the lane earlier on in this event. We still have battles going on in terms of Blackadder Motorsport Kia versus Triple R Racing there, and again that will stay line astern as well in terms of what has been going on. But again, though, you look again for the MX-5s here because they are heading themselves up towards then that section of circuit known as the Dottinger Ho. They're now heading themselves through this incredibly quick left and right section here, looking for the Belloff S in just a couple of moments' time here, Jimmy. And it's GSRC who hold it for the moment, but as we do know, track position is key around this circuit. You don't want to be stuck behind someone if they were to have an instant just ahead. So for drivers like Drayson East, for like Gianmarco Cordoba and Alex Journey, you know, they've got to work together. Also, you look at that next pack then trying to chase down Simitok and also Glacier as well. They're trying desperately to get onto the back of this group so they can make it a train of 6.
Of course, at this point, it's a very interesting choice as a driver, because let's say we're in the shoes of the AGT driver's sim racing car, which is currently 3rd in class and doing a good job of keeping it right now as we come on to the Dottinger Ho for that slipstream battle. Do you stay behind the cars in front and just save that fuel, or do you think, right, okay, you have to then calculate how much time you're going to lose staying behind the car in front against trying to overtake and maybe get up towards the grass there? Gianmarco a little bit too over enthusiastic. There goes too wide there. Is Gianmarco going to follow him through? I think he is going to go through with him as well. Just take that slipstream and probably pull to the inside himself. No, he's going to stay behind, so he's going to save a bit of fuel, but the car on the left there, the GSRC car, is going to lose out a bit and go down to 3rd place, but now he can save fuel, so it becomes a very quick Excel spreadsheet of a battle. You have to really think about what you're going to be doing far in advance.
Certainly do, and you're starting to see NASCAR tactics coming into play, moving across the left-hand side to share the draft, to make sure the effect of the draft doesn't come into effect for cars behind. So for the moment then, it's going to be that Team Potato car that holds itself in the advantage. I do want to look at funny names around here, because everyone loves a name that is really amusing. We've seen everything here on Race Block TV. We've seen the likes of the Road Bar Stewards, we've seen everything to Team Huge Ass, and now we have the Will Vincent fan club there. Cohen Klopman's 777 machine right now running in 25th position overall, trying to chase down the Evolution Racing Team 026 right now, Cam. Well, it's nice to see Will Vincent there getting recognised as a fan club, and I believe we all want our own fan club someday.
Hopefully someday we can all have Porsches driving around with our names plastered all over them, as of course the drivers of this grand Porsche effort in the 777, Cohen Klopman, Bart Delant, and Fabrice Cornelius. So shout out to those guys. It is actually a pretty good paint scheme. I'm not even going to try to joke there. That's a fairly good-looking Porsche out there. Well, they're sitting well in the back, quite a bit off from your Porsche leaders. But you know what? It's a 24-hour effort. You need to make it look like a 24-hour effort, because some of these guys, they are really going at it, and they are trying like this is even a shorter race than the VLN race, when it is most certainly not.
Certainly isn't right now. I'm looking at Hoykston Velcor Motorsports here. Moritz Lofner behind the wheel in at the 33 machine right now, and he's under a lot of pressure here from Philip Nicholas and the German SimRacing.de White. But of course, they're two different categories, and this is where the top speed now comes into play. They've just rounded Bergwerk, and now they're heading themselves through this very fast, very technical lefts and rights here at full speed. There's this one corner that heads towards the left that might be the sticking point here for that Porsche 911, and it's going to be this one right here, because you have to hit the brakes there, but you have to hit them a little bit less then in terms of the Audi, because it's got more aerodynamic ability to get itself through the corner due to the fact that it's designed better for a purpose here. You can see now back onto the brakes, and again it's going to be stuck line astern here for the moment, and that's the last thing that German sim racing car wants here, Jimmy.
It seems at the moment that 303 car just hasn't quite got the confidence in the brakes. I saw going through the very fast left-hander, and you think, by the way, just to go back to what you were saying about that uphill section there, which is actually quite uphill. You don't really realise to you drive it just how slow you are up there. But you'd think it'd be easy as that. It's not. You have to make sure the line is exactly correct through there, because if you hit a curve in the wrong way, you go off at high speed, and it's quite scary. But as I was saying, it just seems the guys in front seem a lot more comfortable in their cars, which is what you expect from the class feeder of the Porsche, and this 303 isn't quite looking as agile, it seems, which is why it's still stuck here behind the lower class.
get stuck for the moment here, and you're looking at the battles in your Audi R8 category as well in GT3. Got likes of MSP Phoenix Racing 24 here, the battle for 5th position then, trying to catch Sebastian Schmalenbach here of the Pure Racing Team Black Machine, of course, the second entry in Pure's GT3 escapades right now. So for Yasin Alpe right now, he just needs to stay calm. He is in range here to use the draft to his advantage, but it was 2 tenths the last time they came across the line, Cam. It could be more as they head towards the Dottinger home.
Yeah, most certainly so. And of course, running tactics when you're running that Dotner Ho can obviously vary as things go. But just looking through, well, at the very least, the GT3 cars, well, they're the first ones obviously on the Dotner Ho. These guys, very lightning quick. The Porsches, I'm not that surprised that they're almost as quick going down the Dotner Ho. They're going all line astern. And really, it doesn't take until you start getting towards those Porsches, that Pure Racing Team Cup car, that Heisenfeld Core Motorsports car, that things are going to start getting interesting down the Dotner Ho. Everyone is at least spaced out enough to where they can be pretty comfortable. Perhaps maybe Matt York in the Revolution Sim Racing number 64 will have somebody catching up, that Speedworks Racing Team Orange 29. But even then, it just seems like all these Audis, they're nice and comfortable where they're sitting. They don't really seem to be able to have that punch to catch right up. That's why I want to keep my eyes on that Pure Racing Team Cup car, see what he can do, because, well, when you talk about a Porsche, I mean, there's really no aerodynamical bits minus that rear spoiler.
Yeah, there isn't here, and that's going to be something that's going to play into effect here. As I look again there at that MSP Phoenix Racing 24 touch right underneath on the run towards turn number 1, moves to the inside on Schmalenbach, but isn't going to make the move there. Just a little passing note there to say, I could make the move if I tried. I could try and send one down the inside, but no, I don't want to quite make it just yet. I'm just going to keep you guessing and keep you waiting in terms of it right now. And Heisenfeld Core Motorsports able to just pull out that gap compared to that German SimRacing.de car. That's fantastic to see in terms of the racing that has been going on. And for the time being, it's going to stay like this for a little while. We know that the Porsches here, Jimmy, they have the ability to go longer on the fuel, and that's going to be an even bigger worry here for all those cars that are stuck behind right now, because if they're doing less stops when it comes down to it, they're going to be in a situation where they're losing even more time to these cars because they're doing less stops overall on their overall run for the 24 hours.
It's interesting how you say that, of course, because over a single lap of an North Life, we can see that the Porsches are slower around him. Our best time, well, our last time round for our leader in the GT3 was 14 seconds faster or so. Sorry, that was the qualifying time, 14 seconds faster than our fastest time in the Porsches. But then over the race distance, because the Porsche just holds so much more fuel and seems to be a bit more efficient, it just goes for longer. And of course, less time you spend in the pits, the quicker or the more laps you're going to complete in a 24-hour period. So I won't be surprised if we see a bigger mix of the GT3 cars and the Porsches as the race go on.
Yeah, we might see this come into effect in terms of the racing right now. Just looking at your MX-5 category then, battle for the lead. They've just rounded Bergwerk then, and now is that incredibly long run. It's completely flat in these vehicles. I had the ability to test out the MX-5 before the racing began, and when you look at it getting through this section, it's completely flat. There's no chance of hitting the brakes, but that slipstream effect, it's so paramount around here, and it comes into play. It's about being as clean, as effective as you can. Dres Nice then on the front of that one then, looking at Jean-Marc Cordoba behind. You can see just how it checks up then. And of course, you talk about teams with heritage in terms of the Nürburgring. Don't count out Team Rennsport Online. They're fantastic when it comes down to their strategy, Cam. And they're just sitting there and waiting. They have a great potential to do something quite outside the box.
Well, they certainly do, and we see them time and time again in the VLN series. Just ended up just coming away with race after race as well. That current one, currently piloted by Alex Zerny. Normally, we see quite a large troop of Team RSO cars. Only one I am seeing so far, and I think they're just going to try to focus on that effort. As there's also Elmar Arlicote and Tobias Zerny. They'll be piloting that 397 as they're trying to hound down Yaman in that GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports car. But that Team Potato car is just a little bit far ahead. And actually that AGT Drivers BJ Sim Racing car as well. So fairly interesting to see these new names, the Potato and the AGT Drivers. That's going to be a fun one. Seeing them here, as well as some of our normal VLN runners, the GSRC and the RSO car.
Yeah, it is very interesting to see here how new teams form for 24-hour races. Old teams look to try and surmount themselves to place. It also reminds me, going back, Jimmy, to the likes of, say, the 6 hours of the Glen that we were watching when I believe it was We Are Grip that took the victory on that day. Lando Norris, Frake Showthorst and Will Tregurtha. And the only thing I can remember from that race was look at the kitty cat livery that we were seeing in that essence. So when new teams come together, sometimes there is an element for upset around 24-hour races or endurance races in general. It just depends on who wants to show up for the day and who brings themselves to the table.
Of course, and while we do have the sort of more professional teams, your Redline, etc., your Vendaval, you also have, it's all. This hobby is exactly that. It's a hobby. It's done for fun for the majority of the time, of course. Sometimes it's a bit more of a serious aspect, but some people might get together with their friends and run a race around the North Side 24 hours. I mean, I would do that for fun if I had enough friends. But you get the idea. All these people coming together, and then you get these really interesting matchups. These sort of dream teams that come together for one race only. It's a really cool insight as to sort of what could be, or what could be if there were maybe different teams added up elsewhere. But yeah, it's always cool for us to watch as a viewer, and it's just quite fascinating to see how it all plays out.
It certainly is here. I'm looking at this battle between Tryhards Racing 1, Pete Dunham then behind the wheel in the 05, and then Jake Fox, who is starting to make gains here through the field right now. And I believe he did start towards the back and now just slowly trying to bring that Blackadder Motorsports Kia back into play here, Cam. And looking at how he's trying to get past this Tryhards machine, you look at the difference in times. It was 4 seconds difference the last time here, and now has the ability to save again, running a little bit wide, missing the apex slightly through NGK as he heads onto the Nordschleife right about now. So for Jake Fox, it's about picking them off one by one here. There's only 11 Kias in this field at the moment, so getting yourself into a situation where you can really work around the Kias to your advantage, that's got to be key.
Yeah, and really the lap time from Jake Fox, quite a good one, as it looks like Tryhard Racing is having a heck of a time wheeling around, just trying to grapple with that front wheel drive Kia, as just not that far ahead though. BAM Esport number 69, they actually ran a 9:06, so it's almost like every other car is the one putting down those fast laps. But for Pete Dunham, well, you got to start looking at the actual, the entirety of the 24-hour effort. When a guy comes up on you 4 seconds a lap faster, is it really going to be worth it? Trying to, I don't want to say he's trying to fight right now. He's doing nothing really defensive-wise. He's just making the course. But at some point, whenever Jake Fox does do, is they get a little bit of a loose as they go over that hump there. But when I think the moment comes that Jake Fox does make the attack, you probably would just be smarter to let him go.
You probably will here in this situation. I'm looking again, though, at your GT3 category as things stand right now, and they're having this really nice battle here through the middle of the field. You've got the likes of Speedworks Racing Team Orange. You've got PND Racing behind in Ivan Ferrari. It doesn't quite look like a Ferrari from my looks of things. And Adria Perez as well, the Iberica Racing Team. We know the ability of what Iberica can do in certain situations, Jimmy. The question is, can they live up to their potential here today?
Iberica is one of those really famous teams, aren't they? Of course, Pablo Lopez being one of the big guys over there. But these are a set of drivers that will just keep going round until it's done. Basically, they've got a very competent group of guys. So. I mean, there is a certain expectation for them, of course, but they're out there just to have fun as well. So we'll keep an eye on them. But definitely someone never to count out, Iberica.
Certainly isn't here. We have had a change then for the race lead in your MX-5s. That's Gianmarco Cordoba with the AGT drivers machine going back to the front, but of course it doesn't really mean that you can shout and scream about it like you would say in a Formula 1 race, Cam. You look at it, yes, they do make overtakes. Yes, you do see changes for the lead. But at this early stage, does it really matter though? That is the question that you have to ask. And 9 times out of 10, it doesn't really, in terms of the fact that they're changing the leader every single time they head onto the Dossenger Ho.
Yeah, and really, this is not perhaps NASCAR racing, as it's not like we have those section points that you hand out. Also of note, Jake Fox, that car that we were following in the Kia, he had an incident where he has absolutely rammed the outside Armco barrier, so he's picked up some right front damage. Don't know if that's affected perhaps his wheel at all. I believe it has, and the car very well might have had to pull off Nope, actually there he is, still rocking and rolling. But yes, this is not, you don't want to pressure it too hard. You don't want to find yourself getting in an early incident, as we're already seeing the pit lane a very busy place for cars trying to repair their cars. There's no real need for it, frankly.
No, you don't want to be getting yourself involved here in early instance. I mean, you look like teams at TNT Racing Gold, DWS Endurance, Undercover Sim Racing, MSP Phoenix Racing 69. All 4 of those cars have come from your GT3 category and all run into play. If you look at the balance in terms of how many cars are in each category, the most that you find is in that GT3 category here, Jimmy. So when it comes down to attrition rate, yes, we see most of the attrition from that category, but they have most cars to lose in the early stages.
Indeed, I think the numbers come from the fact that the GT3 car is actually quite a friendly car to drive once you sort of get a nice baseline setup. Even around here, even when the North Side, it's quite easy car to drive. Of course, I'd say probably the most difficult car to drive in the field is between the Porsche, with those very difficult and very interesting brakes on those things, and the front wheel drive Kia, which of course is always going to be a challenge to get round. But yeah, I mean, this is the class we're going to see most pushing for, mainly because of lapping as well. Of course, if you're in the top end of the GT3 class, you're going to be doing a lot of lapping, which will start happening fairly soon. And trying to get past some of the slower cars from some of these sections can be very frustrating if you're in the top lot, and maybe some moves be made that is a little bit sketchy, of course. And bear in mind, the Nordschleife, for the most part, of course, off the GP circuit, is actually quite narrow, so passing around here is really difficult.
Yeah, passing around here is certainly going to be a difficulty as Maximilian Benecke heads onto then the Nordschleife for his 5th time then in this event. The gap that he has then when they head themselves through was about 6.3 seconds then over Vendaval Sim Racing White. Actually, he is going to start making the lapping process in just a couple of moments' time, because there is the back of the field in terms of the MX-5 category here, with Spirit of Le Mans, Jonathan Bittel then behind the wheel of that. It's nice to see Jonathan Bittel out there racing, although he is about 40 seconds off of any real battles that he's heading on to next camp. There is the first overtake in terms of lap traffic.
Yes, very easily and simply packed away and done. And for that Spirit of Le Mans MX-5, you got to remember these guys are running that H-pattern shifter. That, of course, always presents its own challenge. How these guys are able to do this for so long is beyond me. But either way, here comes the next one. Juan E. Lopez, the Vendaval Sim Racing white car. There he goes, nice and easy. Here it'll come G-Tros SST silver, or the SST orange car. Excuse me, there is a silver one. Nice and easy. And it's going to become ever tighter once you start getting the cars that are actually fighting for position.
Yeah, it is here, and we've seen a very easy opening out section in terms of the starting of the racing. No real battles have been constant side by side, and that's something that you don't normally expect here around the Nürburgring, Nürburgring in general, actually, you could say here, Jimmy. The track, when you look at it, though, at best it's too wide in places. Sometimes you can get it 3 wide, 4 wide, like the Dottinger Ho, like you could say maybe heading down towards turn number 1, but for the majority, for the 95% of the lap, you know, it's single file mostly throughout most stages, and going side by side can cost you 2, 3, 4 seconds at times, just trying to make that one move happen.
Especially that last section as well, which is very tight. One line through there. Of course, when you're in the faster class trying to get by, you just have to wait, and it's very frustrating. But I'm just watching the MX-5s go through now, and these are the slower guys. And bear in mind, these MX-5s, they have no downforce in these things. They're just drifting all over the shot. So when they are absolutely maximising each corner. When a GT3 comes up, which is a lot more agile, it's very hard for the GT3 to make their way past, and the MX-5 is so on edge.
Yeah, Triple R Racing then will look to go down to the inside of the 666. Then Blackadder Motorsports Kia, Jake Fox will have to relinquish that one. And there's a big drift there from the Triple R. That's a very scary place to do it. You can see the Tryhards Racing now trying to play some weaving then through the corners, and gets a little bit of a drift then, and effectively what is the touring car of the iRacing service then, as far as things happen there. So for Triple R Racing, holds on to things for the moment, but already you're seeing drivers coming down onto lane. All 3 of them then can only make 4 laps work around here. That's not good. Torque Freak have come down in, who were your race leaders. Blackadder Motorsports also down in as well in the 66 machine. So Kia's already making the pit stop window at around 33 minutes here.
Yeah, and just for Pete Dunham, that was he had to wheel that thing around. Yeah, not a couple of other Kias coming in. The MRD Racing team is Torque Freak sitting here on pit lane, as well as the Blackadder Motorsport 66. These guys are actually getting full service. I believe the triple R even, R Racing. Someone was asking the Australian cars. That's one of them. But either way, they're getting all of their service, they're getting tires, and they will be off and away. No surprises there. But yeah, I'm going to do the math. I'm going to break out the notepad. I'm going to start doing the math here and start ticking off all my my normal 24-hour note-taking, because 32 minutes a stint, oh, that is not going to be good as far as pit stops go.
No, 32 minutes a stint, you're looking at maybe around 45 pit stops around here. That's a lot of time spent on the lane, and that is going to come back and play into a factor. You are trying to do those 5 laps, and 3 cars that did stay out in terms of your Kia category here, Jimmy. You got Dan Kraft's Team Mad Raid, you got Michael Schellback there in Pure Racing Team Kia, and you got David Baker there in the Boost Head Red. So you look at that, 2 teams who are Kia specialists, and then you got Pure Racing Team who have a very uncanny ability to adapt to whatever car is thrown in front of them. So you look at the teams there who are trying to go those extra distances. I am not surprised by any of them.
No, and it is very important at this point just to get an extra lap. We said around here, 1 lap is over, nearly 9 minutes for this car. So going an extra lap on fuel is very impressive, and that will definitely come back into play towards the end of the race. But also put some off sequence as well. It makes it a bit more difficult for the other teams to sort of find out or predict what they're doing. So I always think it's really good to, as soon as possible, go off sequence with pit stops, etc. Go out of sequence, confuse the other guys around here, and of course try and save that fuel as you go. But impressive to do that so early on.
You can see just how bad the traffic is going to be. Tatsuro Hashimoto takes to the grass then to get out of the way. In fact, there might be damage there on that Vendaval Sim Racing Prato machine. I just need to check exactly what has happened with him, and it seems that he's clipped the wall somewhere during the racing. So for Vendaval Sim Racing Prato, their day looks pretty much horrible from the early goings in terms of what's been going on. The MX-5s now hit themselves onto the Dottinger Ho. So you know, now you look at this situation that's going on, you're now seeing here that slipstream effect come back to a play again here, Cam. And for Drayson East at the front of this pack now, they actually do have to be worried here a little bit, because coming up on them soon is Maximilian Benecke trying to get himself onto that Dottinger Ho right now.
Yeah, as he wings around the inside on MX-5. The MX-5 not having a good day. That's the Pit Demons GT. That loses out just a little bit there. He gave him plenty of room, and that gave him a little bit too much room. As Juani Lopez and his quite famous, I have to say, helmet is still in pursuit here. Lap times, though, going towards Maximilian Benecke, at least 2 seconds a lap, so that's quite impressive there. But you can just see some of these cars are having to swing and left and right. Look at the car of the MSP Phoenix Racing 86 car. He'll have to swing around. Look at the speed difference, almost 50-mile-an-hour speed difference. As it just looks ridiculous, them going around those MX-5s. They're almost like stranded cars in the middle of a road. But yeah, the GT3 cars are going fully through the MX-5s, and even the Porsches, looking back to Jonathan Boutel and that Spirit of Le Mans, the Porsches are now trying to make their way through there, and it is so very busy for that 01 Jonathan Boutel piloted car that I have to say, these MX-5 guys, very brave.
They are incredibly brave here, and it's one of the most difficult challenges here as Pit Demons has to try and deal with a lot of net contact there in the final stage, and that was with Jim, and then in sympathy went off Pure Racing Team back, Schmalen back then, getting incredibly lucky there in terms of the race, and just had to hit the brakes, was fortunate not to anything, and was even more fortunate that Yasin Alpe didn't run into the back, so they all survive, they all keep it going here, and it was that car numbers there, the 86 machine, and you looked at the 72 and the 44, all running into issues then, and you can see there Jim running incredibly much of a drift there. A lot of 11Cs out of turn number 1 there, Jimmy.
Yeah, a bit of a scary moment there for Team Jim, that 44 car. As he gets it wrong now, going off there, maybe a little bit of damage from that contact of that MX-5, but going off onto the grass, coming back on, avoiding the PR Team back car and the MSP Phoenix car as well. But that's going to be very frustrating for Sebastian. I'm not quite sure what with the MX-5. I think there's a little bit of miscommunication there as the MX-5 got a little bit loose coming off the penultimate corner, and Sebastian was already committed to the overtake, went into the back, but he's, I don't know, we'll keep an eye on the car, see if it's damaged or not, but not a good start to that Jim car.
No, it isn't. You've seen the MX-5s now getting split up a little bit because of the lap traffic effect coming into play. Now you're going to see Pure Racing Team, MSP Phoenix and co try and get themselves through the leaders here, and it's split up a little bit. It's now 3 trains of 2 ever so slightly here. GSRC turn 2 and Team Potato second and first. they've managed to get themselves away just for the moment from AGT and Team RSO, but it's not enough at this moment, Cam, to say that it is a definitive pack of 2 and a pack of 2. It's enough of a breakaway here, but not enough to really get rid of the drafting process around this circuit.
No, I imagine they're going to close them all back up. But yeah, there was a huge kerfluffle. Pretty much that entirety of the Grand Prix circuit, the GT3 cars, and even a couple of these Porsches were working their way through, and that just it increased the blood pressure, I would have to say. But here comes a couple more GT cars. They're going to make their ways through these this MX-5 group. But yeah, it's going to be tough, I have to say, when the Porsches do start coming through this lead group of cars. These are your MX-5s that you really need to pay attention to, because you can see already the Sebastian Schalmenbach, he's having an issue getting around just one MX-5, and here comes Yasin Alpay. And the MSP Phoenix Racing, he'll actually tip Alex Zerny's Team RSO, giving a little bit of front-end damage. Not anything Alex can do. He was already on the outside as far as he could want. And you're just seeing this traffic, and even looking further back, Glacier Racing is side-by-side with Simitok Esport, and that was due to one of them getting slowed up by the GT Precon racing car. So already traffic you're starting to see is an issue, and this is the first time that they're working their way through. I can only imagine once we start getting into the slower traffic, lapping slower traffic.
Yeah, that might be an issue here as we're looking at Simitok Esport, Florian Hoogville then trying to get past Joni Backman of Glacier Racing now, looking to the outside, then they've just come through Flugbacht. They're looking for the run towards Arenberg. Now you can see makes it side by side in terms of the racing here right now, Jimmy. And now it's going to be a case here of trying to make it. And oh my goodness me, car into the wall. And that was a very, very lucky escape there for Ivan Soler of the GT Ross SSC Silver. That was a move that was so dangerous there. Could have very easily taken 2-3 out there.
Stupidity is what I can say there. Complete stupidity there from Ivan. Just there was no room there. Goes into the outside, and they're very lucky to keep that car in one piece, and he could have not only ruined his team's race, but also 2 other innocent teams' race. That is something we do not like to see in these broadcasts.
That's not how this works. That's not how it works.
It's not how it works. That's going to be the quote then in terms of the racing action in the opening hour of this event. What it does do, it gives a couple of drivers a heart attack, but continue on forward then as you look at the driver of Ivan Soler now make his way past the leaders in your MX-5 category right now. So now is going to be the case of trying to get yourself around in this section. Drivers now such as Iberica and PND Racing now will have to try and make those moves. You can see Iberica almost gets the squeeze there as they head into that next section here to the likes of Kallenberg here. So you look at likes of Team Potato GHLC, they hold together, they breathe a sigh of relief. Glacier and Simitok now, I think that's one of their 9 lives used here, Jimmy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the thing is in these cars, you glance the mirror for a second, you then look back at the circuit, you glance the mirror again, and the Audi that's doing 50 mile an hour more than you suddenly is very big in your mirror, and it comes as a shock sometimes. So they were sort of did very well actually to not be sort of scared off the circuit in that case there, because I've seen people do that before, just try and get out of the way of a GT car or a faster class, which is obviously not really in control of its own thoughts at this point. And I'm still sort of a little bit shocked at Ivan's display there, but we'll get past it. And lapping it takes 2 to tango, as they say. As a faster car, you've got to be very clear, and you have to be very concise with your movements. You can't divot, you have to sort of go for the move when it's there. As the lap traffic, you have to try and be predictable and stay on line. Right there, for example, they're side by side having their own fight. There is no room to get by, so as a GT3 car, you wait. Something that Ivan didn't do.
Well, Ivan doesn't play by your games, Jimmy. That's pretty much clear to see here. You look at this train, though, that's developing in terms of the racing here. Volkswagen Core Motorsports have lost a little bit of time here to the Pure Racing Team Cup machine right now. They've lost themselves about 2-3 seconds as things have gone on. But running wide there was the German SimRacing.de. Almost clipped the wall as well then. We'll lose 1 position there to the MSP Phoenix Racing 69. Under a lot of pressure now from Fitzstein Motorsports there. Sam Fitzpatrick behind the wheel, one of the co-owners actually of that team. So, you know, this is a chance to make a name for yourself. If you can get inside that top 10, top 5, you know, you are sorted in terms of a team that has a reputation, and can go on forward and do some really good things in terms of the iRacing service.
I think Cam very quickly stepped aside for a coffee there, but yeah, I mean, the point stands, of course, Jake. This is very much as an iRacing event. This isn't part of a league or a championship, it's just an event at this point. It's a good place to show off your skills as a driver. And of course, multi-class driving is very popular in iRacing, and just being a consistent driver, especially this of all circuits in North Life. If you can get around here consistently, putting in lap times within a second of each other, then you're in a very good chance of finding a better team from this event.
You certainly are, and this is also a very good opportunity for teams to develop and turn into some pretty great teams. I mean, you look about the terms of how teams have been going around. You look at Iberica. It's not often you say Iberica are outside the top 10, but that does seem to be the case of now. Lauren Heinrich tries to get himself past some MX5 lap traffic here in terms of the racing going on. You can see now having to get past Alex Journey, Wilk out of the way as they head towards this left-right section, heading themselves up the hill in terms of the racing. And well, now is just a case to calm yourselves down. The early hour is always going to be the toughest ability here to really make an overtake happen, Jimmy. So when you do get past the opening hour, traffic becomes lighter, it becomes easier, and you get more of an opportunity to get through. We're not hitting dopey hours until, you could say, around hours 13, shall we say, where drivers start to get tired in this. But this is another one of the great advantages in terms of sim racing. You have that ability to have drivers all over the world on different sleeping schedules racing the same car as you, and that can be a huge advantage.
Definitely. I mean, I remember a part of an endurance team that I ran, we always made sure to have an American, so we could have someone who do the later stints for us, and Brits, of course, where it's a bit too difficult for us. But this is what really makes a good driver in endurance racing, the ability to get through traffic cleanly and quickly. Watching Lauren go through there was actually a bit of a treat, because he's very quick and very good through traffic. Of course, as you mentioned, traffic does ebb and flow around here. Towards the start, it'll be quite heavy. It'll then sort of plateau out a little bit, and then get a little bit lighter, then get heavier again. But that's just the way of it. And the ability to sort of read traffic, of course, the people in these cars, the drivers have access to a relative screen, so they get a good idea of where the cars ahead are in terms of them, and sort of plan their moves based on that. But as I said before, traffic is a massive factor in these races, and doesn't necessarily mean the out-and-out quickest will win these races.
GT3 battle there. You can see Ivan Soto's GT Ross is going to lose one, maybe two. Speedworks then will go to the outside for the moment under the Bilstein Bridge. Now looking for the inside, gets close, has to back out of it there. The room wasn't enough there to really make that move commit then. Four-car trainers Iberica just sit very patiently at the back of this and looking for that move around the outside. Thank you very much, says P&D Racing. They make that move pretty much stick in the early goings there. So a very good move then towards the end of 50 minutes in terms of it. And now you start thinking about pit stop strategy with these GT3 cars right now, Cam. They have that ability to come in, make that stop. Soleil's not done under pressure. Adriat Perez now looking to the inside, but again, it doesn't have enough into turn number one.
No, it absolutely does not. So that Speedworks Racing Team Orange car, though, Jorge Flores, he's got to love this, seeing this, because he is just pulling further ahead and further ahead. But for Ivan T. Ferrari, that has got to be a pass. That, as far as it's sort of ironic that the G-Trust SST Silver car of Ivan Sol was the recipient of that pass, because as it's two Ivans fighting each other, I think this is a first for me to see two Ivans on track, let alone racing against each other. But that pass was on the tarmac, and that's an important part. But for that P&D Racing, he's pulling, trying to at least pull a gap. But the G-Trust SST Silver, well, you know what? That was quite the dramatic last lap. So hopefully he can focus in and recover and have a fairly good one, because Adrian Perez, he's the one that is now also trying to get on by. So he's got to be careful to not slip off too far back.
Yeah, that is certainly going to be the key in terms of this one. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that the fourth round of the iRacing.com Grand Prix World Championship Series is live right now from the circuit of Road America. Join Will Vincent and Johnny Simone for that one if you want, or catch it up after the racing is done here on iRacing Live's YouTube as well. That is going to be something key here in terms of the racing going on. First pit stops, though, they have come in and they have been done then by those Kia strategies here right now. And what you have been seeing, though, in terms of the racing that's been going on, Jimmy, is that it is a dominating lead at the moment, I believe, for Torque Freak Racing when all is said and done. Second is now Blackadder Motorsport 66.
Yeah, Mika's putting a bit of a clinic out there. Of course, there are going to be some pit stops to take into account, but saying that, I'm just watching Mika go around now. It looked like he was going to run wide there, coming into the right, coming up the back straight, but just a late entry. The driving a front-wheel drive car is so much more different to driving a rear-wheel drive car. You try and sort of straighten off the corners a little bit more. You try and take things a bit more of a straight line, because the reason why it's so difficult to drive on these cars, you've got 375 horsepower in these Kias, or thereabouts, going through the front wheels, which are also doing the braking, the majority or so, a lot of very frontward brake bias in these cars, also doing all the turning as well, and then add acceleration into that, and the front tyres are just, before long, crying out for mercy, and that's where it requires a very steady right foot and an understanding of how these cars function. But Mika doing a great job out there in that Talk Freak Racing car. I'm sure once as the pit stops are sorted out, they'll be leading again.
Yeah, it might be the case in terms of this one. Also, it is worth noting the number on the pit stop cycle. Actually, it's worth talking about the stints, because it seems to be 4 or 5 laps here, and it probably is the better strategy to go for 5 in terms of them, Cam, mainly because you're doing a lot more in terms of 4 in terms of the racing that's been going on. You look at doing more stops, you spend more time down on pit road, and actually it does hold you up. If you think the strategy isn't going to be key about trying to get that time on new rubber compared to, say, the time on fuel, and I just don't think that that's going to be the case here in terms of the Kias.
Yeah, and we did see a pass there for the 6 car getting past the 36. That's the Team Mad red car getting passed by the Pure Racing Team Kia car. But either way, though, for Michael Schelbach, he's now up front. But yeah, these Kias, it's a bit of a difficult one. It's pretty much one of the only front-wheel drive cars we have in the iRacing service. It's a little bit of an ubiquitous sports car, I have to say, running fairly strongly in the Pirelli World Challenge for quite a couple of years. But not much racing Kia did outside of that with this car. But you know what? It fits right at home here at the Nürburgring in one of the classification slots, because, of course, as we know, the Nürburgring well known for many, many different types and types of cars. Unfortunately, we can't bring every single type of car that we have here in the iRacing service to the Nürburgring 24 hours, because as entertaining as that would be, I don't necessarily know how good of a product that would be. But either way, though, for these Kias, this is definitely going to probably be, I would have to say, the toughest race as far as driving goes, because just having to deal with that front-wheel drive car, I mean, you've really got to deal with all that engine weight on those front wheels, basically nothing in the back, and that car, when you come to corners, it just doesn't necessarily like to follow the pervasive ideals of the steering wheel, and it tends to want to go straight. But either way, these guys are wrangling these cars around, and they're going to at least try to have a fairly good day. But when you're talking 40 plus pit stops, that's going to be exciting.
Certainly is here, and well, you look at this, actually car running wide there was Joni Bachmann of Glacier Racing there, the number 3 machine then. Just getting it a little bit wrong coming out of Ardenor there. Gets lucky that the fact that he doesn't actually tag any Armco. He had about a car's width, maybe a car's width and a half, Jimmy, to save that vehicle, and he just ran a little bit wide. Was very fortunate in the fact that it was a very high bank curb coming out of Ardenor, and he had that ability just to use that to his advantage to slow the car down a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't want to be making mistakes on whatever series you are, but another testament to the Glacier guys is just the skill under the mistake, of course. Managing to get it back up again and get back on the circuit is all part of driving. You're only doing a good job there to avoid the Armco, of course. That's a very scary place to have a crash down there. You're going very quickly, so if you have any sort of off down there, things can go wrong very quickly. But back on, and Glacier running in 5th spot at the moment, doing a pretty good job at the moment, that Glacier car. I mean, they're not quite part of the front pack, but at the moment doing nice consistent lap times, which has always got to be about at this point, and can't be too long to. I'm not quite sure what the fuel tank like in the Mazda, actually.
Well, the Mazda traditionally has been able to do maybe an hour and a half, Cam, as we've been looking at VLN. So it does have that potential to really go long on a stint and become quite an issue for drivers, especially over 4 hours. But over 24, you know, the question becomes, when do you do the short stint? In all these cars, when do you do the short stint? That's going to be the question in terms of the racing here, as we see BAM Esports trying to get past Triple R Racing as Maximilian Benecke tries to make the way past. Are we going to go 3 wide here? Answer is no, but that's the problem with a Kia as well. That can do 170 miles an hour. It's a very, very rapid machine.
Well, that it absolutely is. I mean, these things go extraordinarily quick. We had the Roar before the 24-hour race, and that had the Kias and the Mustangs, and I think the MX-5s, question mark. But the Kias were the fastest cars on the circuit going around that Daytona banking. Looking at the lead in MX-5s, dressed nice in that Team Potato car, and Ahmed Yamin of the GSRC, they are really looking to get this thing hustling and bustling. I think Ahmed Yamin is starting to get a little tired of following behind. He'll back off a little bit, but that's allowed the AGT drivers, BJ Sim Racing car, and even that Team RSO car with that left front damage courtesy of one of those GT3 cars pushing them to the outside. They're starting to bundle themselves all up, and even just looking back a little more, Johnny Bachman and Florian Hoogsville in that Simatalk Esport, they're even, I think, starting to want to close in. But either way, good battling going on in MX-5s.
Yeah, and they both run wide coming out there. I believe there's a little bit of contact potentially between Simatalk there and the team of Glacier Racing. So that was something just to be a little bit concerned about then in the early goings here. As this train of four now will have to negotiate a little bit of lap traffic behind there. That's Jason Bentz, the undercover sim racing car, trying to get back into this race after the issues that we saw earlier. And this is one of the quickest parts of the circuit here. In the MX-5, it's a lot of fourth gear corners here, Jimmy. You're really just trying to throw that vehicle through, and for a car like Undercover Sim Racing, which can go in essence about 30 miles an hour quicker through this section, being held up in this section, not having a clean line to go through, that's going to be really difficult in trying to piece your way around.
As well, I mentioned earlier how the MX-5 handles. The MX-5 handles best with a little bit of a slide, a little bit of a four-wheel slide. Not too much, not enough to warm those tyres up so they don't work anymore, but enough just to get the car rotating. And of course, when you're in a GT3 car coming through, when all your grip is made through downforce and sort of traction, and you come across a car that's sort of sliding through the corners, and it makes it very difficult to overtake as a GT3, but it does mean, of course, that, like we said before, this is where I think the most crashes are going to happen in terms of traffic between the GT3 and the MX-5, but it requires an understanding of how each car works. And in sim racing, we are very lucky that we have the opportunity to drive every car at a circuit before getting into a race, and I think that as part of the faster class, you should really do that. It's a really good learning experience to get an idea of where to lap.
And here's through to Stefan Beloff S then, heading towards there. Very difficult then for the Donkey Troop then to try and get themselves through. And I believe we should have a headlight flashing award here at RaceSpot TV. I wonder if we could get that one passed through for the team that flashes their headlights the most and trying to deal with either A, lap traffic, or B, trying to make moves. Of course, flashing of the headlights is a very good strategy ploy in terms of a distraction at times when you're dealing with battles, Cam. Sometimes it can be just enough of a distraction to try and put a car wide. I think the biggest key when we saw that was the first ever 24 Hours of Le Mans, and when I was seeing Mitchell de Jong do that in his HPD, trying to get past, I believe it was Friction Racing who was trying to get past Marcus Hamilton.
Yeah, and very notoriously, somebody once keyed the flashing headlights to their gas pedal. So every time they were on the gas pedal, it was flashing their headlights. I think, thankfully, we have seen that come to a stop. Yeah, either way, though, I was surprised that, first of all, GT3 drivers we're going to see pass for the lead going down the stretch of the Dotner Ho and the MX-5s, the 07 car getting passed by that GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports car. But you saw that GT3 car wait patiently, turn after turn after turn. He wasn't hustling, he wasn't flashing his headlights, he wasn't, get out of my way. He made his way through, and that's exactly what you really should be doing as a GT3 driver. But here we are going up, finishing the Dotner Ho, and Ahmed Yamin is now going to be leading your MX-5 cars.
And that's exactly what's needed to happen here. And, well, we are now heading to a stage where the pit stop window is coming into effect right now. We have already seen, I believe that's Vendaval Sim Racing White who have already come down onto the lane here. So that's an early one here. They didn't manage to make the hour. They were close, but they weren't close enough, Jimmy, to make that hour. And that is key in terms of how their strategy comes into play.
It does, of course. As a team, you want to try and have the hours. It makes it very easy for you to work out your strategy from there. But at this point, there's going to have to be another stop on top of that. Maybe another driver in the car, be a little bit more frugal with the gas pedal around here. But at the moment, you're coming in a little bit early. And it's not too big of a deal right now, of course. And I wanted to very quickly go back to traffic about the GT3 waiting for the MX-5 around here now. The GT3 would have lost time. That's just how it is. You lose time in traffic sometimes. That's how it is. But taking those risks, lap in, lap out over 24 hours, one of the occasions, and it only takes one occasion, the luck is going to run out, there's going to be contact, and the race is going to be changed from that point, from your sort of optimum run. So I think as a GT3, it's a little bit better just to wait and be patient and then get through. We said before so many times, it's a 24-hour race. It's a very long race. You don't understand how long 24 hours is until you're there driving and doing a race, trust me. Yeah, there's no point taking these unnecessary risks. So I think we'll probably see that as the race goes on, people sort of calm down a bit and get into their grooves. I think we'll see the lapping calm down a bit as well, and hopefully no more incidents between classes.
Hopefully that won't be the case here, but for the moment, ladies and gentlemen, we are just going to step aside for a couple of moments, and when we do, we got Trinity Motorsports here in this very nice battle here with Momentum Endurance, the 109 versus the 46. So let's get it on board then with the 46 machine just for the moment. This is RaceBot TV Fan Immersion. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. The battle that you were just seeing there was Trinity Motorsports there versus Momentum Endurance, when the battling was continuing on in terms of the racing action that had been going on. You can see they're heading themselves down the Dossinger Ho, but we are in the middle here of the GT3 cycle, and what we've just seen coming out of pit road is a certain little Pure Racing Team Blue machine there. Maximilian Benecke has done his pit stop and done very well actually on his pit stop when all is said and done. I believe there is nobody else out on circuit who has managed to go that extra lap when all is said and done. So for the time being, leader of this race, you can classify still though as your Pure Racing Team Blue machine. So they've done a sensational job, but look further back in terms of the field then. You see Vendaval are just holding on to second then in terms of the racing here. And well, you know, now is going to be the case to be made of who can get themselves going and who can continue itself into play. Porsche's actually also coming down in. So the likes of Lauren Heinrich is down in on the lane. You look at the likes of Moritz Lohner trying to make it. So very early stops then, you could say, as I just see a car miss its pit box. That's Race 4 Cat Motorsport Black, who's just managed to ever so slightly miss their pit box then in terms of the racing going on. But good morning, good evening, good afternoon to whoever is watching us right now. I am hashtag Do You Mind Jake Sperry here, joined alongside by Mr. Cameron Walsh and by Mr. Jimmy Broadbent. And Jimmy, we've had a scare in the opening hour of this event, but it's been a very, very solid opening hour from most of the teams. We haven't seen too many retirements here. If anything, we've only seen one or two cars fall into the pitfalls and the traps that are here.
Indeed, yes. And again, welcome if you're just joining the broadcast now. You've missed the first hour, but plenty more to go. And yeah, as we said at the start of the race, it's a little bit, it's a tricky one to get going. You've got 58 cars taking to circuit at once, of course, and all trying to get round. And getting to the rhythm is very important at any circuit, let alone the Nordschleife. So teams are doing that now, getting our first pit stops underway from the majority of the cars and fields. The Masters still yet to stop. They're going to be going a little bit longer. But really impressed by the PRT driver of Maximilian Benecke being that quick and then still saving a lap of fuel. Very, very good driving by him so far. And that's what we need to see. We need to see a good mix of speed and consistency as well as saving that fuel. That's what endurance racing is all about, and what makes it the most interesting racing format, in my opinion.
Heroism number one then of the day then. Call it the 24 hours. Why don't we know? It's 24 hours on Nürburgring then as we continue on forward in terms of the racing. If you do want to keep track of the spareisms, I don't quite have a website for that one, but I'm sure someone will be able to keep count with all the action over the day. Of course, we're not just the only broadcasters here trying to do yourself the action, because when you look at the situations as well, we also have Spanish broadcasting available with our good friends over at Marca. You can check them out as well in terms of going things, or you can stick with us here for the British broadcast. That is always going to be an option. So we'll have some great battles going on in terms of this. Team Mad Red versus Boosted Red Cam. This is a battle going on in your Kia field.
Yeah, the Kias have been, well, honestly, the Kias have been surprisingly all a bit put together, as Zoe the Race Spot Dog is letting us know that she, in fact, also likes the Kias, which is not any surprise there. But either way, minus your leader, the Kias are fairly packed together. And for your leader, Torque Freak Racing of Mika Aishis, it is really far ahead of Stefan Ovengard in the Blackadder Motorsport. And then after that, everyone kind of just glams back together in the Kias. Most of these guys have had a pit stop. Well, everyone here has already had a pit stop. But it has been basically about 32 minutes was our first pit stops in the Kias, and that is massively concerning for a lot of parties involved, because when you can't even make, you can barely make half of an hour, that's 2 pit stops an hour, and well, 24 hours, that's not hard to do the math there, but either way, yeah, Kias are plugging along, I have to say. Haven't had too much worry as far as traffic goes, but the GTs are coming.
GTs are coming in certainly that sort of sense. So now you look at your MX5 category as well. They're having this great battle going on here in terms of the racing, and it's actually now Team RSO who have managed to pull out that little bit of gap with AGT. I was wondering whether there has been any form of an incident or something, or whether they've all come down onto lane, because that GSRC Turn 2 motorsports car is now running a little bit further behind, and we actually do have a car on pit road there, and that is the Team Potato Machine, who has come down of its own accord. So now the MX-5s are deciding it's time to make those stops here. And, well, you know, now you're looking at what's going on in terms of this one, Cam. It's now Stelly and Chepelewski who's trying to get behind the wheel of that one. So, you know, now Team Potato, they've got a really, really solid driver in Chepelewski.
Yeah, they will, and the MX-5s are abound there. There is racing on the track. It is the 545, and the, well, that's, of course, more MX-5 action. I shouldn't be surprised at all when I see numbers. But, well, actually, who didn't come into the pits then? Pretty much everyone minus Team Potato and GSRC didn't come into the pits, and for Ahmed Yaman, actually, he has fallen well behind, so quite not sure what has happened to Ahmed Yaman, but he is now behind the AGT, the Team RSO, the Glacier Racing, and the Simitok car, so something has happened there. I will at least investigate what happened to Ahmed Yaman, and then you guys can figure out the rest here, but that's a bit surprising when you see a GT leader. I guess that's part of the dealing with 50-plus cars on track, is you find somebody, and you know, wait a second, what's happened there?
Yeah, that does seem to be the case around here, is that sometimes you don't quite have enough eyes in the sky to make something happen, so you're always looking around, you're always trying to see exactly who's run into an issue and who hasn't run into issues. So you can look at the likes here of, say, your leaders as things stands. I think we're just about available to go through a rundown of your classes here, so we'll try and get that for you here as we have passed the hour mark in terms of the racing right now. And as far as things stand then in terms of racing going on, it is Maximilian Beneke who holds the lead with Pure Racing Team Blue. They hold the advantage. They round themselves a couple of cars battling then in the early stages. Second at the moment is Vendaval Sim Racing White, Juani Lopez behind the wheel. And third position overall, well, currently is not the MSP Phoenix Racing 69. It is more rather, when you look at things, that GT Ross SST Orange machine. And it is Alex Arana behind the wheel of that one. Fourth position overall when you're looking at the battling going on, I believe, is Pure Racing Team Black. Fifth place then is going to go to the MSP Phoenix Racing 24. Actually, scratched that, they switched positions. Sixth position then is not Hoytzenveld Engineering here. It's very difficult when you have cars that are trying to go a lap down here and there. And the racing is very, very difficult in terms of the early going, because we will get a more clarified situation when they next cross the line. But Cam, you found the incident.
Yes, I have. So Ahmed Yaman, he was all plompsing around. They had actually just gone onto the Nordschleife from the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. You go up that left uphill, and then you go past the Alarmco barrier, and then you just have that first little downhill turn. Well, he clipped that very high sausage barrier, and that really unsettled the car. I think it actually even put it out of gear. He might have been trying to shift during that process. But he was very slow, and the Team Potato car had no issues making that corner, and going about 20 mile-an-hour faster, has decided to park into the rear of the GSRC car, sent him around, and sent the Team Potato car into the Armco. I don't think Dries was expecting the car to be that slow, but either way, both the Ahmed Yaman car and the Team Potato car picking up some damage there, and actually, Ahmed Yaman that's where he ended up coming behind that Simitok Esport car, is about where he finally came up to speed. Now, looking at the Simitok Esport car on live pictures, the entire front clip is entirely missing from that 545. What has happened to that?
An issue. That's the first thing that you could say about that one. You don't want to...
This is what I'm talking about, Jake. You literally take your eyes off for 1 second. You're just trying to...
that's not a good one. I found it here. It was an instant with Glacier Racing, and it's a huge tank slapper on the run into Arenberg. And well, for Simitok, Florent Hooverville just running into a lot of issues there through that corner. It's a left-hander that heads in between the right there for the 545 machine. Caught it on screen. That's a very scary incident at very high speeds.
That's a very good thing there wasn't oncoming traffic, because that car got thrown right back into the track there. And yeah, he stood the car. I mean, if that Glacier car wasn't there, he obviously wouldn't have had that many more issues. Maybe he would have, but yeah, going side by side over that hump, there was a little hump just after the crest of the hill, and that unsettled the car. That's a massive incident for Florian Hoogville, and very unfortunate. That Simmental Esport car was running extraordinarily well up until that point.
Again, with a little bit more clarification now, that is not the incident that would have been wanted, but we do have ourselves then just how everyone is standing in terms of the racing at the moment. Pure Racing Team Blue holds the advantage then here by over half a minute now. So a very good stint then, a very good early stop. So maybe they're not taking tyres, maybe they're taking a little bit less fuel in this early going. Vendaval Sim Racing White in second, GT Ross SST Orange is in third. And it's Precon Racing then in fourth position overall. MSP Phoenix Racing 24 in fifth. Sixth at the moment is the Pure Racing Team Black. PND Racing is seventh, and eighth currently is the Iberica Racing Team. Ninth in class then, as you look, is GT Ross SST Silver. 10th overall then will be Fitstyle Motorsports. And then you look further down the likes of Revolution Sim Racing, German Sim Racing.de now heading onto the lane. OZNZ Sim Racing then, Martin Hallinan behind the wheel then getting through, and Race for Cat Motorsport Black then just making a move down the inside and making that one look very, very comfortable in terms of the racing right now. Jimsorg Rennsport has run into issues and is quite a ways back, about half a lap then off the pace as things stand here. But Jimmy, I believe you're back with us, and I believe you have the Porsche right on.
I do indeed. We'll go down to the Porsche as it is now. Currently leading the way is Lauren Hendricks, still in that PR Team Cup car. Fantastic start from them so far, leading the way in the 73 car. Second is a Husqvarna Motorsports car. Of course, Husqvarna, a team that's synonymous with high-level racing, so don't count them out just yet. Team RSO, third place in the 297 car, and followed closely by the number 46 Trinity Motorsport car. And then fifth, we have the Wave Drive Revolution car, number 2, currently driven by David Greco, the very famous name in sim racing. Then in sixth, we have Momentum Endurance, the 109 car. Seventh, we have Evolution Racing Team in the 026 car. And eighth is, I think, my favourite team name so far, the 777 Will Vincent Fan Club Team Yellow. We like pizza and racing.
They certainly do here, and of course the Donkey Troop and also SimRC.de Kiwi are still running around here in terms of the racing going on. Cam, you have Kias.
Yes, the Kias. We're having it's a fairly straightforward from the last update. The Torque Freak racing car of Mika Eichwitz, well, he's sailing ahead. Let me actually get the full timing screen. Up here, I want to see the exact gap. 43 seconds to the Pure Racing Team Kia, and over a minute to third positioned the Boost Ted Red. And then the Team Mad Red in fourth, and then you've got BAM Esport. They're running in fifth. They actually have that Team Heisenwald Engineering GT3 car, actually splitting them on the timing and scoring. So that Team Heisenwald Engineering recovering from that one lap down. So they had that 15-minute pit stop right off the bat. So they've got plenty of time to make their days up. But they're right back to your Kias, your Blackadder Motorsport 66, your Amarty Racing Team, your RR Racing is in there, as well as your Tryhards. And actually, some of these cars are coming down pit road already.
Yeah, you've seen that's their second stop here, and we are only about an hour 15 already into this event. So, you know, you look at this hour 15, hour 20, that's not ideal for quite a few of these drivers to try and get themselves through. It's also worth talking about the racing that is going on also in your MX5 category. AGT hold the advantage then overall from what seems to be at the moment second place in the form of Team RSO. Third currently is Glacier Racing with the GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports machine there in fourth. Q&M Hawk is there very quietly in fifth, with Crown Racing, Dirk Federman there in sixth, with Pit Demon seventh, and Black Star Racing in eighth. The 82 is absolutely dominating here. And Jimmy, you've been looking at that 82 machine, that Torque Freak racing car. That's Mika Eshouse behind the wheel. And for Mika Eshouse, you know, he did come in early here, but I believe he's on a 5-lap stint this time by, and he is really trying to make that car work for him. Maybe he's just found something that everyone else has been unable to do right now.
absolutely wringing the neck of that Kia. You wouldn't think it's front wheel drive for a second. The way it's turning in, that rear end must be very light on the back. Of course, you try and set up the rear end usually with quite a stiff anti-roll bar to compensate for the front end of the car sort of not doing what you wanted to, but he is right at home here, watching him just bounce off the curbs left and right, completely is in such a groove right now. And this is where every driver wants to be in these races, just blinkers on, all you're focusing on is in the next corner and getting through it in one piece, and him just coming onto Dotting and Ho now just for this last section of right hands, which is actually very challenging to get right most of the time, but perfection through there, absolute neat and tidy exit, almost runs to the grass on the outside but doesn't quite touch it, and now down the Dotting and Ho. Now getting a good run out of that corner is actually quite important, because any speed you lose down out of the last right hander coming onto the back straight there, you carry it all the way down the straight, but that's not an issue here for Mika as well. And these Kias aren't any slouches in a straight line. He's going to hit nearly 270 kilometers an hour by the end of this acceleration zone, so very fast in a front wheel drive car, faster than I'd want to go, I think, in a front wheel drive car.
Certainly is, and you can see now moves to the right hand side under the Bilstein Bridge into left hander, does that Torque Freak racing machine there of Mika S. House. Just a couple of corners to go, then this left, then this right. Expect this car to come down to lane. Huge drift there as he tries to hit himself onto the brakes. Certainly not taking any liberties at all with this vehicle then. Expect the car to pull off right then, as we do expect it to come down in. It will. So Mika S. House then making that pit stop here, Cam, for what is the race leader in your Kia Optima class.
And you have to wonder, perhaps, is Mika going to stay in the car? Will they hand it over to David Barraclough, Jake Robson, or George Gruber as they are coming in? Now, you might see different oddities in the pit stop. Yep, Mika Ishis is getting out of his Kia as they're going to be putting the work on it right now. It's a red helmet with white stripes. It's George Gruber. The number 82 car is going to be hopping into that Torque Freak racing car as they're getting that service all set and set away. Now, the pit stop itself is going to be lengthy, and this is why. Because you've got a guy with a rattle gun out there right now. He's trying to hit all 5 lugs with an actual jack, and then the actual fuel filler is in fact not necessarily a whole fueling system. There's no rig. It's really a dude with a jug throwing the fuel in the back of that Torque Freak Racing Kia. And as such, it's going to be a while for them to get that thing set up and squared away. But for George Gruber, he's going to be taking over that Kia with a massive lead. And I'm sure the other Kias are going to be coming into pits behind him. Now, we've got so many cars. The point I was trying to make earlier, we've got so many cars on pit lane. You might see them double stacking and even triple stacking in some cases because we're trying to cram as many cars as we want here. And I am so very happy for that.
Yeah, we certainly are. We have seen a spin, though, for what is the 114 machine. A self-spin there for GT Ross SST Silver. That's Gaston Flores then behind the wheel, just trying to get back up to speed again in terms of the racing action there. And, well, that's not a place that you want to be making a spin. There was a little bit unsettled and had the car turn around on him there, Jimmy. And just clipping the wall. SST Silver have been taking a few extra risks, shall we say, in the opening hours. They have changed drivers, though, and that's a different driver trying to get used to the car.
Yes, it's a very difficult space around there to try and clip the car up. I mean, Gaston actually did a pretty good job not to hit the wall harder. He did a little bit of contact with the wall there, but after that, trying to get back round again, trying to get into the point where he can actually get onto the circuit safely. That was the most challenging thing. He just about managed it in the end, but he's back up and running now. But that's the last thing you want to see going through there, because it's sort of unsighted. You come through there in any of the classes, you're going to see a car in the middle of the road, and your immediate instinct is just to hammer the brakes, but that usually ends up in a lock-up. So that's where you get the reactions coming into play. But luckily no more incidents through there, and yeah, that GT SST Silver car, you see now in a straight line, the Porsche going straight past it in a straight line now. That's how damaged that car is, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see him come in this lap.
There's an 18km/h difference on the straight between that GT Ross SST Silver machine and Matthias Schroger in the Trinity Motorsports Porsche 911. That just shows you how much damage there is if you're 20 km/h slower down the Dottinger Ho. We'll see if GT Ross will stay out here. It's not necessarily the bad decision to stay out in terms of the racing here. You can see it will stay out here because if it comes down and does it on a regular fuel stop, they stay in sync with everything that's going on here, Cam. If they come down now and try and make it all work, you know, they're going to run into a few issues as Speedworks Racing and Hoytzenveld Engineering both come out of pit road.
Yeah, pit lane, a very busy place. You've got some MX-5s getting work done. You've got some the GT cars, and of course those Kias that just came right on through, as well as your Porsches. Which case, I just looked over to the side. I see the Polar Bear is on Matthias Schoger's number 46 Trinity Motorsports car. I did not realize that the Polar Bear was emblazoned on that car. Once again, very happy to see that. The G-Tross SST Silver car, which has seen, I would have to say, better days. That 114 looking to get by that Porsche. Now, these are two different classifications of cars as they get so very close to nipping each other, but these are two different classifications, and wouldn't you believe it, Jake, is that originally when GT3 came about in, was it 2006, 2007-ish, the GT3 cars were set to the speed that Porsche that you see behind that Audi now is. So now you can see just how big of a development it has been since those early days of GT3 to where we're landing now.
It certainly is. It's fantastic to see just how much the development has been going on. I do want to pay attention, though, to the very, very front of the field as Maximilian Benecke, as I just try and see him there, gets held up heavily by the Pit Demons GT, almost running into the back there as he heads up the hill looking towards Bergwerk in just about one corner's time. The difference is 32 seconds here, and when we were looking at terms of the racing, it didn't look like a 32-second gap when they came down in. They made about 20 seconds in the stop here, Jimmy. Now, there's two ways they could have gone. Either A, they've gone for the no tyre call, or B, they've gone for the no driver switch call. And the no driver switch call is incorrect because Juani Lopez is still behind the wheel. So you have to say, Pure Racing Team, they probably haven't taken tyres in the early stint.
It does seem that way at the moment. We'll keep an eye on what their lap times are like, but it's very noticeable very early on as to whether tyres have been taken or not, because the lap time is usually seconds slower around here, and then you have to sort of try and think, okay, am I going to lose, basically the time it would take to change tyres over the course of a stint? That's how you work it out. But just watching, I think they actually passed the position there. The 109 car goes past the 2 car, I think, in our Porsche. That was David Greco making a mistake coming on to the Nordschleife proper, as we call it, which is very rare to see a mistake from David Greco. That was your number 2 and 109 car. But yeah, it's that spreadsheet simulator. Luckily, you have people on the pit wall usually to go and sort of figure that out for you. But we'll see how it carries out. Keep an eye on their times and see if it's worthwhile or not taking tyres.
Certainly will there, David Greco, making a mistake there for the Wave Driving Revolution. Of course, David Greco, a lot of respect in the sim racing community for a driver of his ability. Maybe iRacing not his platform of choice normally, but certainly is driving there. So I've just seen a car off, actually, down at, I believe that's Arenberg. That's Hoyksingveld Engineering's Christian Cluett there. That has just made that mistake. That's the number 4 machine then, and that is completely on his own in terms of how he's done that. So he heads up towards Arenberg there. He's just come through Prats. He's got this left-hand section then of the circuit, just trying to piece together exactly what's happened. He has clipped the curb a little bit, and when he gets onto the brakes, he just goes in way too deep and actually hits the Armco on the outside there, Cam. So for Hoyksingveld Engineering, the race goes from bad to worse as he now heads through Ardenur Force.
Yeah, and it's been a day already, I have to say. That could be the easiest part of that, but for Christian Kaiwit and that Heisenveld the engineering car, actually, there's multiple Heisenveld core engineering cars, isn't there? But either way, at least there's the GT back there with Christian Kaiwit as he's working his way through the Kias. And Jake, that is whom we were discussing, yes? Because I know there are quite a couple of Heisenveld cars out there.
Yeah, there are a couple of Hoyksingveld cars out here, and well, you look at Hoyksingveld Engineering being one in terms of that. Well, for Hoyksingveld, they have their own dedicated team. They have teams that sponsor it, like Hoyksingveld Core Motorsports as well. Moritz Lohaner behind the wheel here, Jimmy. And, they're still second in class, and they've been doing a very good job. But, the normality is resumed here with Pure Racing Team Cup. Lauren Heinrich, an ADAC Formula 4 driver for this season, a driver who every time we've come to the Nürburgring in the Porsche has completely decimated the field, and to put 10 seconds on Moritz Lochner is no slouch at all. That's just how good Lauren Heinrich has been in the early goings of this race.
Every time I've gone to have a look at the that PRT car go around, it's just looked so solid. There's been no hint of oversteering that car. Lauren just seems to be in total control. And through traffic as well, I mentioned earlier, he just seems so sharp through traffic, and there's definitely a difference between being decisive and being aggressive. And Lauren is definitely the former. He lets the car in front knows what he's doing nice and early and makes up time that way too. Because you can be the fastest guy in the world, but if you aren't good through traffic, especially at a track like the Nordschleife, you are not going to be competing for those top 3, top 4 positions. But Lauren here putting on a complete clinic in that PRT car. A great start for them so far in this race.
Yeah, very good start in terms of the racing going on, and we have had a little bit of word that some bloke called Paul Smith is heading into Team Mad Red. Of course, Paul Smith has been doing some broadcasting for us here at RaceSpot TV, has been part of RaceSpot Race Day that you've been seeing in the first 2 rounds of those being the Porsche Carrera Super Cup and also what has been the Formula Renault 2.0 Sim Cup. So some bloke called Paul Smith then dropping himself in for that, then that will be something very useful to see, and of course was a former VLM broadcast. So we'll keep an eye on Team Mad Red and their adventure in 4th place as things stand. PND Racing, Ivan Ferrari then will be looking to try and make a way through then. It's a difficult place to make the move, and he's just about going to be able to do it there. Quite tight squeeze there, shall we say, Cam, but made it through nevertheless.
Yeah, my goodness. Also, just an odd note, the amount of cars that are completely yellow with a little bit of black and then red mirrors is got to say I've seen at least 5 or 6 of them. Why the red mirrors and the yellow body? I don't know. I think I missed a memo, but either way, Dennis Melchert is bringing that 36 down the Dotnerhoe, a very lonely Dotnerhoe actually, which if you look just a little bit further up the track though, you see there's some MX-5s, the Team Potato car, the Sloth Nom squad, and actually looking at the Team Potato car, very, very far down the order there. I think that they had some suspension damage that they needed to get fixed, or at least something that they had to get fixed, as Stellan Chipolevsky is out and about on that Team Potato car. It was working so very well earlier on in this race, but that incident with that GSRC car has just spoiled that one so far. But as we all know, many, 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 many hours remain in this race.
They certainly do. Pure Racing Team Kia have come in. Michael Shellback will stay behind the wheel, and it's going to be a little bit difficult for different cars. Team Mad Red has come down in onto lane. Boost Ted has also down onto lane as John Roberts, a driver that we see in the Synology GT3 Championship, gets behind the wheel. But actually what is surprising is actually seeing in that Team Potato car a driver of Stellan Chepelevsky here, Jimmy, because you talk about Chepelevsky as a driver. He is a driver with around 7,000-8,000 iRating, but what's even more surprising about the way that he drives and how he drives is the fact that he is more known as a Kia driver than anything else, as he now looks to try and chase down Joe Peak of the GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports. You know, Chepelevsky has a lot of talent, and going to an MX-5 is maybe quite surprising for the Kia field, especially seeing as a driver of his standard in a Kia is not racing in a Kia.
Definitely, I mean, and you'd think that it would be an easy choice, go drive the Kia, drive the car you're fast in. But of course, again, as I said earlier, this could be just a race for fun at this point. It's always cool to mix it up, of course. The Kia and the MX-5 are 2 vastly different handling cars. Less power in the MX-5, but a lot more of a oversteery sort of combination, especially with this newer model of MX-5. This is nowhere near as planted as the last one was, so maybe just fancy a change of scenery, of course. And even though this isn't front-wheel drive, you don't get to have 7,000 or 8,000 iRating without being quick, full stop. So I'll be interested to see what we can do with the MX-5 as his stint continues.
Yeah, you're going to see here, they pull over to the right-hand side. They let through Iberica Racing Team. That's Christian Quintanewski then behind the wheel of that one and doing a very good job. I've seen Quintanewski around, Cam, driving around in a Seat Leone. He's been doing a very good job of taking that opportunity. And that's something that actually has to be brought into mind with sim racing. The fact that you can use this as a tool to really develop your real-world racing skills. I know countless drivers, at least 10 to 15 at least, who have a driver. And in this field, that's at least the 3rd or 4th driver who's got a real-world seat doing this 24-hour race.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise there. It's the best way, I have to say, not just to learn the track. You can learn the track pretty much in any sim that has it on their service. Of course, the iRacing one faithfully recreated, and I think pretty much from what I have heard all around the world from both real-world drivers and all of the sim aficionados that this is probably what would be considered the most accurate out of those that are about and out. But you get an experience here that you don't normally get to get anywhere else, and that is every single car on track is piloted by a different person of a different skill set, a different type of car, with a different car setup, and a different point in their stint. And that is super important because you don't get that anywhere else other than here on the iRacing service, and I think that's pretty dandy. But you get that experience of dealing with other human beings, that unpredictability of it, that they're dealing perhaps with a little bit of damage and they can't take the corner like they normally would, so you have to adjust to their lines. The amount of experience I think that anyone can get here, as we're looking at the 333 and the 20 car, as they're continuing their fight in the MX-5s. That, of course, is the Pit Demons car, which we saw have a little bit of an issue going into an Armco when the leaders first went on by, and that Crown Racing car, Dirk Fetterman Crown Racing, of course, a mainstay in VLN racing, and I'm pretty sure even I've seen the Pit Demons in VLN racing before. So 2 veterans coming through, and here comes the P&G racing car of Ivan T. Ferrari working on through. There's the headlights, excuse me gentlemen, beep beep, and he'll hopefully get on through and everything will be nice and dandy.
Yeah, everything nice and dandy. That's going to be the case of what they want here, and round the outside. Thank you very much, says Ivan Ferrari. He makes that position count. So Pit Demons versus Crown Racing here. I believe Crown Racing was a team that managed to get a victory in the VLN last time out in terms of the MX-5 category. So certainly has a lot of heritage here. They certainly have quite a few drivers in the VLN, or quite a few teams even, that can certainly produce the results when all is said and done. You know, you look at how all the fields opening up. One battle that is closing down, though, is Pure Racing Team Blue versus Vendaval Sim Racing White, battle for the overall lead, because that gap came down, Jimmy, by about 2 seconds last lap. Whether that's down to traffic or whether that is down to a situation where Juani Lopez is quicker, that is to be made. But, you know, when they're doing about 10 laps, 20 seconds to be caught is one thing here. It's another thing when you can hold that advantage and make the tyre call work in your favour.
Indeed, and of course we do have to take into account, as you said, traffic is a factor around here, and as I said earlier on, it ebbs and flows. Some laps you have a perfect lap, you can put in your best lap time in the race. Other laps, every time you get to a fast corner where the GT3s have an advantage over Kia or over the Mazda, for example, and even the Porsche, sometimes you just have to wait, and it kills you as a driver, because as a racing driver you want to go quick, all the time. When you have to then wait on the throttle behind a slower class, you don't realise how slow they're going until you have to wait. So that could be the case here. But Juani Lopez, yeah, running a bit quicker last lap. It'll be good to see what their lap times are across this time by, and see if he is consistently quicker. But at this point, Max has got a bit of time. He hasn't got to worry too much. And of course, we're not even 2 hours into this race yet, so it doesn't matter so much about position right now. But Max will be aware. He'll be aware of where Juani Lopez is, because his team will be telling him on the radio as well. So never count out any of these drivers or any of these teams to not be aware fully of what's going on.
Certainly is here. We do have a driver waiting for interview right now in the form of Jack Stiles. Jack hasn't got into the car yet, but part of Fitzstein Motorsports. Jack, it's nice to see you here, buddy. You got Sam Fitzpatrick, your good old friend, in the machine. You're currently sitting 11th overall, 9th in class. How are you feeling?
We haven't crashed yet. Good positive start for Nordschleife usually.
Normally is here, and well, you know, you do have 2 cars ahead of you, those 2 cars being those Porsche 911s that you see ahead. How difficult is it for drivers in the GT3 category, knowing that there's not much disparity between themselves and the GT3 911s?
Yeah, we've obviously had a little bit of trouble with back markers. The 303 was holding Sam up for the first few laps of the race. We obviously cleared him, of course. We got past him, and he's been pulling away from him very slowly. I think we took a very different strategy to everyone else in the pit stops, because we didn't take any tyres. We went fuel only, and we gained 4 positions because of that. So that's definitely the strategy we're going to be using later on in the race. But yeah, I mean, the 911s have been funny so far, because obviously the lap times of the really quick guys who are in with us, the sort of lower end GT3s, so it's going to be an interesting race to see how they all pan out.
It certainly will be, and of course you're looking to get finishing first as a big idea. Maybe attrition rate will come into play. Are you seeing yourself maybe getting yourself around the top 10, maybe even a top 5 if you're lucky?
I hope so. I mean, Sam has been known as the master of the Nordschleife in the team since we started racing in VLN last year. So he's definitely quick here. We've got Phil Morton as well, who I don't know whether the livery's working now, but he created a fantastic livery for this weekend. So thanks to him for that. He's very quick around here as well. And Mike the Unison, who is going to be very quick during the night. He's not here at the moment. We would have had him start otherwise, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to watch, and I think we could be challenging. I hope we're going to challenge for higher positions than we are at the moment.
Certainly will here, and well, that is the man of Jack Styles then, who's joined us for a couple of races beforehand there for the Fitstein Motorsports car. We do have one more driver then waiting for his view. Cam, I'll let you take this one. It's Amjad Yaman from GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports.
Yes, the MX-5s has been a fairly exciting race so far. Ahmed Yaman, you've pretty much been involved in the lead fight for the entirety of the race, just climbing out of that Miata after about an hour and 30 minutes of running. You've pretty much had the whole swath of the racing right now. You had that clean track at the start when everyone was nice and tight. You ended up getting right on through with all that lap traffic, and then when the GT3 cars came on through, that happened, and then of course there was the incident with the Team Potato cars. So a fairly involved first hour and 30 minutes to start GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports 24 Hours of the Nürburgring.
Yeah, a little more excitement than I would have wished, especially involving Team Potato, which, you know, I have to put my hand up. That was all my fault. Apparently, the MX-5, the suspension is made out of basketball, so if you spike the curve really hard, it won't stop bouncing. So I couldn't get back on the power, which meant that Dries had nowhere to go, and bad situation. I feel really bad for my team and for Team Potato.
Yeah, but either way, you've ended up coming and recovering. You're just ahead of the Glacier Racing car that you've been with. Yeah, the Team Potato car, unfortunately, I believe had ended up picking up that suspension damage, so they had to work on that. But either way, can I just I throw this to you that perhaps the MX-5s I would consider are the craziest of the drivers here today. You've got an H-Box, you've got basically a stock car, and you're sitting here and there's Porsches and GT3 cars that are closing at you guys in rates that I can't even imagine. You're going to do this for 24 hours?
Well, that's the plan. It's definitely difficult with the speed difference and dealing with all of that, but even with the damage, if you get to pick up a little bit of damage, it's hard to get it fixed in the pits. So it's all about keeping the car clean, which I didn't really do, but but that's the plan going forward, is to make sure we don't have what happened to me at the beginning.
Yeah, as they're going too wide into corner number 1 of the GT, trying to deal with this multi-class environment. I don't really think you guys have seen the Kias yet. I do see a couple in the background. Actually, I think that might be your leader, George Gruber, the Torque Freak Racing. So just as we're saying, the Kias are starting to close in. But what is the thought process you have to have being a leading MX-5 car when you're trying to close in on people and you're trying to also cycle traffic through?
It's like playing hockey in the street. If a car comes by, everyone yells "curve," get out of the way, and then hope they pass you as quick as possible, then get back into it.
Yeah, and it can take a bit of production, sometimes a bit of luck almost, but either way. Ahmed, anyone that you would like to give a shout out to before we let you get back to the GSRC pits?
Yeah, big shout out to the team, Sean, Jake, Joe, Michael, James. I'm sure I'm missing someone. Thanks to the rest of the GSRC crew, and thanks to you guys for broadcasting this today. I mean, fantastic job.
Of course, we're happy to do it. Thanks very much for hopping in the booth with us. Good luck in your continued effort in the MX-5s. You guys are nuts, and for that, my hat is off to you. And so we wish you guys the very best going forward.
All right, thanks, buddy.
And yeah, with that, Jake, the MX-5s still looking fairly good, but after that kerfluffle, they've been a little bit separated, so hopefully we can spend a little bit of time focusing on other cars.
A little bit separated, but by the same volition they've not. They've just gone through their first stint on pit stops, and it is dominant lead then for AGT. Alejandro Sanchez now behind the wheel and taking control of that. Team Potato back up into second, though. Glacier Racing, though, making the gains in third, with GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports fourth. And now it's Tobias Journey behind the wheel for Team RSO in fifth. So top 5 still not too much of a gap there in terms of the racing. But again, as we were looking at that gap at the front of the field and thinking that gap was going to close down, the reality of the situation is that gap has opened up. Maximilian Beneke, an 8-minute 12.629, a lot quicker than the 8-minute 14 we just seen from Juani Lopez. Beneke is flying right now, Jimmy.
Yeah, as we said, I think maybe there was a little bit of just bad traffic for him in that case, but he's back up running again, another 2 seconds there, and of course, again, the Vendaval guys will be very much aware of that and aware of the pace they've got. Everyone at this point is just trying to run their own race. Of course, you want to be the person to come home first when the checkered flag drops, but up until the last hour or so, it's just preparation for that. You've got to be in it to win it, as my favourite phrase for endurance racing. So you can go as hard as you want now, maybe put in the best 6 hours of your life, but if then 6 hours, 30 minutes you bid it, you aren't going to be in with a chance to win at the end. So Max is doing what he knows best, just putting his eyes forward and just going as quick as he can whilst keeping safe. At this point, he is quicker than that 13 car.
Yeah, he is at the moment, and it comes down to the fact of everyone's now just got to hold themselves in position right now. I'm seeing a battle here out on the road right now. This is Guillaume Radicon here for the BAM Esports 69 machine, trying to get to the 040 here of John Roberts of Boost Ted Red here. So it's a battle going on for, I believe, 5th place in your Kia category right now, and well, John Roberts, he is a driver, Cam, who does have a good ability to defend. You don't often see him towards the front of the field, but he does a job, and he does the job very well. Sometimes it's not about how quick the car is, more rather, can you get that car home? And I believe John Roberts is that driver who can definitely get a car home.
Yeah, and it is just a matter of focusing. You can put the fastest guys in the world in your in that car, but at the end of the day, what's going to happen is you're not. If you can't get the dang thing home, what's the point of going really, really fast? We've already seen a couple of drivers. They've had to make extraordinary, I would have to say, decisions in trying to get past traffic. The GT3 car has absolutely had to blitz on the outside, bouncing off the Armco. It is certainly not sustainable for 24 hours. But as we're watching this battle between BAM Esports 69 and the Boosted Red car, they're continuing to work their way through as Guillaume Rakadon has ended up making the position, the Kia up +1 over the Boosted Red car. But it is just a continuous evolution here, and you really want to continue to have your safe guys in the car. I mean, if you save the car to the very end and you're in a good position, you know what? Put the hot shoe in. Let him go. Take the cuffs are and take the cuffs off and let him run wild. But at the end of the day, you need to get to the end, and for that, we got to remember we're not even 2 hours into this thing, and so there are many, many laps to do.
Many laps indeed are going to be turned around here. We are only on the 13th lap, 14th lap even for Maximilian Beneke in terms of overall racing here. A lap time is incredibly long around here, and actually that might come into play towards the end of the race, Jimmy, when you talk about it's an 8-minute lap. It can be the difference between some cars finishing and some cars not. For example, you get to 23 hours and 58 minutes and you cross the start-finish line. That's another 8 minutes that you have to do. And for cars like the MX-5s, that could be upwards of another 15 minutes that they have to race.
It could be, and of course, bear in mind the Kias as well, which are so close on fuel between 4 and 5 laps. Let's say you come into your 4-lap stint and you have to, oh wait, I've got to do another lap. If you cross the start-finish line before pitting in, that could be the end of your race. You could stop on circuit with that amount of time to go. It's so hard to get that right. Of course, I think at that point you'll just be short-shifting for your life at that point. But if you're racing someone, that race is pretty much over and done with. So, again, the guys on the pit will be furiously working out strategy on the fly and hoping it doesn't come down to that. But the Kias are going to be the one that suffer most of that sort of last lap conundrum. So I'll be interested to see that when that comes around in how long we've got now? I have 22 hours time, so a while yet till we see that.
Certainly is going to be a very long while in terms of we'll see that one then towards the end of the racing here. The gaps do open up around here quite a bit, and talking about gaps, Hoixingveld Core Motorsports versus Pure Racing Team Cup, that gap has opened up to about 12 seconds plus, and Leutner now was 3 seconds slower that last time by 2.3 seconds even. It's worth checking out that gap as well to see if that gap opens up a little bit more in terms of the racing that's going on. Heinrich now just rounding the final few corners, then getting himself onto the start-finish straight for that 73 Pure Racing Team Cup car. We'll see what time he does as he comes across the line. 8:26.7 the last time he crossed the line. This time by, he does an 8:24.9. That's ridiculously quick there, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of what he's doing. For Moritz Lochner, let's see the difference there and see how much time he has lost in terms of the racing going on. He now rounds himself then off to the Dossingerhof final corner. That gap was, when they last crossed the line, about 12 seconds. This gap expected to open up here, Cam. Lochner then will look to come across the line. That gap now, well, it's a lot more. That's a horrible lap from Moritz Lochner. That's an 8:37.7, and now he drops himself back by about 20 seconds.
Yeah, and we got to remember, these Porsches are fully involved with these GT3 cars as he goes through the half Mercedes S, I have to say. I think they've changed the profile of Mercedes S for this one. Of course, we're running the Gesamtstrecke 24 hours, so that involves the different the different Mercedes arena set of corners before going back to the Grand Prix circuit. But yeah, for Moritz Lochner, he's of course our second positioned Porsche behind the Pure Racing Team Cup car. But it is just one of those things where you almost got to wonder, are we working towards overall positions or just the Porsche? Obviously, I don't think there's a Porsche that's going to win here unless there are serious problems, which I do not see happening. It is obviously going to go to that GT3 Audi, whatever the overall will be, but you just have to wonder how high these Porsches can climb.
Yeah, that might be the case here as we're looking at this battle between the 02 and the 397 here. This is Turn 2 Motorsports under a lot of pressure then from Team Ren Sport Online there. That's Tobias Schörny behind the wheel against Joe Peak of GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports right now. GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports are starting to fall off the back a little bit here of this group ahead. They've lost the position to Glacier Racing. They've lost the back of Team Potato, who they were fighting with hard. And now Tobias Schörny will try and make the move down the inside onto the Dossingerhof. And Jimmy, that one looks pretty good for the moment, but this is the issue. This straight is so long that Joe Peak could try and make that move back. So in essence, staying side by side like this is the best decision for Tobias Schörny to make here, because he doesn't give the opportunity back to Joe Peak, who seemingly is getting a great run here in the second half straight.
Yeah, it just seems that the gearing coming back there on the for Joe Peak there. He's going to be on the inside now for his fast left-hander, so the line of least resistance is going to lose out a bit here. Tobias Schörny is going to go to the outside, and we'll have the inside if you manage to get the braking right down here, but braking side by side for this series of corners is very difficult. There's only really one line here. Tobias does the right thing, I think, and pulls out, waits for another chance of that. But that's interesting. I think maybe he needs to try and make the pass a little bit later on the straight. Doing it that early opens yourself up to be re-overtaken again, which is what happened here with Tobias.
I'll tell you what the one issue is with that machine. We did see earlier on that there was a little bit of contact with the GT3 machine. There is a little bit of damage on the bodywork of that MX-5, and that could be paying dividends to the 1 or 2 kilometers an hour, which is the difference when they're going side by side. He does get the inside now, heading in towards turn number 1, and you know what? He is going to make that position sorted, as we've just seen a change ahead, as Glacier Racing now move up into second in class. Joni Backman, Pastelli, and Chepelevsky as if it was no work at all.
He's appeasing away Boston. I think Tobias needs to do that. He's a bit quicker over just the snaky sections. Of course, it's all well and good being quick in the slipstream on the straight, but you have to be quicker elsewhere, and Tobias is that. So getting past there was very important, and now watch him, I think, pull away as this lap progresses.
Yeah, and that might seem to be the case then in terms of the racing going on. We've seen a couple of cars run into issues. We still have cars on pit road who have had issues. Speedworks have had an issue. So Venval Sim Racing Pareto there. And you look at likes, say, GermanSimRacing.de, OZNZ, TNT Gold, Trinity, Blackadder, Spirit Le Mans have run into issues. So not too many cars, Cam, running into issues early on. But, you know, typically when this starts to settle down and when the track does seem to just cool off a little bit, you know, mistakes happen when drivers lose concentration, and when you're doing 2-3 hour stints at times, concentration is a factor that has to be continued to look out for, and that's not something necessarily that you can track in terms of watching someone's results.
Yeah, and to be fair, some of these cars, they had really nothing to do with their incidents. I don't necessarily remember the incident of the Spirit of Le Mans car, but I do know it has been on pit lane for 51 minutes and 46 seconds. So that is almost an hour. So whatever damage occurred to them has to be pretty significant, because they were able to get that Team Potato car out much faster than that. Not quite sure what is going on with that Spirit of Le Mans car. Then perhaps they detonated an engine, looking at the front damage of that 01. But either way, sometimes it is just you'll see an insane decision from perhaps an overtaking car, or a completely inobservant decision from a slower car that just does not leave a road open when they were basically telepathing that to the car behind. Hey, I'm going to leave this open, and then suddenly cutting off that lane. We thankfully have not seen that too much. For the cars that we do not have, we have the chicane car, which didn't even take the start. The team Koja Ito, which also didn't take the start, which always grinds my gears, I guess would be the official term. When you sign up for a race and you're in the top split and you don't even show up, that just ruins the experience for everybody. But either way, only 2 cars this time. The DWS Endurance, the MHR Foxfoot TNT Racing Gold, still trying to put that car together. And then you've got the Spirit Le Mans car. Blackadder's 6066, the Van Devil car, is also there. And then your final running car is the PND Mosconi car, and that is, well, that's seen better days.
MX5 leading. There's a change as Alejandro Sanchez loses out then to Chepelewski and Bachmann, so now drops himself back into third then, and maybe just trying to save fuel in the early goings there. Had that gap, it's now been royally closed in terms of the racing going on, and well, just trying to look at the lap times that have been done by Alejandro Sanchez. We don't have anything of note yet in terms of what has been going on, but already you can see he is losing a lot of ground here to the drivers of Chepelewski and Bachmann, who are now looking to head up towards compression here to Arden or Forst as well. And you can see, very content to stay behind here is Chepelewski here. Joni Bachmann holding on to things for Glacier at the moment, but Glacier Racing, for the first time in this event here, Jimmy, they lead the MX5 category.
It's a great job from Glacier and Joni Bachmann as well to be up in that position. He was in 5th last time I checked, so obviously making good on the pit stops, etc. The back of that Team Potato car is a little bit dented in a little bit. A lot of these MX-5s have a little bit of damage on the bodywork from what I can see anyway, so overtaking's been a little bit rough here so far, but the AGT driven by Alejandro Sanchez is not going to be wanting to fall back too much at all. It does seem like these guys in front are running a little bit quicker right now, this stage of the stint anyway. But of course, if you're close enough coming onto the back straight, then that gap is minimised once again. But the battle for the lead still going on here. 2 hours just gone on the clock from what I can see.
Yeah, and you can see right now they're heading into Jimmy's favourite corner of miss, as they head themselves now towards this right-left here. This is a difficult section because you hit the brakes, but you need to hit the brakes even more when you head into this left-hander. It's so easy just to catch yourself out. I remember that Top Gear episode, Cam, which was around the Nürburgring, about getting a van around in 10 minutes, and there would be a car that was crashed very heavily down at that corner. You take that corner for granted. It's quite an iconic corner on the Nürburgring itself, but many drivers take it for granted. It is very, very tricky.
It is. That was with Sabine Schmitz, wasn't it? Driving that van. And well, I have to say, many people have tried to drive many things around the Nürburgring, but either way, just seeing all of the different cars here, I think that's one of the reasons why I absolutely love listening to the coverage of the Nürburgring 24 hours. And then, of course, doing it here, obviously. But it is just, it's so fun just to have so many different classifications and types of cars. You've got cars that are touring, basically touring car classified, which pretty much filled in by our Kia here. You've got your MX-5s. You've got that what is that Opel Mantra with the foxtail on it that always finds its way around and always manages to do good. Then, of course, you've got your up-front absolute pinnacle of racing cars. Manufacturers tend to bring out their GT3 cars at the Nürburgring 24 hours. tour, so you'll always see some new car. Of course, there's that Glickenhaus, almost prototype-looking GT car as well, racing against those GT3 cars. I think that's just one of the things I love about it. Of course, Jake, I have to say, almost thankfully, we don't have the 160 some odd cars circulating around the Nürburgring. I think we can be appreciative of that. I think at the very least Hugo would be very appreciative that we don't have to deal with that right now. As I'm watching George Gruber in that Torque Freak racing car, he is trying to get some Porsches cycled on through the Evolution Racing Team and the Donkey Troop. And Porsches and Kias, they're a little too close for speed, but the Porsche is faster.
I've just seen something very interesting coming out of pit road from the Iberica Racing Team 5 machine. Got up to speed and had to hit the brakes again. It seemed to me, Jimmy, looking at how Jean Alcala tried to get out of pit road, I believe he must have forgotten to put the limiter on. Whether that amounts to a drive-through penalty for speeding in pit road, you can only find out in about 8 minutes' time.
I mean, it's a basic thing, but something you'd be very surprised to forget. I mean, I've done that a couple of times just because sometimes the pit limiter sort of acts almost like a traction control. You sort of take it off and try and get a better launch out of the pits. But of course, if you don't hit that button again in time, you're going to go over the speed. So that could be interesting. We will see. We'll see if they come back and we'll see if they have a penalty there. But it's not too big a deal getting a drive-through penalty round here, but it's still frustrating. So we'll wait and see next lap and see if they do come in again.
Yeah, we do here as the GT3 pit stop window has officially opened once again here, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading towards hour 2. Hour 2 will be hit in just a few moments' time. And for Maximilian Benecke, though, it has been a dominant start for the Pure Racing Team Blue. But again, Cam, we always have to talk about this with Maximilian Benecke. He's improved over the last year in terms of his ability to finish. But how many times have we seen around this Nürburgring, Maximilian Benecke or his team run into issues and that Pure Racing Team Blue, which looks so dominant, just fall out of favour?
Yeah, and well, we've seen quite a couple of times dominant cars are always running here at VLN, and Maximilian Benecke was one of the drivers as he was always fighting. Oh boy, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. It starts with a K. I'll think of it. Yeah, Kei Kashubi. And they had massive battles, and it always seemed to be Kei Kashubi always ended up having the speed over Maximilian Benecke. I think Benecke has managed to dial in some of that speed, perhaps the efforts of Pure Racing team to get cars set up for this Nürburgring circuit. But at the end of the day, also, he would always have an issue, Benecke, with trying to get around slower traffic, and it seems, at least so far, that has been cleared out. He's been making his way through the MX-5s here. Black Star Racing is on his outside, and there goes the Pure Racing Team car. No worries there. And so you have to start wondering, perhaps Maximilian Benecke keeping that car nice and stable. He knows he has a lead, about 37 seconds worth. So, you know what, take it easy, and I think that's what he's doing, and I think we're all better off in seeing that. I always like to see fast drivers making their way cleanly through traffic.
Yeah, you do here, and it is expected that Benecke comes in this time by. It seems realistic on his stint, maybe could go one lap longer. There is the potential to do that. The question is here, will he be able to go this extra lap and maybe make one less stop, maybe 2 less stops overall in terms of it? Because it's very difficult, Jimmy, when you look at the way that people drive. Sometimes some drivers have a style that allows them to save fuel and still be quick. Frederick Rasmussen, of course, in racing always comes to mind with his ability to be incredibly quick and still save enough fuel to make sure that the driver can come home when all is said and done. You know, sometimes different drivers will have different abilities to get to the throttle, and I mean, it even comes back to the GSRC Turn 2 motorsports car. I know for a fact that Amjad Yamin is a little bit more heavy on the throttle, and that's why sometimes it can be a bit of a worry on their strategy.
And of course, it's different drivers have different approaches. I mean, for example, my own endurance racing team, I very often take a gear higher for a lot of the corners, which means at the end of the stint, you know, I save about a lap's worth of fuel just because I'm that gear higher elsewhere while still carrying the same sort of speed. You know, but that's just my own style. And we also have on the other side of that someone who maybe is very hard on tyres, very scrubs them a lot, but then is quick over a single lap. So you have to sort of try and find a good intermediary, and that's where you know, endurance racing as a team sport really comes in, because you have these drivers with different approaches and different speeds, and yet then have to find a car setup that suits everyone, that can suit everyone with these different strategies. So it's often a story of compromise when setting up a vehicle. So. And that's why we end up getting these different sort of lap periods and different drivers doing different stints. So it's cool to watch, but very hard to keep track of as a commentator.
Yeah, and well, actually down onto the lane is second place. Vendaval Sim Racing White, Juani Lopez will drop himself onto the lane. He couldn't do it. GT Ross, SSD Orange can't do it either. They'll also drop into the lane. So they're going for the hour strategy here, Cam. The difference being Pure Racing Team Blue are on the get it to the end of the tank strategy, and that might play out in their favor, especially when they hold such a commanding lead.
Yeah, and when you have when you've pushed so hard at the beginning and you've really gotten a good stranglehold on the pace, you can really set your own strategy. You can decide your own fate. You know, perhaps for Vendeval or G-Tros SST Orange, there's still a minute out for a 24-hour race. That is literally nothing. But it's just something that you got to start looking at and going, well, what's Pure Racing Team doing? Well, it's all in PRT's hands right now as far as their strategy goes. They can probably do as they please. And for the rest of the group, they just have to try to follow along. But at the same time, you got some of these cars further back, perhaps that Pricon Racing, perhaps the PNT, perhaps the Iberica. You know, they know that they, on outright pace, the first couple of stints, they know they've seen they don't have the pace, or they don't have the quick-footed driver. They have the safer choice to get through that heavy lap traffic that you would always encounter in the first couple of stints in the GT3 cars before everybody spreads out. And so perhaps they're looking to put in their hot feet, or perhaps they're going to start looking to, well, what can we do strategy-wise? So interesting decisions are going to have to be made in the GT3 division, and I'm hoping that everyone is going to at least pick safety over speed, but well, that's one of the reasons why I'm in the booth and not on the track, as Maxime Meneke goes around your front riding MX-5 cars.
Yes, he does here, and it's worth noting here that it's a change of drivers, I do believe, here again for GT Ross. They went from Cristobal J. Lopez to Alex Arana, and now they're back with Cristobal J. Lopez in for another stint. In terms of Vendeval, this is their first change of driver. They got Robin Sundqvist now behind the wheel, where it was Juani Lopez for the opening stages. Jimmy, the only issue with changing drivers so much in terms of the racing is the fact that you look at, like, to say, a Cristobal J. Lopez here. The fact that they're continually changing drivers is the fact that they're losing time by getting that driver out of the car and getting that driver back in, because you can't touch the car by regulation when that driver change is going on here in your GT3s.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy, and I'm sure there must be a reason behind it. But of course, they are going to have to take that penalty of the time of the driver swap. Now, ideally, what you want to do is do a couple of stints, you know, maybe 2 or 3 stints on the tyres, on the fuel, come in, then do the driver swap, and then they do the same sort of thing. And obviously, we have a very long race going on, so it may be just an error, maybe an error, maybe a technical error for one of the drivers having to get out the car again. But it's unlikely to sort of doing a stint and doing it that way around. But I'm sure there's a reason. We just don't know it yet. Maybe someone can come tell us. If you're listening right now from that team, come let us know. Let us know what you're doing.
Come let us know what you are doing indeed. But for the time being, though, we are just going to step aside here for some Raterbot TV fan immersion. Just seen a little slide from the number 6 Pure Racing Team Kia right now. So let's focus on some Kia action. No love for a Kia? Let's get some love for the Kia. This is Michael Shellback for the Pure Racing Team Kia team in a number 6. Welcome back, and you've just seen there a bit of on board with the 6 Pure Racing Team Kia now holding the lead of the race as Talk Freak Racing did decide to come in, but in now onto the lane. At around 2 hours and 12 minutes is your race leader overall, Maximilian Benecke, the number 71 Pure Racing Team Blue Machine. It was interesting talking to him after the event in terms of the second VLN endurance race. He managed to lose himself about 15-20 seconds because, well, ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to get caught short inside of a sim racing event. In the end, Benecke he lost some time, but he still got the victory in the end with the Pure Racing Team Blue Machine. Of course, he did that race all on his own. Holds the advantage right now in terms of pitting. Just coming out right now is the Jim Sorg Rennsport car. You can see that buckled rear wing on that machine there. That's still not fixed, then deciding not to fix it, maybe don't have the capability to fix that, and that's always going to be hindering start finish. And look at this, Team RSO, Team Potato and Glacier Racing battle for your race lead down towards turn number 1 in terms of your MX5 category. RSO score themselves up into the race lead for the moment, but Team Potato going to try and get the up and under. Not going to happen there for Stelian Chepelevsky just yet, but now will make that move down to the inside to try and make sure that it works in favor. Backs out of it there, so a wise decision in terms of the process. Benecke back out again then, and back out unchallenged, as would to be expected in terms of the racing going on. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. I am #Do You Mind Jake Sperry, joined alongside by Mr. Jimmy Broadbent and Mr. Cameron Walsh as well. And Jimmy, you know, the gap opens up again in terms of the racing here, and Pure Racing Team Black now also down onto the pit road. So Pure are going longer than anybody else in terms of the GT3 strategy.
They've got something figured out there for sure, and of course it may be just down to fuel saving strategy. They are both part of the same team, so I'm sure there's a lot of communication between the two cars. I'm just watching the MX5 still go at it. This is something I'm sure we're going to see probably for the majority of this race, as Mr. Chepelevsky gets very close to the back of the RSO car again, and here comes a little bit of GT3 traffic just to spice things up. But a freeway battle for your MX5 lead right now, and even with the GT3 traffic coming in just to sort of cut things in two for a little while, it comes back together again. And that's one of the glorious things about these cars, is that they can follow each other very closely through the corners. No downforce on any of these cars, so you can follow very closely through the fast corners. It just means the racing stays very tight and very fast.
It certainly does around here, and that is going to be something that is worth noting, shall we say, in terms of the racing. But someone who is now on a mission is actually the driver Lauren Heinrich. He did his fastest lap the lap prior of an 8:21.886. He's now done an 8:22.9 here, so two very, very quick lap times in terms of what Lauren Heinrich is capable of here. And he's just completely blitzing his category in terms of everything that's going on, Cam. You look at Huizenveld Core Motorsports now, they'll round themselves through the final corner, and that gap, you know, it has expanded. And again, they're going to be losing a little bit of time here. 8:26 is the last time by. Another 8:26 there, so again, it's not brilliant pace here, but it's just enough to hold them in second for now.
Yeah, and just for Lorner, I mean, he's been doing consistent lap times. You know, 8:26, 8:26, 8:27. You know, he had an 8:25 earlier, but it's as long as you're in a good bracket, you can predict where you're about and where you're going. It's just fair enough to say that your driver in the car right now is not going to be at the exact speeds of the drivers around them in the same car. So for that PRT car, well, looking at it, 8:22 his last lap. Lauren Heinrich, and the current leader in the Porsche class, the PRT Cup car, an 8:21.8, and that was his fastest lap, and he ran that just 2 laps ago. So 8:25, 8:24, like his slow laps are as fast as the Huizenveld Core Motorsports fast laps, which is fine. You've got different drivers, of course. On top of Moritz Lorner, you've got Alexander Vaub and Angelo Michael. But you just have to start lining up, you know, whereabouts people are going to be. Of course, for PRT, you've got Lauren Heinrich and Patrick Pitchler, at least so far. I would say they're nuts if they're just going to try to two-driver it. But it's just a part of this motorsporting strategy, and that's partly why I love endurance racing so darn much, because you have so many different takes and actions you can take.
Big hold up coming out of pit road that I've just seen. Amadi Racing was trying to get out of the way whilst not going over the white lines there. That's Jeremy Boucher behind the wheel, but he held up the driver of Tino Heuser and Team Rennsport Online, and he also held up the Fitstein Motorsports machine of Christian Mickel there, and Mickel managing to get through there the traffic in terms of Team RSO. So RSO third in their category at the moment here, Jimmy, but when you get a car like that trying to get out of the way, sometimes it is more beneficial just get out of the way at turn 1 and not actually where there isn't really too much room to make the overtake.
You have to think about that as a car being lapped or overtaken. You have to think about where it's going to be the best for you as well as the car chasing you, of course. It's quite tempting as a slower class just to go ham and basically wait for the guy behind to make his way past. But if maybe you get off the throttle just a little bit early going into a corner, maybe it'll be a little bit more tardy coming onto the throttle coming out of a corner, make the pass a little easier for the guys around you. It just means that it's less risk both ways there. But that's something that comes with experience in this case. So we'll see how the RSO car having a good run right now. As you said, they're running third in class right now, which is nothing to be sniffed at, of course. A long way to go at this point, but Tino seems to be fairly comfortable in the car. We'll see how he gets on as the season progresses, but good job from him so far.
Certainly is here. It's also worth talking about the other Rennsport Online machine, that one being the one piloted currently by Tobias Schörny, the 397 machine, that all-important machine in terms of the MX-5s, and then just had to let through the machine there of Robin Sundqvist, Vendaval Sim Racing White, second in class at the moment for your GT3s. Now it allows side-by-side then for your MX-5 leader, Stelia Chepelevsky then will try and make that move, then gets right underneath, trying to get a little bit more toe to get to the inside. Now you see GT Ross trying to thread the needle, does so. Good heads-up driving then from everyone in terms of that. We know what MX-5s and GT Ross has done in the past, but now it allows Chepelevsky to take advantage. He holds the lead in this race just for now. As you can see, Trainer 3 holds itself very firm. Here comes Schmallenbach though for the Pure Racing Team Black to make the laps count.
That's got to be one of the strangest things I've seen so far. Here comes PRT Black. That was about as well timed as you could. They just popped it open there and lit the GT3 car right on through. And here comes Schmallenbach. And there you go, nice and easy. Does that PRT Black car roll on through? The PRT Black car, which the only thing that's black on it is the mirrors. Guys, when you have a car that's named after a color, you can throw more colors into it. That is that team color. I'm just saying. As the Team Potato car pops out of the carousel, and well, they're still. You got to remember, if you're wondering where perhaps the Team Potato car has come in, they're well off the pit strategy now due to that incident that they had that they needed to get repaired. So you have to remember that while they are fighting for the lead right now, and yes, in fact, they are. They still have to have an alternate pit strategy, which, Jake, what we were talking about earlier, you need anyways. So perhaps Team Potato is still right on in it.
Still might be here. It's too early to tell whether they're in a position to make it work or not, whether they may need a splash and dash, maybe need to short fill their stops maybe just by one lap or two over the next few stages that they have during this race. That's one of the interesting things, Jimmy, when you talk about endurance racing, is that in the early stages you can do something really radical and nobody really knows where you're going to come out until probably the very latest of the racing that's going on. That's what's so exciting, and that's what always brings the racing back in terms of the racing. We do have the leader though in your Kia category down the lane, and that is Michael Schellbach.
And Schellbach in now and just start in that PRT car, and just looking where Torque Free car, of course I think they'll be the car that can take the positions that they go down to C1 now back up into past PRT car. Very slow car on the outside there. One of the Masters, I think that was. I didn't quite get an eye on who that was there, but slow car on the exit of that corner. It is one of the Masters, just going very slow. Much of them moving it actually. Going to have a quick look down for the fields to find out what's going on there.
Yeah, that is the PND Mosconi machine there. That's Daniele Fogliarini then. Just behind the wheel of that one for the moment, and there is a lot of damage on that machine there. You can see the front, how to put this right now, the face is falling off of the machine, shall we say, and that is a very weary looking MX-5 from what I can see there, just trying to get that one home. when all is said and done there, Cam. And well, sometimes it is going to be a case of survival. Sometimes, you know, it's going to be a case to be made. We have seen pretty much all the Kias now come down onto lane. The likes of Mads coming, Dan Kraft back behind the wheel again. Boost Ted is in with John Roberts behind the wheel. And you're also seeing here cars trying to get out of pit road as Tryhard's come in. And out goes, I believe, BAM Esports there, Gillian Radifon.
Yeah, and so yeah, Daniel Kraft climbing in for once again for that. It seems they're doing one stint at a time, and honestly, with how much effort these Kia drivers are probably having to do, I wouldn't be surprised. As also the Jim Sorg Rennsport cars coming in, that is not looking as that Audi left the factory. That damage is, I don't think, new. No, it's not new. They've been carrying that damage for quite a while. Not quite sure whereabouts they came about that damage. Probably, I would have to say, involving at least one, maybe two Armco barriers. But either way, they're getting that work, and that Jim Sorg Rennsport car, I would honestly let them fix it at this point.
Yeah, I think fixing it is going to be good. Maybe we can get up a system, a unit of measurement for damage in terms of Armcos. That might be something that we can try and work out in terms of the racing going on. But still, MX-5s hold the advantage in the racing here. 3 cars, all line astern. And again, Rennsport Online back to the front of this one. So Glacier very happy here just to sit behind, just to wait, and not do anything drastic in terms of the racing going on. Tony Backman doesn't want to do anything that can really disrupt the flow of that Glacier racing car here, Jimmy.
I mean, why would you at this point? I mean, you're so early into this race, there's no point getting involved in this really sort of side-by-side, door-to-door action, because ultimately you're just taking a risk you don't need to take, and Yoni Batman's an old hand, he knows what he's doing there, so he's just happy to sit back and watch these guys fight between themselves. All the while he's just having a nice relaxed drive out there, still going very quickly of course to sort of stay with his top 2, but not putting the car in any unnecessary risk, which is exactly what you want to be doing for a race of this length.
And very good battle developing as well, and this is for second in class in your GT3 field. GT Ross SST Orange have closed that gap down to about 7 seconds right now to Vendaval Sim Racing White, and they're lapping about 1.8 seconds a lap quicker at the moment. That could close down to side by side within about 4 laps.
Yeah, I mean, as long as things keep working out this way, I mean, Vendaval, the overall lap times, this is Robin Sundqvist's second full lap, which means he's been in the car for almost like 15 minutes, which is a weird thing to say, but that's how the Nürburgring goes. But for Cristobal Lopez, I mean, he is always a hot foot. His fastest lap was an 8:12. An 8:12.2, which was actually faster than Wani Lopez's fastest lap was an 8:12.3. So it's all going to be about consistency, and will Cristobal Lopez hunt down that Vendaval Sim Racing white car? It wouldn't surprise me if we don't see that in a couple of laps' time. But, Jake, it's one of those constant evolving things. Whereabouts do you put in your faster drivers? Where do you put in your more consistent drivers? And where do you put in the drivers that just need to make the laps? As they're going to work their way around a slow MX-5 car, Robin Sundqvist does, as that MX-5 car jumped across the track. I don't think he was expecting that. It worked out this time, but my goodness, that MX-5 jumped across the brow of that number 13 GT3 car of Robin Sundqvist.
Yeah, and Robin Sundqvist then getting away with that one just a little bit there. That was that PMD Mosconi car that has incredible amounts of damage onto it right now there. And what is, I believe, the 723 machine currently scored a 6 laps down then to your race leader at the moment. So trying to get themselves through in terms of the racing right now. So actually something that is interesting is that Hogsonville Core Motorsports have just come out of pit road right now. That's Alexander Voss behind the wheel there. Florian Geese now just trying to get past here in the 12. This is to unlap himself technically in terms of this right now. They're heading towards this big long right-hander behind them. Of course, it is Fitzstein Motorsports, and that would be for position then between Mikkel and Alexander Voss. Jimmy, Alexander Voss, a driver who you could arguably put yourself in one of the 4 positions as the greatest sim racers of all time. Voss has an ability to just turn out miracles at times, and right now it might not be the case in terms of what he'll do, but he has to chase down Lauren Heinrich here. It's a very difficult task to do, but I wouldn't put anybody else in that machine bar maybe Kei Kashubi to make it happen.
Yeah, I'm used to seeing Voss myself in an R8, but of course this isn't too different. This Porsche just a little bit less of speed, less speed in the corners and in the braking zones we've discussed before. But Alexander Voss, the driver with, well, there's not many reputations like Alexander has, so I'm sure that everyone in the cars around him will say, okay, now Alex is in the car, now I've got to watch our relatives, make sure he isn't going to be gaining too much, etc. I just wanted to make a quick observation that you were saying about how Porsche's mixing with the GT3 cars. Our top placed Porsche is now 5th overall, and Alexander Voss in the Tristan Valcourt car is 7th overall. So really you're seeing the Porsches move up there because of that fuel tank.
Was 7th overall. We did see Voss come in on this lap, so maybe has lost a couple of positions to Iberica and maybe PND as well, as we actually see that PND racing car just trying to get around here, 5th position, that pure racing team cup machine there of Lauren Heinrich. So Heinrich right now just trying to stave off through Bergwerk. Is that Bergwerk? No, it's not. That's the one just before Bergwerk that looks very similar to Bergwerk. So Heinrich right now holding off the advantage for the moment as he goes through miss. And, well, PND racing close. And now they just start to hit on GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports here. Joe Peak's going to have to get out of the way, and does. There, Cam.
Yeah, and Joe Peak, of course, piloting that 02 GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports car that we just we had an interview with Amin Yamin not that long ago. And as well, you see, it's a battle for position, isn't it? Oh wait, no, it's not at all. Actually,
yes, it is.
Oh, it is. Okay, okay. Oh, you know what? That's because the standings aren't showing it right. Yes, this is technically for overall position, but it's fun to see a GT3 battle with a Porsche battle. You wouldn't expect that, but when you get the fastest of the fast Porsche drivers in the, I wouldn't say middle of the pack, but your front middle of the pack GT3 cars, it's fairly exciting. And for one, I have to say I'm absolutely in love with this Porsche car here on the iRacing service. It's been a long time coming. I love to be able to see that Porsche banner on the top windshield and not have to hold my tongue for fear of repercussions. And now I can just say it's a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, and it is really taking it to that Audi.
Look at where they caught though. Oh, hello. There comes some MX-5s there, and those are your leading three. They get themselves around. They get themselves around 5. That is scary when you approach that speed and you're not quite too sure whether they've seen you or not. Heinrich gets past Fabio Lotti though. He has taken a couple of risks in that section there, Jimmy. We did see him just clip the grass a couple of times, and you don't want to be sullying up the tyres, especially because it gives you less grip for when you hit the next braking zone.
Especially in those high speed sections as well. It's so easy to get just a little touch of understeer at that section, just get it wrong and go into the barrier on the outside. Of course, a lot of his corners are due to the sort of scenery of the Nordschleife. A lot of them are unsighted, they're blind, so sometimes you come over a crest, come around the corner, and there are just MX-5s there, and it's like, okay, now the drivers will have relative, of course, on their screen, so they'll be able to see when the slower cars are coming up, but some people don't run with that, so it could be a surprise, when they come across as I would wonder why you wouldn't run without relative in these races.
Yeah, that seems to be the case in terms of how you do it. You need every single tool at your disposal right now. As you can see, a car actually dropping down onto the lane is Black Adam Motorsport 66 getting out of the way of Cristobal J. Lopez's GT Ross SST orange machine. The gap comes down in that battle though, Cam. That gap comes down to about 3-4 seconds here, so 3.8 seconds. Cristobal J. Lopez is absolutely flying here, and Vendaval are just catching the traffic in all the wrong places.
Yeah, and that is something that is just going to continuously happen as Sundqvist, well, he's making it work. And for Cristobal Lopez, I mean, it just the lap difference times. I mean, it was a 1:14, an 8:14 versus an 8:17. So do the math. It's fairly obvious that he's closing. And he's closing quick. You've got that Porsche, the SimRC.de Kiwi car. Hello, and look in C, they put a Kiwi on the hood. That's what signifies that it is the Kiwi car, as well as the rims. Just saying. But either way, as Looking through the PRT Kia, nice and easy. Shellback allows that GT3 car, the GTRAS SST orange car, to roll on through. No worries there, but it is just, well, I have to say, actually, for Robin Sundqvist, he's managed to make the GP track work into his favor, and I think he's managed to get a fairly decent bite off of Cristobal Lopez. But Jake, I don't think there's any holding back that GTRAS orange car.
No, I don't think there is either in the battle for second position, but for the time being, we do have a driver waiting in for an interview right now. It's a certain Mr. Paul Smith joining us. Paul, to put this quite mildly, your team is doing a very, very good job of things right now in Team Mad Red. Dan Craft back behind the wheel again, and you find yourself, shall we say, third in class right now?
Yeah, thanks for putting the mockers on us there, Jake, because the commentator and all that. It's not going too bad. I don't want to. It's very early in the race, as you're aware. I mean, we've still got, 21 and a half minutes left in the 21 and a half hours. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you can tell I've just got out of the car. It's a long road, as I'm sure many others will say as we're going through broadcasts, but it was all right. Car felt really good. Grip levels are not quite what I'd been used to, but able to get a good performance out of the car. Having to do a little bit of fuel saving with my lead right boot. But it's just the concentration that you need to have throughout, especially throughout the Nordschleife part of the circuit. It's just non-stop. You've got corners coming at you all the time, and the only times that you can relax really is after Floodplatz or after Bergwerk, or of course down the Dottinger. So it's a tough challenge. I'll be jumping in the car again a few more times, but yeah, that's yeah. Thanks, Cam. Yeah, so we'll see how it goes for the rest of the race. But the team as a whole, we've got a plan. We want to do 5-lap stints in the car, and that's what all our aim is, just to do those 5-lap stints, because we'll save, we reckon, about 8 pit stops in the race.
8 pit stops in the race sounds like a lot. Talk us about that fuel saving here, because, it's a lot to say, oh, the car needs to fuel save, and it doesn't seem like the Kia does much in terms of its fuel saving, but I was talking to you before the race, and you were talking about maybe 50 metres lift and coast around certain areas of the circuit. That sounds like quite a bit, especially in a car that is doing 160 miles an hour when it gets to some of the fastest sections of the circuit.
Yeah, it's just sort of, yeah, as I said to you earlier, Jake, it's just a case of just doing that little bit of lifting off, but you're braking later then, so you're letting the car do some, the engine and the aerodynamics, yeah, because the Kia is very aerodynamic, letting that do a lot of the braking for you, so then you're hitting the brakes a little bit later than what you normally would say if you were on an out-and-out qualifying lap, and therefore that's just saving you that little bit of fuel. So when you're going through a stint, you're then sort of looking at it. That's why towards the end of my stint, the last 2 laps, I really picked up the pace, because I'd done a little bit too much fuel saving in the first 3 laps, and then it was a case of I was able to just give it a bit more and push on a bit. So little mistake coming into the pits. I hit my pit limiter, and it didn't happen. So yeah, a little speeding penalty in there, but Dan's behind the wheel. He's pulling out the gap to John in the boosted car.
Yeah, Dan the man then behind the wheel, and well, of course, you're looking for a good result here, probably targeting a victory when all's said and done. Do you think that your strategy's on point compared to the cars that you're fighting around, the likes of Talk Freak and the likes of Pure? Do you think that your strategy is going to bring you back into this one later on in the event?
I think Pure Racing Team, they're running the same strategy as us, and they're doing a better job of it. And I think they've got a really strong team as well. When you consider, just in the car at the moment, Michael Shellback, and who else is around at the moment? You've got Christian Koch ready to come into the car as well, and they'll have a few more other drivers, because they've got a very strong lineup of Pure Racing Team, as everybody knows watching this broadcast. So we're just, as I say, we're just working to that plan. 5-lap stints, get us to the end of the race. Talk Freak, they're doing 4-lap stints from what we've been seeing, so we're hoping that saving those extra pit stops will add up after a while, because you're about a minute and a half, 2 minutes in the pits with this Kia, so it takes a long time to refuel it. So, we're hoping that will jump us above them, but Pure Racing Team, they're going to be tough. Boosted, again, they're going to be a tough one to compete with as well, because they've got some good drivers in their car. So we're in it for the long haul, and we'll see how it goes. Blackadder, they look to be doing 4 lap stints at the moment as well, so we're hoping to have that advantage, that little bit of fuel saving, a little bit slower laps will pay off in the end.
That certainly seems to be the case there. Paul Smith then for Team Mad Red then doing a very good job of things at the moment. Thank you for joining us.
I'll catch you guys later and see you all tomorrow when I'm commentating.
Oh, beautiful there. Paul Smith joining us for hours 18 to 24 in the Racebook broadcast. You can catch that one with Will Vincent and Randy Cheneth as well. Jimmy, though, that gap between GT Ross and Vendaval, I've seen them on the same piece of real estate then. That gap looks like about 2 seconds. GT Ross are fantastic on this Nordschleife.
They are, and they're doing well on here right now. And of course, we saw a little bit of, well, I think it was actually their sister car having an issue earlier on, but Crispo right now at the wheel of that GT Ross orange car and just putting in nice consistent laps, just being nice and smooth, which is what we need round here. We said before, sort of been keeping an eye on them as we were talking to Paul, and Crispo just seems a lot more comfortable at the moment. And yeah, again, same bit of track, just seeing now as Vanderbilt comes on to the Dottinger. Now, what I want to see is the top speed differences between the two. I want to see if this 88 car is running a different sort of downforce package to the car in front. It'd be good to realise. So we'll keep an eye on that as I go down the straight and see what that speed difference is.
Yeah, that is something to keep an eye out here, whether Robin Sundqvist is running that higher downforce setup so it works in his favour. Maybe he's running lower downforce to try and make himself a little bit more streamlined down the Dottinger Ho right now. Looking at him, 265 kilometers an hour. Look at the difference, 267 from GT Ross SST Orange. Will be interesting to note if there's any visible damage on that Vendaval Sim Racing white car. The answer is no, so it is purely on downforce then. You are seeing that Robin Sundqvist car, or the Vendaval Sim Racing white car with Robin Sundqvist behind the wheel, just that little bit slower on that Dottinger Ho. And if you're not quick enough on the Dottinger Ho, Cam, you can lose upwards of about a second just by having that difference in kilometers an hour.
Yeah, and just the Dottinger Ho on its own, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's like, what, a mile long just on its own, or something like that. I think it's even longer. Not quite sure off the top of my head, but the Nordschleife aficionados, I'm sure, are typing as they will hear this. But either way, the Dottinger Ho, it's sort of an interesting way to finish the circuit, isn't it? 170 corners, you're working and working and working and working, and all of a sudden that's like the first break you get where you can just kind of sit back and go, ugh. But even then, when you're in a pack of cars, you actually somehow, sometimes it has the effect where you're gripping the steering wheel even more, and you're just petrified of somebody moving or one of those MX-5s getting in the way, with going like 60 miles an hour slower than the cars that are going to be passing as far as GT cars or Kia cars. But it is an interesting aspect of this Nordschleife ring, and I have to say it's exciting. It makes for good finishes, I will put. But yeah, it gives you a little bit of break, and no fuel saving. There's no fuel saving on the Dottinger Ho.
Yeah, there is next to no fuel saving when it comes down to, and actually look at your MX-5 category. They're still there. They're still line astern at the moment here as we're heading towards 3 hours in the event, letting the car go through then of what is GT Ross SST Silver. That's Gaston Flores then, who had that incident a little bit earlier on. Chepelewski leads for Team Potato in this category right now. RSO second, Glacier Racing third. They are pulling away though from GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports. Their last lap time was a 10:13. You look at the lap time that Glacier was doing, that was a 10:06. That's 7 seconds a lap here. And knowing Joe Peak personally, Jimmy, he's a driver who is absolutely lightning when it comes to, say, a Lotus 49, when it comes to classic vehicles. With this MX-5, he's there in the car and doing a good favour, and I know their job is firstly to finish.
Indeed as well, and you can, I know they're very different cars, but you can sort of take a little bit of what you learn from driving the 49. The 49 is a very different beast from modern race cars. They're all about that four-wheel slide, and I mentioned as well a bit earlier on, these MX-5s, not quite the same level of drama or theatre than what's in this car, but the car still has similar tendencies. It likes to slide with it, and the four-wheel slide ultimately is the fastest way around in this car at this track. So Joe Peak, maybe losing a little bit of that 49 magic here. Not quite the same power, not quite the same feel whenever you hit the throttle in this MX-5, but it's there are lessons to be carried over, and that's what's so great about sim racing, is that we have access as sim racers to so many different cars here, so you get so many opportunities to practice different ways of driving, different techniques. Of course, I think Cam mentioned earlier, these cars are heel and toe clutch as well, also with the H pattern. So it's a very active thing to drive this MX-5, probably more active than driving the GT3 cars at the top of the field, which are fastest around here.
Certainly can be here. Actually seen this battle between OZNZ Sim Racing against Raceful Cat Motorsport Black, Javier Torrent Ross Calva against Aki Helvaranta then. So let's try and get some names that we can't understand here or can't pronounce. We can do them here at Racebot TV, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing just how close everything's going on. Cam, you've had a bit of a moment.
I believe the Evolution Racing team just picked up off of somebody in the chat. Thanks very much for being one of our eyes in the sky for us. Tom R. Jones has announced his presence to a Kia, the Armati Racing team, which was going, I think, extraordinarily slow for what the corner is. It didn't look like it was that slow of a corner for Jeremy Boucher, the number 14 Kia, but boy, he got absolutely blitzed by that Porsche. For Tom R. Jones, I don't think he was expecting the car to be going that slow. Obviously, he hit each other, but at the end of the day, I think that's a much faster corner for the Kias than I would have anticipated. And that Evolution Racing team, that is not a fairly healthy car.
No, it isn't here as we look at Tom R. Jones's Evolution Racing team machine right now. And yes, you can see that the front is quite mangled. The front left even is very much exposed in terms of the vehicle right now. And maybe a pit stop might have to come into play then right now. So for Tom R. Jones, that's exactly what he didn't want here in terms of his battle, in terms of where he was in class. He was about 7th in class on that lap there, Jimmy. So Evolution Racing team, they have been so good this year. You look at what they did in the Blancpain. They got 2 cars on the podium, which is almost unheard of. But here, it's a completely different ballgame. This is not Monza. This is the Nürburgring.
Of course, that's just not comparable the slightest, are they, in that case? And I think Tom R. Jones won't be too happy with that. But of course, this is part of the learning experience around. So the Nordschleife is a completely unique experience. It's completely unique. There's nothing in the world like it in terms of racing, because frankly, circuits are not allowed to be built this way anymore. This circuit would be completely thrown out nowadays. But of course, this is sort of a relic from the past, one that I'm glad is being kept alive. And it doesn't mean that we get to sort of have that heart back to old school racing every time that VLN go there, etc. Every time we see GT3s go around there. And it's as much a challenge for sim racers as it is for the real drivers as well. Just that concentration. Of course, maybe the fear isn't there in the sim. Maybe the fear of sort of hitting the wall at however many miles an hour isn't quite there in the sim. But the concentration and the theory is exactly the same. So again, you'll see those mistakes come in from time to time.
Yeah, you certainly will here, and well, there's certainly a little bit of a difference then when you look at how the circuit just flows itself through the hills of the Rhinelands right now, in terms of how they're dealing with things right now, compared to, say, when you look at what they're doing down at Turn 1, Turn 2, which looks very different. I mean, the whole point of the adage is there is no circuit like this anymore, designed like the Nürburgring. As Jimmy said, it would be thrown out in terms of safety and how it would all work. But the question is, if you have a circuit as tight as this, Cam, does it instill more of a mentality of respect compared to other circuits, just because there's no real way to get really close? As you look at GT Ross right now, within about 2 seconds here, and has the ability to just catch the fringes of the draft if they're not careful.
Yeah, and for Robin Sundqvist, he's putting on good laps. He's going faster lap after lap. Every single lap he's gone by has gotten faster. Whereas Cristobal, really, there's no surprise. He's hanging right whereabouts he's supposed to be, right with his lap time. So no surprise that G-Tross SST orange car has gotten bigger in the mirror of the front-running Audi. Vendeval Sim Racing White, which is, I can tell because it's got white all over it, and I can tell the orange car because it's orange. But for the number 13 Audi, well, you know what? Just do what you can. Just focus on it. I mean, it's fairly straightforward that he's closing as they go onto the Dotner now. A couple of cars, no cars on the Dotner ahead of them, so no worries there. Completely open Dotner so they're going to be hitting about 164, 165. The pair of them are, so no surprises there. Just a little bit of closing in from Cristobal. No draft, though, as they go down for yet another lap. I would have to say, Jake, whenever Cristobal J. Lopez does get there, yes, this is a fight for second position, but this is a fight for second position with still 22 hours and 20 minutes to go. 22 hours and 20 minutes to go. I wouldn't be that worried about it.
No, I wouldn't be worried here. 21 hours and 20 minutes to go is certainly something that is going to be playing into the mind. Don't make it dangerous right now. The gap was 2 seconds. The gap now when they cross the line is 0.7 of a second. So a lot of difference here in terms of that gap and how close it is. And this is the thing here for Cristobal. He is now right on the back as he goes very deep into turn number 1, sending a message, a clear one to Sundqvist. I can make that move, and I will make that move on you. For Sundqvist now, it's a case of, does he now battle in this situation here, Jimmy? Or now does he wait and let the car through, knowing that he can run his own race pace and not hold up both machines right now to Beneke in front?
It's a difficult one right now because Max in front, I think, is going to pull away regardless of what happens here, even if they go around together sort of line of stern for the next couple of laps. But it does seem that Cristobal is looking very feisty as you see the 13 car run quite wide there at the hairpin at the bottom of the GP circuit. I didn't actually lost quite a bit of time doing that there, but I think at this point, when Cristobal gets a chance, I think what we'll do is we'll probably wait for the straight at the end of the circuit because that's where he has a little bit of an overspeed, plus the slipstream. It'll be a lot of an easier overtake because there are straights coming up before then, so he might even get a chance before the back straight to do that. But I think Cristobal will be sort of eager to get on with it. No point hanging behind a slower car at this point.
There isn't here. The waiting process is coming into effect then for Cristobal J. Lopez and GT Ross. You know, there was a few complaints about them after the VLN, but you can't argue with their speed. They're certainly up there, and they're certainly proving that they have the ability to put a really quick car and team together here. Now they enter the Nordschleife for what is their 21st time in this event, and for the time being, it's gonna just stay for a wait then here as they look. Maybe Flugplatz might be the advantage, Cam, to really make something work.
Yeah, and I mean, just through that GP circuit, I'm surprised actually at how much that G-Trust SST Orange car was able to cover in just the GP circuit. So perhaps that's where the speed's coming from, to be completely fair here. But they are going to have a couple of cars to worry about this lap. There's an MX-5 that will be coming up. Let me pop open my JRT track map. And it will be coming up fairly soon. They're going to arrive, and I would almost not be surprised if Cristobal does not try to take advantage of it. They're going through towards the Hohenelchen corner as they're working their way through. There will be the MX-5 just ahead in the distance, and we'll see how they manage to make this work. They're arriving on the scene very quickly as they're heading towards Arenberg at an alarming rate, and John Vetrano in that Slothnam squad number 40 car, he's just going to hang to the left hand of the racing surface, and that's exactly what you want to see right before they get to the corner, and that means that, Jake, we get a lovely clear duel without any more cars. Should be at least this lap for now.
Yeah, and well, what we did see then, Jimmy, was GT Ross had the ability to pull alongside, and arguably without that traffic, they would have made that move happen then. Now they're heading up towards compression and the Ardenur Force. The problem is, if there is traffic in front of them, you can't make that move. You have to wait, or you've got to do the Ivan move and go for it regardless. So for Cristobal right now, it's patience, it's waiting, and he's got another opportunity to do it again after Bergwerk. For now, though, he's just got to stick behind and wait.
I don't think he'll be too upset with that, Cristobal. Of course, again, we want him to get past, but he'll also know this is a very, very long race, so maybe having to back out because of traffic, it's just one of those things around the Nordschleife. You sort of have to program that into your own mind as a driver in these races. You can't go in with the sprint race mentality or you just won't last. So Cristobal, I'm sure, is thinking about where his car's going to be quicker. So if I were him right now, I'd be thinking, right, the uphill section towards the carousel, my car's going to be quicker up there, so maybe if I can get alongside there or get a nice run after you sort of come through the single line part of that run up the hill there, that would be the time to strike or the time to move alongside. And then, of course, on the flip side, the 13 car with Robin Sundqvist at the wheel right now, he'll be thinking the same sort of thing. He'll be thinking, right, okay, the guy behind's been quicker than me the last couple of laps on the straight, so maybe when he gets alongside, I won't fight him too hard because I don't want to ruin any of our races. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I'm on second, third overall in this race right now. No need taking any risks at this point in the race.
There isn't. You can see the run up now to Bergwerk. You can see a little bit of a look there from Cristobal, just trying to open up that corner as they head themselves onto the brakes into this right-hander. You see sometimes on the left-hand side, you see a marking board saying this is how many kilometers you're through. It's a 26-kilometer circuit, and now they're heading to about halfway onwards here, around kilometer 15 right now they're hitting here. And for Cristobal J. Lopez, he now needs to use the slipstream to his advantage. You can see getting tucked in right underneath now, the gap about 0.2 of a second, 1/10 of a second, moves to the right hand side, outside for the most difficult corner of the lot, but that's a gift, and you don't take a gift horse in the mouth. That's second position there, Cam, and that's probably as easy as they come in terms of overtakes.
Well, I mean, he pulled alongside, he flashed his headlights, hey, I'm going for it, and it was just a fairly straightly communicated pass for Cristobal J. Lopez, no worries there, so that is going to be a pass for second position in GT, and for Robin Sundqvist, I wouldn't really even be that concerned with it. I mean, like I said, we've got, at least if we're going by camera time, at least 26 hours of the race left, or was it 30, I don't remember, but if I look at the top left of the screen, 21 hours and 6 minutes, according to the race TV over there. I probably should look at every once in a while. But either way, for Cristobal J. Lopez, well, I almost wonder now, looking at his lap times, they are faster than PRT Blue. But, I mean, 40 some odd seconds back, that's a lot of ground to make up, but got a lot of time left remaining. And for the Porsches, I mean, there's a Porsche in 6th place right now, Lauren Heinrich in that Pure Racing Team Cup car.
Yeah, he is. He's doing a fantastic job of things right now. Actually, he's just dropped the position down to 7th. He's lost the position to PND Racing. That's Fabio Lotti behind the wheel. And what will be something that was going on, I believe there was a car behind that was close, and that was Revolution Sim Racing I was looking at just a little bit ago. And actually, I was looking at in terms of relevancy to the Hoyksingveld core machine right now, because Christian Mickels managed to get through for Pitstein Motorsports, Jimmy. But the problem that is now negotiating is Revolution Sim Racing have Luke Bisa behind the wheel, and he is 6 seconds quicker than the pair of them that last time by, and that is going to be something playing into the mind as Voss will now either have to A, hold position, or B, let the car go.
Saying that, that car was just stuck behind a Kia going up the hill as well, so losing even more time to the car behind, but that's just the way it is. That is just the way racing pans out around here. The traffic will ebb and flow as it does. Of course, Voss, as you said, in the middle of that, and he's one of the faster Porsche drivers at this point, so he's in a weird position here because the GT3 cars on a bad lap do about the same sort of time as the top the top Porsche cars. You see Alex Voss goes up the inside of the Kia, who sees both of them. Fortunately, sometimes it can be a bit scary when you let one guy through, you don't see the second guy, and you start turning in, and before you know it, you've got an Audi in your door. So that's a good awareness there by the Kia. But see, Luke hasn't really got anywhere to get past here in the 64 car. He's going to have to do the same sort of thing as we saw the GT Ross car during the last lap, and sort of wait for where the car is faster, try and do it perhaps up the hill on the back straight. But again, Luke is going to be a bit frustrated here because Alex is fast and has no intention of letting off to let that Audi by.
Amadi Racing Team then come down into pit road to get their pit stop done in the 14 Kia machine right now. It is interesting to note that now is a time to look at maybe the pit stop strategies again coming into play in terms of your GT3 field here. We're heading towards that 3-hour mark next time by here. So during this lap, we will hit the 3-hour stage halfway in terms of this, the opening broadcast of the afternoon. Of course, hours 6 to 12 you can catch with the Global Sim Racing channel. Hours 13 to 18 you can, well, hours 12 to 18 even you should say, is going to be caught on by V8 Online before you come back here again to Racebot TV. And Will Vincent and the gang will be here to just finish off what has been a truly sensational day of action that we've had, and a sensational weekend of action as well, you can argue as well. So gap at the front then of your field is 43 seconds now as things are said and done. Cristobal J. Lopez, an 8.12.9 that last time by, an 8.16.6 from Beneke. Actually, he's the quickest man on circuit by about 3 seconds here, Cam. So GT Ross, they have a statement of intent right now, and that is a huge statement of intent.
Yes, but it is costing them as far as strategy goes, because you can't be saving any fuel when you're doing this, as he blitzed right on by the Team Potato car, which you might notice is far down the ranks. That is because they came in for their pit stop. We got to remember that they had an incident early on as they were fighting for the lead, and they ultimately have to take an alternate pit stop strategy. So you will see as everyone else comes into pits, maybe 4 or 5 laps time, that they will also be in the pits, and Team Potato will be back up to the front. So don't be alarmed that they're down there. It's just they're on an alternate strategy. But yeah, either way though, for Cristobal J. Lopez, he's blitzing it, and you know what? That might be just the order of the day right now. Look, hunt them down, hunt Pure Racing Team Blue down, because it's fairly straightforward. Maximilian Benetke's fastest lap was an 8:11.3, and he's running 8:14s, 8:16s, nothing too dramatic. And I wouldn't say he's running to a fuel number, but I don't really think the fuel number matters.
Not at the moment, you could say, and we saw that he went in a little bit later in terms of what's going on for Cristobal J. Lopez. This is his 7th lap in terms of his stint right now, and that is around about as far as you can go in terms of pitting, in terms of things going on. For Maximilian Benetke, though, he's been looking at his stints being around 8 laps a stint here. So he's managing to go that extra lap, where you look at, say, GT Ross, they've not been able to do so. In terms of Jimmy getting those extra stops down, it is so crucial to save a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes over a race distance, because you look at 3 minutes right now, that is 5th place on circuit. You look at 3 minutes later on in the race, that could be 2nd place very, very easily.
Exactly, and that's what these top teams are doing. They're playing the long game, as they should be. That is the whole point of these races, is think about the end product. Think about that last hour, half hour, where you're going to be there. I know I say it a lot, but as an endurance race, that is exactly what you look for. You try and just figure out the best long strategy. I'm seeing we have some action on trap between 77 and 64 right now.
Yes, we do. Fitsty Motorsports under pressure then from what is Revolution Sim Racing 64. Both have got past Hoyks and Velcourt Motorsports this lap, who haven't let go in terms of it, but you can see Beezer now tucked in underneath the toe. Whether he'll make a move, that is another section or another thing to be admired here. But look at Voss. Voss is not done. He's going to try and get right up onto the rear and say, you know what? Could have made that move if I wanted to, using the draft to his advantage there, showing that Porsche is nothing to be shaking a stick at here. And they're going to stay line astern for a while here down the Dottinger Ho. That's a very conservative approach, shall we say there, Cam, for Luke Beezer there. And the question is, will any of them come down onto the lane this time? My answer is yes, Beezer's going to come in.
Yeah, and Luke Beezor in that Revolution Sim Racing 64 coming into a stop. P&D Racing's and Iberica Racing teams getting done. Martin Hahn in that Bricon Racing car is getting done. And that Porsche, well, he gave him a flash of the headlights, which is pretty fun. He had speed hand over fist. He could have easily made up a position. I mean, that Porsche is so slippery in the air. I mean, much like the Kia, right? I mean, they're basically the same thing, only not at all. That's a brick. But that's okay, because David Barraclough in that Torque Freak Racing car he pitted, it'll be 2 laps ago. David Barraclough hopped in that Torque Freak Racing car, taking over from George Gruber. So yeah, I have to say, though, looking at the track map, looking on the actual racing surface, the cars are now fully entwined with one another, and this is the type of action we like to see in Nürburgring 24 Hours.
We certainly do here, and now it's going to be a case of trying to get people through the traffic. It's now about trying to negotiate where your rivals are. Who am I fighting with? What is the sort of gaps here? And, you know, who is coming back into this one in terms of the racing speeds right now? You actually look at the racing speeds, a gap that is coming down is between the 1 and the 2 machine here. The Donkey Troop, we saw what happened in the early stages for them. They had to pit on the opening lap, Jimmy, but they're now starting to close that gap down at a very, very quick rate here to David Greco in the Wave Driving Revolution team here. Difference last time by about 5.4 seconds, just ever so casually a 5.4 seconds here and there. The gap was 20 seconds. Expect that to come down a little bit more, because that does not look like 20 seconds in my book anymore.
Well, of course, you have to take into account these are some of the fastest cars on circuit right now, and just say had a very bad first lap coming back from that, as you said. But Kimo, someone doing a fantastic job in that Porsche that's coming down the straight now, doing 272 km. Interesting to note, actually, the top speed-wise, the Porsche isn't that much quicker than the Kia once it gets up to its top speed, which I think is impressive for the Kia, I guess. I mean, I think there's about 5 or 10 Ks in it between the two. But to take 5 seconds out of Mr. Greco is no mean feat. He is a man renowned for his work on other games in terms of physics, etc. And he's been a big name in sim racing for as long as I know. So it's great to see just how quick that Donkey Troop car is at this point.
David Greco's time was actually quite slow. He did an 8:40 that time by, so maybe a mistake there being seen. That time by was an 8:28.2 for Kimmo Suominen, so the gap comes down to 6.6 seconds when all is said and done in that scrap for what is now going to be 4th and 5th in your Porsche 911 category. So that gap coming down at a rate of knots, that's something to keep an eye on in terms of the racing action just for the time being. But it is also worth checking in on your race leader right now, Maximilian Benecke in the Pure Racing Team Blue Machine, because he's heading himself down the Dosson-Yahoe. I don't expect him to come down in this time by here, Cam, but now you're starting to get this amalgamation, that morph between the stops where anyone could potentially come down in at any given moment.
Yes, absolutely. And before I talk about that subject in detail, I must note the Will Vincent Fan Club Team Yellow number 777 actually has a longer name than that. The addition to that is the Will Vincent Fan Club Team Yellow number 777. We like pizza and racing. Okay, now let's just I had to clarify that as that's just how that goes. But yeah, for Maximilian Benecke, don't come in this time. He'll continue to stay on out. Maximilian Benecke has been the sole driver of that PRT blue car. He'll take it around one more time. I think he realizes that Cristobal Lopez is starting to come on. He did an 8:13.8, which is just about as fast as that G-Tross SST orange car has been going.
Yeah, we've got this battle going on between the 8 and 11 right now. That's PND Racing versus Precon Racing then. This is for 5th and 6th in category right now as we're seeing things go on here. Heading themselves, looking for the right-hander there is Fabio Lotti. And you know what? Not going to get it in that section. Maybe it's worth just waiting until Bergwerk to really make that happen there. It's actually, you see Precon Racing in terms of what was going on, actually give that position up then. Knew he was slower. GT Ross has come down in onto pit road there, Cam.
Yeah, that's all I was going to point out. I'm sorry, I was a little too excited. Nobody's crashed. Everybody's fine. But Cristobal Lopez, Robin Sundqvist, Yoni Bachman also. He's in an MX-5. I just figured I'd throw him in there as well. Yeah, a couple of cars coming in here. And I think there was just a GT. No, it was just a driver hopping in for that German SimRacing.de white car.
Yeah, he is here at the moment, and well, they both come in at the same time. They've been trading that in at the same time, so Pure will go a little bit later in terms of the battling right now. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step aside once again for just a few moments' time. The big chase is on between the 1 and the 2 in your Porsche category, so let's keep our eyes out then on the number 1, the Donkey Troop there. Kimmo Suominen is going to be there here. This is Raceport TV Fan Immersion. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. The car you were looking at was that number 1 of the Donkey Troop. Just managed to get through Wave Driving Revolution. That's David Greco behind the wheel of that one, as they have a little bit of traffic behind the form of Team Hoytzenveld Engineering just going forward here, and unable to make the move just for the moment. Is for position though in terms of where they are on circuit, so that is going to be something just going to be playing into the minds right now, as there's going to try and be a move down into the Dunlop hairpin. It's a brave move. It's going to be a move that is going to be done, and well, thank you very much. There's Christian Hewitt there as he makes that position pretty much his then in terms of the racing. Beneke stays out then for the moment. We've seen GT Ross and Vendaval both come down onto the lane as things have stood at the moment, as we are waiting for both pure cars then to get themselves down onto the lane. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am hashtag Do You Mind Jake Sperry. I'm joined by Mr. Cam Walsh, and is that Jimmy Broadbent? I do believe it is Mr. Jimmy Broadbent there as well. And Jimmy, you know, we are starting to see pit stop windows become a key factor around here, and you can't talk pit stops without talking about, say, the Kia and however many pit stops that they have to do, but it's also worth talking about the MX-5s, because RSO haven't come down in, GSRC Turn 2 have, so have Glacier Racing, and Glacier have come out right behind good old Team Potato.
Yeah, it's interesting to see these strategies start to unfold. Of course, the Mazda having such a large fuel tank and there being such a large time between stints, there's more time for them to save fuel. When we spoke about the Kias before, you know, if you're going around at full chat, the Kia does 4 laps of fuel. If you start saving fuel, it can just about do 5. So, you know, there's more opportunity for the Mazdas to save that bit of fuel, which means we're going to get quite a split strategies as the race goes on. It's quite hard for us to keep up with it as commentators. We know that's part of the fun for us with our little spreadsheets to decide their viewership typing in numbers that I haven't been doing so far. So, but yeah, it's interesting to see how it's playing out. I want to see how the MX-5s pan out in maybe a couple of hours, because they tend to come back together again after they split. It's very interesting how that happens in endurance racing.
Certainly does here. P&D Racing here are on pit road, the number 8 machine, just trying to see. There is a lot of damage on that P&D Racing machine, and that's not the way they want to end their racing right now, but it's going to be something that they're going to have to look at in terms of what's going on. We also see Boost Ted Red on the lane here, Cam, at the moment, as we are expecting the bulk of your GT3 field to get themselves onto the lane.
Yes, and just trying to focus on when about that time has come about. I have to say, well, most of the GT3 cars have come and pitted. I wouldn't be too surprised to say that the Porsches don't start. They come right about the same time as the GT3 cars, but honestly, I think that they are a little easier on fuel, question mark. Being these Porsche cars, the only time I've ever really seen and ran with these Porsche cars is of course the RaceSpot TV Race Day Super Cup, which is right before the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, which was just opposite of this. It completed maybe about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, but that's really what I've seen now, these short sprints that are absolutely enjoyable. I haven't necessarily seen an endurance race with these Porsches. I'm sure we will see many, many more. So I don't know how the fuel numbers work per se compared to GT3 cars. I would imagine it's less. But so they're running opposite of them, and I have to say, I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but there are a significant amount of Porsche 911s that are involved in the GT3 field. I mean, Peer Racing Team's Cup car is up to 5th.
It is, and it's doing a fantastic job of things at the moment. What we are seeing is around 8 to 9 lap stints in your category going on for the GT3 field. When you're looking at these Porsches, you're looking at around 9 to 10 laps here. There's a big difference when you look at it. Look at, say, a driver like Lauren Heinrich. He came down in on lap 18 to get some service. He's now going to start his 23rd lap of the event, and already, you know, he's fine. He can go a lot longer because he's doing 9-lap stints here and there. You look at someone like Beneke, who's only doing an 8-lap stint, for example, having to come down and say this time by. You know, they're going to be doing less stops here, Jimmy. They're going to be right up there come the end of this event, especially when you look at the fact that you're now starting to see even GT3 cars being lapped now. They're so intertwined. It's fantastic.
They are, and I recently commentated on a race, same here, you know, at the Norwich side with these two classes involved. And at the end of that race, I think it was the leading GT Porsche actually came third overall. So just goes to show just how much that fuel tank helps around here. And of course, it's about completing as many laps as possible in a 24-hour period. And if we're spending less time in the pit lane, because just going down the pit lane on its own is about 20 seconds without stopping. The more laps you're going to be able to complete in that time, which is why we've seen the Porsches start to move up in comparison to the GT3s.
Yeah, we are here at the moment, and that's something that is going to be just playing on drivers just a little bit, knowing that they've got cars in lower categories that are able to go as quick, if not quicker, in terms of the racing right now. And the two cars that are out and away are Pure Racing Team Cup and Team Hoyksville Motorsports as things stands right now. Actually, I do want to talk about Hoyksville Core just a little bit, Cam, because quite interestingly, they've just had the driver join Patrick Holtzman to their team. Of course, part of the Formula One effort they're now trying to get into. I mean, we saw Core Sim Racing decide to do that. So Hoyksville Core, a new foray into Formula One. That's quite interesting in my opinion. How about you?
Yeah, the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, of course, as I don't think we can say that without literally helicopters arriving within the minute. I don't know how it is these days. Hopefully it's better as time goes on. But yes, so the top tier Formula cars are lovely McLaren MP430. It was originally, I think a lot of people it took a lot of time for people to come to grips with just how much was on this car. And people still are, I have to say. I mean, you got to remember, iRacing models everything, and everything can be obviously as openly edited as the real McLaren F1 team had on their McLaren MP430 back when they were running that car. So I think teams are slowly coming to grips with it. As the more knowledge base grows and grows, more teams that necessarily can't throw 100% effort into it are arriving on the scene. I am so very happy to see that. You need to have strong, consistently strong, and very popular World Championship Series, because it really does help the entire community. So I'm happy to see people spreading their wings. I mean, back a couple of years ago, we really had, you had a couple of top flight HBD teams, you had a couple of top flight Williams teams. Nobody really did both, maybe Coanda, maybe Radicals. And nowadays, though, these teams, you've got full black paint teams, you've got full HBD teams, and then you've got full open wheel formula teams. And I have to say, I have loved to see how this community has grown over the last couple of years, especially with the release of the driver swap feature on iRacing, which we have to remember, I mean, back when I started, we didn't even have the McLaren was released, I think, a month after I started here in 2012, I think with Interlagos. And I gotta say, it's changed so much. I love to see these top flight teams, and they're only getting more and more sponsorships. We're only getting more and more coverage, and I mean, it's great to see these teams spreading their wings as well.
It certainly is around here, as we're still looking at the 3 and the 07 here. Team Potato versus Glacier Racing. These cars split by not very much, shall we say, as they head into Arenberg. Right-hander car trying to get past all of them is Fitzstein Motorsports. That's Christian Mickel behind the wheel of that one then. So trying to get around that, trying to make himself a way through. Gets through very, very nicely there as they head up on towards compression. But when it does get right down to it, there are many elements that helps make racing like this grow. You talk about all the drivers down in the lower split who are still racing. There's still going to be about 400 drivers, 400 teams even, that are all trying to get themselves in, trying to get themselves to the end. It's not just these 58 teams at the top end who are trying to make everything happen right now. So that's something to just keep in mind in terms of everything going on as Maximilian Benecke drops down on towards pit road right now here, Jimmy. And the question is it time for a driver swap or not?
We'll see. Max done a really good job on that, so we'll find out momentarily if Max is going to get out of the car or not, as the number 71 car is sitting in the pit lane. Now, I guess I'm led to believe that the trailing 72 PR Team Black car will also come in this lap if they're on the same strategy still, but we'll wait and see if that is the case. And Max has been doing a great job of, 1, going fast, and 2, somehow saving the fuel while doing so, which is a very a very hard thing to learn, a very hard talent to have. Well, let's see what the 72. 72 is still a little while back. I don't think there's going to be a driver swap for Max. He's still sitting in the car right now. Usually the driver swap happens towards the start of the stop, in my experience. So still waiting there right now. I think it's going to be Max in the car again for another stint. There, off he goes.
That's very, very interesting here in terms of the racing action that's going on here, because Maximilian Benecke, the longer that he's gone into a stint traditionally, the more chance of Maximilian Benecke having an incident happens. And well, something that is of note here, Cam, which is quite concerning for 2017, Pure Racing Team have had a habit of hitting Pure Racing Team cars. They did it at the 24 Hours of Daytona behind closed doors, and they did it even in Blancpain at Monza as well, as the yellow car came together with the black car. So for Pure Racing Team Blue, they've just got to hope that over this 24-hour period, they don't touch any more Pure Racing Team cars, if not anyone else.
Yes, and I think what would help Pure Racing Team is if instead of just coloring the winglets and the mirrors, if they colored their whole car with the name of the colored car, and then they could tell, you know, I'm just saying, maybe, I don't know. But either way, yes. Pure Racing Team this year kind of has had a bit of an IMSA Porsche manufacturer year, because last year they literally wiped themselves completely out of the Daytona 24 Hours in the second horseshoe. Porsche just seems to have a habit last year of ending their own races, and it seems that curse is somehow translated like some sort of disease from like one type of animal to humans over here to the sim racing, and it seems to have infected the Pure Racing Team boys this year. So hopefully, though, we can avoid that. We got to remember they've got the Kia out and about. I don't believe they have a MX-5 though, so don't have to worry about that per se. Yeah, I mean, for that Pure Racing Team, you've just got to worry about your MX-5. You're not your MX-5, but everything else: your Kia, your Porsche, and your pair of GT cars.
Yeah, you do in this situation, and that is going to be something that is trying to be playing into the minds here, is that you look at teams who are fighting in multiple categories. Sometimes you get that pressure, oh, we need to win every single race. We need to finish every single car in terms of this. We need to win every single category. Sometimes that's not going to be possible when all's said and done, Jimmy. And it's about realizing and making a realistic goal for yourself. Finishing for pretty much everyone is the realistic goal that everyone wants. The difference, though, is whether you want to finish high, whether you're just happy with a finishing result wherever you want, or whether you are going to be happy with wherever you are coming out of this. Florian Voith now in the Pure Racing Team Black Machine, though, and he finds himself behind both Vendaval and GT Ross SST Orange. Arana back behind the wheel for GT Ross. And Terry Kaikkonen for the first time in the Vendaval Sim Racing white car.
Yeah, I do wonder about that as well in terms of approaches to this race. I mean, teams like PRT, I'm sure, come into this race with the objective of winning. You know, that's how they come in. Same with teams like Vendaval as well, and Hussenveld Core Motorsports. These are all teams that are used to winning and come in for that aspect. Of course, you need to finish first before you can think about doing that. You need to be in a good position where the car is comfortable. And they're all old hands. They're very experienced and know exactly what they're doing. There are, of course, other teams in the field who may just be wanting to finish, and just by doing so might end up at top of the field anyway. If you get through one of these races without any incidents, the chances are you'll be in the top 5 anyway. So it's just a matter of getting through these things sometimes.
It certainly is here, and it's worth noting that yellows are only going to be local around this circuit, because this is technically an official race series in terms of what iRacing puts on. There isn't going to be a case of throw a safety car if there's an action. It's going to be a case of you look at yourself in the situation, you are putting your own, shall we say, safety rating on the line when you get into this, Cam. You know, people who are trying to get this are trying to boost themselves up, maybe gain themselves a +0.2, a +0.3 here and there. It's a little bit alien to try and talk about, but, you know, with so many corners around here, 170, you know, this circuit is arguably the best for gaining a safety rating.
Oh, absolutely. And it's fairly straightforward, too, as well, unless you're constantly getting one off, off tracks. It's just one of those things where, you know, the safety rating is calculated on how many incidents average per corner. Well, when you've got 170 corners, 16.12 miles, of racing surface. I mean, as long as you don't bean it every single corner, you should, in theory, at least, make a positive gain. You know, over the course of 24 hours, I mean, I'm not going to say the haul is significant, but, you know, if somebody does need safety rating, which should be a fairly easily attainable thing for the people out there, it should be a fairly good haul. Now, of course, iRating not, however, involved. As Team Potato, as we were saying, when they had to wait for the pit stops, well, here they are, going to pass the start-finish line. Everyone else has come in and done their work, and now Glacier Racing's Joni Bachmann is hovering behind the MX-5 of Team Potato. They go down the front stretch. It's so strange, Jake, to go from watching GT3 cars racing around the circuit to these cars. They just look even slower. I mean, they were doing maybe 110. 117 going into corner number 1, and yet here they go, right on through, about 30 mile an hour through that corner.
30 miles an hour, and you could see that's Alex Sherney now in the car instead of what was Tobias Sherney. So the Sherney brothers then just muscling that MX-5 around, and well, now they're back in third position here. Now you got that train of 3 once again back and solid here. So, you know, now is going to be the case to try and make Pit Demons GT also in, Crown Racing also in as well. So, you know, you look at this going on, it's close, Jimmy, in terms of your MX-5 field as things stands right now. James Krahula then crosses the line for GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports, but the timer ticks away for certain drivers here, and now it's a train of 3 once again at the front of your MX-5s.
I mean, this is a category that is going to stay close. You mentioned sort of before that it's just a case of his cars don't have any downforce, so following next to someone right behind is actually quite easy doing so in this case. And the MX-5 is a car that can be driven quite hard, but there's definitely a limit, of course, with the lack of power and again, lack of the sort of mid-cornering speed compared to the other classes here. But it does mean we get close racing, and obviously at this point, where are we now? We're getting near to 3.5 hours into this race at this point, and our leaders are separated by a couple of car lengths. This is why this class is great, I think.
Certainly is, and we do see the leader in your Kia category actually in on the lane right now in the form of David Barraclough for Torque Freak Racing. The Donkey Troop also dives down onto the lane as well. So for the time being, David Barraclough is just going to sit, and he's going to wait, and he's going to get that very long stop. David Greco comes in for Wave Driving Revolution as well, so now is maybe the time when maybe a few of your Porsche category cars are thinking it's time to make that stop. It's time to get everything serviced, everything checked out. You look at that Pure Racing Team Kia, though, it continued on its merry way, though, Cam, in terms of the racing, and there's an incident.
There's an incident, and it's involving one of the front-running MX-5s. The MSP Phoenix Racing number 12 car has had an incident with Joni Bachmann, the Glacier Racing MX-5. As the Audi was working his way through, it looks like just crowded Joni Bachmann to the inside barrier, or to the inside curbing, and once he hit that curbing, there was nowhere for him to go. And Florian Geis and Joni Bachmann have been involved in that incident right in front of Alex Zerny. And they all had to come to a stop and get themselves sorted out. Not what they wanted to see, but and for the Glacier Racing car, that is complete suspension failure on that Miata.
He and totaled then, and well, the iRacing gods giveth, and the iRacing gods taketh away. So we see in that instant then on screen, just trying to get around lap traffic is difficult, especially when Glacier Racing are in that little scrap. Sometimes it just takes yourself maybe an inch, 2 inches to just, cause a massive incident like that, Jimmy. It's a horrible, horrible crash for Glacier Racing. And I think that is pretty much done for them at the moment.
Again, another instance where a GT3 is just not paying attention. I mean, that was, again, very bad driving by a GT3 driver. MX-5 as far over as it can go. It's always going to run wide because it can't hit all the roads. You should know that when passing them by now. But you crowd them that badly, I mean, what else do you expect to happen in that situation? So, and the sort of unfortunate thing there is the GT3 causes the incident, gets away sort of scot-free in terms of damage, drives away, whereas the MX-5 races over, so... Bit of a bad luck, a roll of luck there for the Glacier guys.
Yeah, a bit of bad luck there. And did anyone tell you that you sounded very much like James Hunt during that there, Jimmy?
No. Interesting. I know that's a good thing or a bad thing.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Speak your mind, it's always fine. There's always 2 ways to go about a broadcast, the Murray Walkaway or the James Hunt way. So looking forward, though, still, pit stop cycles are being frivolous and fought with right now in terms of the racing. We did see an incident for the Boost Ted Red team earlier on there, Cam, and they've dropped themselves now completely out of the fight in terms of the Kia category as far as things stand at the moment. But, where they stand in terms of the racing will now have to be pretty much dependent on who else is around, because it now becomes basically a 3-car fight at the top of Kia's. Team Ad Red trying everything to stay intact. You've got Pure Racing Team Kia who are trying the same strategy there as they just get passed by Speedworks Racing Team Orange there. Tony Costello just getting out of the way. It's actually Black Star Racing also has to let them go as they head up towards compression. And of course Torque Freak Racing, who have come in and just made their stop, and they only just get onto the Nordschleife now behind Blackout and the Motorsport 66.
Yeah, that's the Kia field a bit strewn apart, but it's just it's one of those things where anything can happen. But I have to say that Torque Freak Racing has really stamped themselves on this Kia race. I mean, we're 3 hours and 30 minutes into this, and the lead that they have is quite sizable. There is a stopped car. The Speedworks Racing Team Orange car is stopped. Tony Costello against the Armco barrier. Not quite sure what has happened to that number 29, but it looks like he has had to sit. Oh, it was a solo incident coming off of the exit of one of the corners. He ended up hitting into and I think there's even more accidents going on as he's trying to get himself turned around, and we'll see what has happened.
Well, you can see that's coming out of Ardenur first, where the incident happened for him, and that's the last place that you want to have an incident happen in terms of that one. And well, you talk about having an incident around here. It's not the place that you want everything to be happening there. Replay on screen, and well, that's a crash as far as things are concerned, and it's not the easiest of places to come out of Ardenur first. You get desperate to get on the power, Jimmy, and that sometimes can be down to attributing of losing concentration.
It can be as well, and there are various traction control settings in these GT3 cars, so maybe running a little bit too low and getting a little bit too happy on the low pedal, which happens, well, it can happen when you're pushing, of course, and they're just getting up on the curb. You see, getting up on curbs like that, it sort of confuses the traction control a little bit, bless it. It makes it run a little bit weird, so I think that was a mistake there. But in the wall, I think the car is still running, so again, at this point in the race, although we are starting to get into the race now, this is the period you want to have your incident, so you can then come back from it later on, but that'll still be a sort of head in the hands moment there for the driver.
Yeah, we're believing that the 10's been involved in the incident as well. That's Race for Cat Motorsport there, and well, we do have Racebot Cat in the form of, it is called Racebot Cat, but it's also known as Lola in terms of Will Vincent's cat. But Cam, Race for Cat has found itself losing a few lives.
Basically what has happened to Mark Olive in that Race for Cat Motorsport black car, which I can tell it's got black on it, is that they came upon, I believe it was the Crown Racing MX-5 at an expedient rate. Crown Racing had to disengage, a little bit, slow up a little bit, get on the brakes, cautionally go around the spun Audi. By the way, if you want to loop that Audi around without doing a 90-point turn, you gotta turn the traction control off, throw your brake, punch it. But that people don't do that. But so what had happened was that Race for Cat car probably was just looking at the Audi that was stricken on the side of the road and almost pulled a Le Mans, quite frankly, for the Steve McQueen movie, where he'd seen the car a second too late, slammed on the brakes, turned the wheel, and into the Armco he went. So the car appears suspension-wise to be okay, but aerodynamically that is not one sound car.
No, it isn't here, and that is something that is going to be a little bit frustrating for a few drivers here. The instant count is starting to rise just a little bit here in terms of this. So we're looking at the 66 and the 82 machine as things stand at the moment. The 66 machine, as far as I can see right now, is Black Adder Motorsport number 66. That's Carly Jansen. And of course, the 82 just behind that is Torque Freak Racing, as well, with David Barclay behind the wheel. Of course, this is for track position at the moment, Jimmy, but they're on two different strategies. Torque Freak have come in, Carly Jansen has not, and they've got OZNZ behind, desperately trying to make the move through on both of them as well, and that is for position also.
see David there giving the room, but the GT3 not doing it. That's always really frustrating when you're in a slower class in the Kia there. You give the room to the inside, and the GT3 is like, oh, I don't know, maybe I'll go through now, maybe I'll wait, and you'll just get on with it so I can get on my race. So David now, you see right all over the back of the R8 now as it sort of pulls away under acceleration. But yeah, I don't think there'll be much of a battle when David gets into the back of the car in front. I think, again, two different strategies, and they'll both know that, so they won't try and trip over each other too much. They'll just try and get on with each other's race, hopefully anyway. Sometimes it doesn't always translate to other teams, but that would be the ideal situation for both of them, I think.
Dennis Fiedler then getting a bit of cold feet, shall we say, heading up towards the carousel. Do I want to make the move? Well, I'm going to have to try and make the move then. Carly Jansen will be the next car to deal with then in terms of what is Blackadder Motorsports number 66 machine, third in category at the moment as things stand in terms of the racing that is going on. Lauren Heinrich still dominating in the Kia category as things stand over Huitzenveld Core Motorsports here. And well, that's been the surprising factor here, Cam, when we'll be looking at it. The Racing Team Cup have been dominant with Heinrich behind the wheel, so much so that he's got himself a minute and 25 seconds on track.
Only a minute and 25 seconds. Yeah, I mean, it's getting impressive lap after lap after lap. Just pretty much what everybody, as far as all of our leaders go, to be completely honest. I mean, just looking through your front leading cars, I mean, what, PRT Blue has got, if I can get my browser to be working. There we go. They've got a full minute over G-Trust SST Orange, which was impressive, seeing as I believe Cristobal has gotten out of that car, so they're just they're comfortably waiting. Whereas Santeri Kakkonen has gotten in the Vendevil Sim Racing white car, of course. Santeri white helmet, very, very deep red visor, so keep your eyes out on him. Your Porsche's even. He's got perhaps a 2-minute, 18-second gap over Heisenveld Core Motorsports, and then of course in your Kias. I mean, the lead that Torque Freak will have is simply, it's going to be staggering when everyone else comes into pit. And of course, Team Potato currently leading in MX-5s, but not for long, because I'm sure they're going to have to come into pits.
Yes, here at the moment, and well, you're looking again at the times that are being brought in. Pure Racing Team Blue does a traffic-filled 8:18.7 there, so we'll see what GT Ross can do in terms of a response there. We saw an 8:13 last time by, and has slipstream down the Dustin Jaho there. Alex Arana behind the wheel, getting the slipstream from the Boosted car of what was Stuart Atkinson, gets out of the way there down on the inside there. Does Alex Arana, makes the move very comfortably under the Bilstein Bridge, looking towards the final stages of this circuit. And well, lefts and rights are certainly going to be coming into play, but that gap was a minute and 4. I doubt it will be a minute and 4 again here, Jimmy. The gap, I'm expecting it to come down. Will it come down? Well, the line is approaching in about a second's time. The gap's come down. It's now 1 minute exact.
Alex said, just hustling that GT Ross Audi around there, and I mean, this is something that PRT need to be sort of keeping an eye on. Need to be keeping an eye, because 4 seconds of that, 4 seconds of that sounds like a lot, because if you go through your traditional circuit, which is 90-second lap, 4 seconds of that there is dire. Over the course of the Nordschleife, which of course is quite a bit longer, 4 seconds is about the same as maybe a second or so when you scale it down, but it's still time nonetheless, and that gap will come down, will keep coming down unless PRT either respond, or or they sort of go a bit quicker, or they decide maybe to change the strategy around a little bit. But we'll wait and see. This will be one to keep an eye on over the course of the race. We've got a good 60 seconds between the two guys yet, so it'll be a while before they come together.
Yeah, we're seeing here just how this battling is going on right now, and well, it comes down to the fact that everyone is now just trying to work out who is there, who is close. I mean, sometimes you look at the racing and you think that 5 seconds is close. You look at racing and thinking that 10 seconds may be close. Here in endurance racing, sometimes you have to say 1 lap is going to be close come at the end of that event. And well, that is going to be something that is going to be playing into minds. Also is a little battle going on, about 2 seconds difference going on here, Jimmy. Revolution Sim Racing 64 versus GT Ross SST Silver. It's Daniel Quattrapani versus Luke Visa.
these guys coming together again as well now. It's always nice to see battles up and down the track, especially in these longer races, of course. It's very easy for the guys to get spread out. But Ludwig's a little bit not quite in the slipstream. I think he'll be trying to get that back. Oh, no, sorry, I'm wrong. GT Ross is behind. Sorry, the timing is being nasty to me again. But yeah, not quite close enough to get that slipstream at this point. But we're coming up to now the last part of the circuit. And the last part of the circuit, I think, is probably the most difficult. It's the most difficult on the cars and on the drivers. It's a very quick flowing sort of third, fourth gear, a couple of second gear corners in there as well. And it really separates a car that feels nice to a car that feels completely hooked up. That's where you see people gaining the time, and that's where you'll see the faster drivers making their time, because it's all about being fluid through there. Make a mistake, one mistake, the rhythm is ruined and the whole flow is ruined, so you end up losing about 2 or 3 seconds. It's quite intense when you're driving it.
It certainly is here, and well, the gaps are starting to open up. The big gap opening up, though, is in your MX-5 category right now when you look at things, Jimmy, because Team Potato, they got a little bit of fortune with the Glacier incident. Glacier had their incident in the middle of it. Alex Journey then had to slow up because of the incident ahead of him, and from there they've managed to manifest about a 20-second gap when all is said and done. It's Nicholas Taymans then behind the wheel of the Team Potato machine, the Team RSO, Alex Journey. For all that he's done, now's going to have to be the case of it's strategy over strategy here, because Potato and RSO were very, very evenly matched for 3.5 hours.
They were, and of course strategies are going to differ as the race goes on, and we're sort of at that point now. We're at the fork in the road, we're at the split where the cars are going to be as far apart as they can be, but then that will come back together as the race progresses. I like to use the term ebbs and flows, because it's the best way of describing it. It's like a natural rhythm almost, just to have the cars sort of close in behind each other and pull away again. But right now, all the guys, Team Potato, all they've got to do is really focus on just putting on as best laps as they can, keeping one eye in the mirror, of course, at all times in that Mazda, because there are 3 classes looking to try and get past you in the everywhere on the circuit. Really, the Mazda is the slowest on the circuit everywhere. So that's part of the real challenge. Even when you are leading the race, even when you're trying to put in those the best lap times you possibly can, to your eyes, you're completely giving everything the car has through the circuit. But to the guys behind you, you're just you're going at snail's pace. So it's very important to keep an eye on the mirrors and make sure you don't get caught out like Glacier did, but they didn't get caught out. They got punted off.
So yeah, you get into a situation where you don't want to be that driver whose main incident with someone else, although you're in a situation where you're not getting penalised in terms of an in-race penalty. Your reputation becomes a factor. You get a case of, how am I doing compared to someone else here? It might even come down to the fact that the review system comes into play and someone reports you for an incident that's happened. That can be the case around this circuit. So when you get yourself right down into it here, the 66 and the 82 are still going at it here, and Torque Freak can close back up again here very, very quickly, doing a very good job. David Barkloff versus Carly Janssen right now here. And well, when you see this battle that is going close, they are looking here at just how everything is going on, and for the time being, Janssen close, but not quite close enough, as I believe that's Vendaval trying to get past.
Surprised that David hasn't got this done yet. I guess at the moment that David not quite as quick in the car as Mika was at the start, maybe Mika being the quick driver of the pair. Of course, David no slouch himself, but right now still unable to get past this Blackadder Motorsport car. So another lap held behind, and here comes the number 13 car, and the Audi trying to make its way through as well. And this is where you can see the difference from the Kia. Kia goes to the left-hand side of the circuit and says, okay, do it here, please. You can see that's good communication there between the 2 cars. And now we'll make its way through just before the bus stop now. And here comes another portion of the way through. This was the Greco car. I forget what the car's called now. Apologies, but coming through now. And see how that gap opens up again now. That traffic's come through. Traffic is such a factor around here.
Oh, it certainly is here, and that's Marco Asidiacono there for the Wave Driving Revolution team, just getting himself through then, and in that moment, in that straight, we had all 4 cars getting some form of lapped and some form of getting past in terms of this one. So that was very nice to see then, all the classes coming together and getting it done cleanly as well. That's the key when all is said and done here. Everyone needs to get it home cleanly. Everyone just is hoping that they don't run themselves into too many issues as things continue on during the race. I mean, we're seeing Momentum Endurance now starting to struggle a little bit here because they're actually in a battle for position right now in terms of the racing's going on here. And now GT Ross SST Silver is going to get that run here. And Cam, I don't know if you're back or not, but you can see GT Ross down the inside, make the position. And Jimmy, you've seen something.
That was the quote-unquote Greco car that I've forgotten the name of again already, just spun in front of the Torque Fleet Racing Kia there on their own from what I can see, so I'll see if I can find out what happened to them. But a little bit of a scary moment there for David at the head of that Kia.
Certainly is there, and that's Marco Asidiacono then getting that big spin, and that's the last thing that he would have wanted there. And well, even for likes of Torque Freak, you know, that's a panic moment for them, and Baracloug's lucky that he's kept itself going. And well, now with Carly Jansen just a few seconds ahead, is this holding himself up enough though in the situation to allow the likes of say Shellback to come back into this one? In terms of this one, I was talking here about the GT Ross SST Silver car, the 114, who's just made the move there on Momentum Endurance. Of course, two different categories making that overtake here, and well, you know, that's to be expected in some stages, but in others, you know, sometimes it isn't here, as GT Ross has managed to get itself a much better pace after the damage that it's had here, Jimmy.
The car looking back up to speed now again. Another one that was sort of caught up in the early crashes, but Daniel Cutrapani will be trying to get just trying to put in laps now again. It's very difficult when you're sort of on your own, you're in clear air as a driver. It's very easy to sort of, I don't know, drop off. It's hard to explain how it is, even though you're obviously putting yourself against the Nordschleife, which is one of the hardest circuits in the world to drive. You still sometimes find yourself, your mind wandering to, you know, what am I going to have to drink after I finish my stint? I wonder where we're going to be in an hour's time, etc. And those are thoughts you cannot allow yourself to have until you're out of the car and it's in the hands safely of someone else, because that's when you make mistakes. And around here, mistakes. As Daniel gets sideways there for the fast left-hander, that's scary. I don't want to see anyone doing that again.
Yeah, it does get very scary. Well, there's an element of flair there from the team that's going forward in terms of the racing going on. But Cam, you've had your eye on the Team Potato car that's leading proceedings right now, and something that you've managed to notice is there's a little bit of damage on the machine that might be just causing a little bit of havoc. It's on the front right that there's a small bend, so they actually have to let the MSP Phoenix Racing 24 through of Daniel Longrike. So, you know, well, Longer Rich actually. So, you know, it's not going to be a case of everyone's going to be absolutely fine and perfect by the end of this event. For a driver like Nicholas Taymans, he's having to adapt to a car that is already damaged, and that's such a difficult skill.
Yeah, just hopping into a car that's already managed to pick up damage and had to come in early for repairs after that incident with the GSRC car well early on into this race, back when we had 4 or 5 front runners. But right now, it's fairly interesting to note. It's been a grand total of about, almost 4 hours of racing, 3 hours and 50 minutes of racing. And the MX-5s as an entirety are actually about 43 minutes behind your GT3 cars. That is how fast the GT3 cars are compared to your MX-5s. For Team Potato, their stint right now, they're about 6.2 laps, which means like 6 and a little bit. So they're on lap 6 of this stint right now. Everyone else is on about 2. Team RSO came in, they started their stint 2 laps ago. GSRC and Black Star started their stint 4 laps ago. So Team Potato, very fortunate of a strategy here. And obviously when they come into the pits, the entirety, it's about a minute and 40 seconds, I would have to say. So a minute and 40 seconds would drop that car down to right behind the Pit Demons GT car back in 5th. So when Team Potato comes into pits, which they will soon probably, they're going to come out in 5th in MX-5, and that's just them working out. And here comes Z-Trust's orange car. That was a miscommunication. That was almost a very, very nasty incident with Nicholas Taymans in that Team Potato car. He saw the GT car coming. The GT flashed his headlights. He moved over, I think, to just take the corner. Like the GT wasn't already there. I mean, he'd already moved into the lane that he was intending to take, and I thought he had telegraphed pretty straightforward what he was going to do. But that was the kind of corner, Jake, where I don't really think the MX-5 can take it too wide.
That is a very scary corner to try and make a move there. That's Flugplatz, ladies and gentlemen. And for those who don't understand why Flugplatz is difficult, I will tell you why. Flugplatz is up there with potential for the car to actually get all 4 wheels off of the circuit, and then you flick it into a very fast right-hander. And when you're going too wide through there, when there's no runoff area at all, if there is even an inch where there is contact between two cars, that can spell in a major incident around there. So a lucky escape for both cars during that incident. And GT Ross is pushing for a good reason though here, Jimmy, when you look at it. They're 4 seconds a lap quicker than the Pure Racing Team blue car ahead of them. Alex Arana is wringing the neck out of that vehicle, and at this current rate, 4 seconds a lap, in about 2 hours, he will be able to push right back into the mix in terms of the race lead here.
Yeah, I mean, Alex is very much aware of this. Of course, we mentioned that there are going to be... I mean, this is an endurance event. It's a team event. It isn't just one driver in this car. There are 3 or 4 drivers, sometimes even 5 drivers in this event. And when they aren't in the car, they are on the pit wall. They are looking at the gaps, looking at fuel numbers, etc. Feeding that information as a real team would in the real world as well. So he's very much aware of what's going on in front of him. The thing Alex has to be careful of, when you start seeing fast laps when you drive, you think, right, maybe, okay, I can do half a second quicker than that next lap. And then you get, you go faster and faster. Then maybe there comes a point where you push it a little bit too hard, and you make that mistake. And so Alex needs to really try and tread that fine line between pushing hard but being safe. So far he's doing a good job of it, of course. I'm not seeing an error from him so far. He's so quick on there. And there you go, a bit of sideways action there coming onto the uphill section. That's what I'm talking about. Careful, Alex. It could quite easily come away from you if you're not careful with the rear end of that car.
Did a bit of a slide out of berg work, but holding on to things for the moment. So a very hectic lap then for the GT Ross SSD Orange. I do want to update you that a car has come down onto the lane and back out again. That's the Pure Racing Team Cup machine, and there has been a change of driver. So Lauren Heinrich is out of the machine, but normally in VLN, when you see this car in first, you normally see this driver in second position overall. It's Patrick Pichler behind the wheel cam. And, well, we all know just how brilliant Patrick Pichler can be as a driver. Pichler now behind the Porsche can do pretty much exactly the same as what Lauren Heinrich did.
Yeah, that Porsche Racing Team, that Pure Racing Team Porsche Cup car, all right? It's not Porsche Racing Team, it's Pure Racing Team. They're very different things. With Patrick Pichler on board, there should be no issues there as far as car control and car goes. There's a little bit of front damage on the right front of his Porsche 911 Cup car, but nothing that should adverse his car or beleaguer it in any way, shape, or form, as you can just see Patrick just rolling right on through the corners. Porsche, I mean, it's a car that's pretty much built for the Nürburgring. I mean, it's just how it goes. I have to say, like, these cars, it is staunchly amazing that after almost 4 hours of racing, the closest Porsche car is 4 minutes and 36 seconds behind your leading GT3 car. So that just goes to show you the speed that these guys have. And actually, there are a total of 14 cars on the lead lap still, and 4 of them are your Porsche 911 GT cars. So that's pretty good. Patrick Pichler, though, he's going to be pretty comfortable there. Hopefully, he'll get up to speed with the traffic fairly quickly. This is the first person that's been inside that leading number 73 since the drop of the green flag outside of Lauren Heinrich.
It is at the moment. Actually, just seeing a little bit of hold-up going on then in terms of the racing here for another Pure machine here. This one is the Pure Racing Team Kia. This is Michael Shellback behind the wheel, and there's MSP Phoenix Racing 24 just getting held up again here, just trying to find a way past at any given moment. They're heading themselves towards the mini carousel, and finally the position is given there to the MSP Phoenix Racing 24. That's the sort of situation where you have to say, Jimmy, as much as it is that you want traffic to get out of the way, and you say FIA blue flags is blue flag car has to get out of the way as quickly as possible. Here, though, it's a little bit different. It's up to the responsibility of the driver making that overtake to make sure it's done safely. Although they can get some help, there is no actual need for a car to move out of the way for another driver.
Yep, none of the blue flags through. The blue flag in this series is basically just to let you know there's someone there. There's no obligation to get out of the way, and that is the MSP Phoenix car that was involved earlier on, I believe, with the Glacier car. And again, looking a little bit impatient, trying to get past traffic. We'd have thought it would have learned from its mistakes, but apparently not. The Kia, the first move I saw that sort of made me gasp a little bit is where the Kia was sort of halfway across the track, turning in, and then the MSP goes, I'm going to put my nose up the inside here, and then luckily Daniel thought better of it and then backed out of it. But that could have been another big crash there, and another leading car or class leader being taken out by MSP. But luckily through, patience it's something this car needs to learn at this point. So hopefully they will do. Hopefully they'll sort of dial it back a little bit. But right now, I don't see them finishing the race with this sort of attitude.
Maybe so in this case. The Pure Racing team Kia drops itself onto lane, and you can see just how early it is onto lane. That's the first pit stall that you normally see in terms of the Formula 1. You normally see a Mercedes in there in the modern day in terms of the race that's going on. I believe Shellback is staying in the car then just for the time being. We'll keep an eye on that one when he gets himself back out, but it is worth seeing whether the Team Mad red car will drop itself onto the lane as well. That's Daniel Kraft behind the wheel of that one there in the 36 machine here. Heads himself through the final Fraser corners here, the right, then the left, and then another little right left. Then at the end of the lap, you can see it at just 100 kilometers an hour at the slowest point of that section. And yes, he will also dive himself down onto pit road as well. And there is a change in that Pure Racing team Kia. A good friend of mine in the former Christian Coach now behind the wheel of this one, Cam. And Coach has been struggling all week trying to get to grips with this Kia. He's normally an open wheeler guy, but brought with that Kia, the drivers who are brand new to that Kia, it can be a very daunting experience.
Well, the Kia is a car unlike any that we have here in the service. We don't really have front-wheel drive racing cars in the service, unfortunately. They've tried a couple of times to get touring cars in, but it just doesn't seem like they've been able to find a correct partner that will allow them to get all of the correct CFD and technical data that they need to recreate the car. So hopefully someday, though, we'll have a proper built touring car as the OZNZ Sim Racing 028 comes into the pit lane, and my goodness, that car is missing just about the entirety of the front end. But either way, though, and the Kias are getting their pit stops done and worked away. Dennis Melchert is getting in once again after Daniel Kraft's double stint in that number 36 car. Christian Koch, just as you were saying, getting into what you were saying was the first pit stall for the F1 cars. You're saying it's probably a Mercedes. Why not a Ferrari?
Why not a Ferrari in this situation? Well, that comes down to Constructors' Championships, my dear. And, well, if it can be a Constructors' victory this season for Ferrari, then by all means they can have that number one garage. Who's going to argue against them if they take that victory? That's what I say. But for the moment, it seems that now it comes back to a different mentality in terms of the racing here. New drivers come in. It's the first drive change we've seen for that Pure Racing team thing that we've seen right now, that Pure Racing team Kia that's come into play. That's going to be something now that likes of Team Mad and Talk Freak can now have a little bit of a look at here, because, you know, for all of the racing that's done, you know, now is going to be a different challenge here for the Pure Racing team Kia. They've got to close that gap down again, but they also have to close that gap down in such a way here, Jimmy, that, you know, they got to find time on Talk Freak on a different strategy here. They don't have to by any stretch of the imagination. They can do it with less pit stop strategies completely, and they could bring themselves into play by that sort of level of merit. But when it gets right down to it, you know, do you feel that Talk Freak now have to play the saving game?
Well, it may be that way. I mean, I think that's been their game for the majority of this race so far, is trying to save that fuel, trying to go that a little bit longer, trying to go for that mythical 5-lap stint that the Kias are capable of doing. It's just a lot of fuel saving is involved there, and again, as we said before, they'll be aware of what's going on around them. The team will be chatting to each other, trying to sort of work out what everyone else is doing, trying to work out strategies. And I know I've been part of teams where there's been a spreadsheet for the top 5 cars that we've been chasing, you know, and we sort of know what they're doing. So I'm sure. I mean, Talk Freak is a very big team within iRacing, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were doing the same thing. But the team probably saying to David right now, David, just go out there, do what you do best, put the car around safely and as quick as you can, and then we'll sort of deal with it as it comes. But right now, I mean, it's even now. I know we're going to be saying this a lot because we're going to be knowing at the end of this race when we finish our segment of the broadcast anyway. But we are only just gone 4 hours in. so much time for things to play out yet.
So much time indeed, and well, that is going to have to be something that gets in the minds of drivers here, as we are again at that sort of stage where we are going to be expecting maybe a couple of cars to drop themselves onto the lane sooner rather than later here. But the issue now comes here, Cam, that, you know, you're starting to skew the stints a little bit. Drivers are understanding that they can't go to the hour to win this event, that sometimes they have to go to the hour and 10, to the hour and 15 to make sure that something works for them in terms of your GT3 Audis right now. So in terms of that sort of form of racing, do you feel that maybe it makes it a little bit more unpredictable in the sense that, you know, you might have to do, say, a 10-minute stint at the very end unless you're short filling and working yourself back through? Do you feel that maybe there's a little bit more worries in as you see the Iberica team actually religiously sticking to just under that hour?
Yeah, and I think right now the engineers, if you don't have, I think for a lot of instances when you get these big 24-hour races that aren't, perhaps I wouldn't say notable. I think they're all super notable. It's just trying to, as the Iberica racing team has to correct a little bit. It's just, it's a little tough to try to find all of the support you would normally find. You have an abundance of support when it comes to, say, oval racing. People have spotters and engineers as well as the 00 and the O2 are going to give us a show whilst we watch this race. A Kia of Team Mad Red on the outside of Black Star Racing and GSRC cars, but you also have your engineer. You have your engineer in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, and your whole team, really a whole stash of engineers and up-and-coming drivers who are constantly watching everything that is going on and giving feedback as well. And here, it's putting together a 24-hour effort is a challenge all its own. Putting together a iRacing 24 hours of Nürburgring effort, that's an entirely different beast. And trying to get people to come on board and get all your shifts sorted out and get all the engineering put into it, it's a bit tough because you got to remember these cars are highly modifiable as far as the setups goes. Even the MX-5 can be changed enough to fit the driver's needs. You got to try to find a setup that's completely comfortable. Everybody got to try to coordinate, so it's really tough. And then you start throwing in that some of these cars are damaged. Boy, that is it's a challenge all on its own. And for that, I applaud any team that is here today because they are putting on an amazing effort.
They certainly are, as we've just seen the overtake then from Black Star Racing MX-5 on that GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports machine. It's Mikko Niittymaki here behind the wheel there, Jimmy. And, well, the difference was 10 seconds that last lap. That sounds like a lot, but again, if you talk about, say, like 5 seconds around any given circuit, that's like the difference between me and, say, Christian Koch in the Pure Racing Team Kia. 10 seconds around here is, in layman's terms, about 4/10 of a second somewhere else. That's the difference that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's a lot of a longer circuit around here, of course, and Mikko just making the best of it and getting past. I mean, that's a situation when you want to get past as soon as you can. We talk about maybe waiting for the straight, waiting for the slipstream, but when you're that much quicker, get past as soon as you can. Staying behind that car in front is just going to hold you up, and Mikko doing a good job now of just putting in those good times. I've seen a lot of Mazdas out there with a lot of damage at the moment. I don't think there's a Mazda out there that's clean at this stage.
A clean Mazda. Well, we'll try and see if we can find one at some stage during the racing right now. I'm just looking here at some potential battles that are going on. P&D Racing have that incredibly bent back wing then that you can see there. Jake Fox, they're just getting past the Blackadder Motorsports Kia 666. Chasing down Revolution Sim Racing 64 at the moment, trying everything to get back in favour of that. But for the time being, we are just going to step aside for some RaceBot TV fan immersion. And, well, I should save it for hours 18 to 24, but I just can't here. Let's go on board with Cohen Klopman in the 777 machine. Will Vincent's fan club? Well, Will Vincent fan club represent fan immersion? Let's go. Well, we've just seen a little bit of a moment then on board with Cone Klopman there in the Will Vincent fan club, Team Yellow, 777, We Like Pizzas and Racing there. Just saw an incident there with a Kia. We couldn't quite work out which Kia it was, but it was a Kia nevertheless that they came together with Jimmy. And well, that's not the sort of way that you want to be playing with things in terms of how an incident like that comes into effect.
No, it's the worst time to do it as well when you're going more in fan immersion, because Shugo is sitting there with his cameras just focusing entirely on you, so there's no way you can get away from the blame there. He hit a Kia in the rear, put it off to the left, and then that Kia came back across the circuit and took out an Audi as well, so that was a multiple car incident. Unfortunately, none of us have been able to find any numbers, so if anyone is there available to tell us, then very much we'd be at your mercy there, but not a good incident to have there. It does seem though that Cone Klopman got away scot-free, no damage in his car.
No damage on his car, and he'll be very fortunate about that. Revolution Sim Racing 64 though is on pit road right now and seemingly has quite a bit of damage on it as well, so that might be the vehicle that might have been hit. Not too sure. Maybe OZNZ might have been involved in that one as well. So we'll keep you updated if we know anything more about that incident, but it's worth talking about the pit stop strategies here, because GT Ross have come down onto the lane already here in terms of they hit the hour mark around here, Cam. So you got them on the lane. You got Vendaval, who stayed out a lap longer. Now, this is surprising here, because Vendaval, for the entirety of this race so far, came in exactly the same time as GT Ross, with Santeri Kekinum now behind the wheel. They're able to save fuel just that little bit more. Oh, Cam, Jimmy.
Well, there we go. It does seem that way, and saving fuel around here has been something that we're going to talk about until we leave, because it's such an important factor around here just to get that fuel right. Because if you're able to spend less time in the pit lane, then ultimately you're going to complete more laps in the time allotted, which is pretty much what a 24-hour race is, just who can complete the most laps in that time frame. Of course, it isn't as simple, right? It does involve having to overtake people and be overtaken as well, but that will be the goal. Just try and save as many laps as possible. So we'll keep an eye on the fuel saving strategies. We've got a couple of ideas. People like Talk Freak in the Kia, for example, they're managing to save a lap each time, which is fantastic in the Kia. The Mazdas, however, have the biggest allotment for fuel, as you mentioned a bit earlier on. Their tanks go for, I think it's nearly an hour and a half or so they've got more time to save fuel and more time to less time to pit lane. Go ahead.
Oh my word, Vendaval Sim Racing White just got away with one there. Hit Tryhard Racing #1, Sam Young behind the wheel at the Dottinger Ho under the Bilstein Bridge, and Tryhards then hit the wall, heading on their own afterwards, or having a big wiggle. So that was nearly a huge accident for Santeri Kekinum coming down onto the lane as well. Oh my goodness me, we nearly lost third place in class, Jimmy.
Happens easily. It can happen very easily as Santeri comes into the pits now. I think probably for a change of trousers after that, but that was a very scary moment for the Vendaval guys. Luckily, all is okay. They're going to come into the pits now. So yeah, it can happen at any time. Nordschleife is very dangerous, and there's a testament to it right there.
Yes, and Terry Kekinum then down onto lane. Whether there'll be a change of driver, that is going to be something else in terms of what we're looking at here. Cristobal J. Lopez will probably comfortably take this position away right now in terms of the racing action that's going on. Well, no surprises there as they look to try and make their charge against Pure Racing Team Blue here. But of course, Pure Racing Team Blue still yet to come down in, still yet to make that stop. Just remember, you are on iRacing Live, brought to you by Racebot TV. It's hashtag Do You Mind Jake Sperry with the Jimmy Broadbent and the Cameron Walsh as well. And well, you know, that was a very hairy, scary one, Cam. And well, when we're looking at that incident, you know, sometimes you need a little bit of luck. And well, we are seeing this battle between the 5 and the 114 as Iberica Racing Team now have to deal with GT Ross Silver.
Yeah, and as they go, that Iberica Racing Team has got a little bent up rear spoiler. Shouldn't affect it too much. Actually, both these cars seem fairly okay. That silver car, obviously, though, after a couple of bounces that it's had off the Armco barriers today, it has a little bit of damage as they're going through. One of the many corners are about just over a third of the way through this Nordschleife circuit. They're heading towards Callan-Hard. And they've got Ware Southland first. They're going through that right now, and then they're going to be going to Callan-Hard. They've got what appears to here was like oh, there's William Levesque in his Spirit of the Law car. He was just in the chat room telling us all to go back out there, even though that car is about 19 laps down, which is about a bajillion miles in Nürburgring laps. He's going to go out and he's going to enjoy his 24 hours as well. But for Julian Rodriguez Moreno, quickly gets right on by. Ivan Sol is hotly in pursuit. And yes, that incident just, is it curse of the camera when it's the car that we're on board ends up having the incident?
Yeah, that seems to be the way that it's starting to go there. There's William Levesque there. Normally you see him in Inex Racing, but not today. He'll just join the Spirit of Le Mans squad then just for the fun here. Ivan Sol, of course, we saw him have that crazy incident earlier on, Jimmy, in the race where he tried to get past two MX-5s to try and get lapped. He got himself through. And actually, there's a gift there from Julian Rodriguez Moreno, shall we say. He gave the position there to Ivan Sol and didn't want to be under pressure heading through Bergwerk.
Maybe he was watching the footage earlier and saw what Mr. Sol was capable of in terms of overtaking. Who knows? But yeah, position change there, and that was very lucky. Very lucky for that GT Ross silver car, because that could have quite easily been earlier on with the MX-5s, where the number 114 took to the grass to overtake two side-by-side MX-5s. That could have been the end of 3 races there. So I think it's lucky that they're still in the race. And again, I think that the other car just got out of the way just to just to live for a bit longer.
Yeah, live for just a little bit longer. That's what everyone wants to do. They maybe want to live for a little bit longer, but they also want to live for 24 hours as well. So I think it's about time, after we see the final stops come into play in terms of you look at your GT3 category, to maybe look at a rundown about where everybody is in terms of racing position right now, because as things stand, it is Pure Racing Team Blue who hold the advantage then a minute 29 as things stand here, with Vendaval Sim Racing White there in, well, what was second place. It's now held by Pure Racing Team Black on the strategy yet to come in. So third is GT Ross ST Orange, fourth the Vendaval Sim Racing White Machine here, as we're just going to see here Fitzstein Motorsports then just get themselves across the line. They're going to be fifth in category as things stand at the moment. So that's your top 5 in terms of your GT3 category. I believe, Jimmy, you've been looking at Porsches.
A little bit, not so much, but we'll go back to it now. So at the moment, leading the Porsche, as they had been for the entirety of this race pretty much, Patrick Pischer in the PRT car in number 73. Currently second in position is Hook and Velcore Motorsports again. Alexander Voss, probably one of the fastest drivers in this field, currently at the wheel of that. Third is Momentum Endurance 109 car. Fourth, Team RSO, the 297 car, currently piloted by Tino Hauser. Fifth is the Donkey Troop, doing a fantastic job of getting back up there after their earlier off. Currently fifth position, just in front of Wave Driving Revolution, which you've seen being in the walls a little bit throughout this race, but still going strong at this point. Seventh place, you got to Evo Racing Team. Again, a good showing from them. An okay showing for them so far. They're a little bit behind the leaders, but still running around, which is the important thing. Michael Cratton on the wheel of that car. Sim Racing RC.de Kiwi, a car that I've not actually seen before, which is currently in 8th. And then in 9th place is the Will Vincent Fan Club Team Yellow car, which we saw had an incident with the car earlier on. So then after that, quite a big gap. I think that's our last running Porsche.
I think it is here in Cam. We've just seen a change to the lead in terms of your Kia field, because Torque Freak, they've come in and they've put Jake Robson behind the wheel.
Yeah, Jake Robson. So this is going to be his first time taking over for that Torque Freak racing car. It appears that the strategy is to double stint the drivers, and so they've now made at least what appears to be one full rotation of the Torque Freak driver lineup. They actually have Bram Reniers as well listed, so a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, so that's 5, and we've just got our 4th driver in, so should be Bram Reniers, and then they're going to be off and ready to reset their driver lineup. But yeah, Torque Freak Racing, can't complain there with their day. I think that their gap, it's a bit hard to monitor now, seeing as I believe the other teams are stretching to go a lap further, whereas Torque Freak Racing seems to be coming in for every 4 laps on the dot. So it's interesting to see how the two different strategies are working in the Kia field, but it's just how things seem to be playing out right now.
They certainly do here, and of course you also need to talk about the MX-5s as well, and they are surviving a lot better than people would maybe give credit for here in the early stages. Team Potato were in the lead. They've just come in for a stop, so it's now Team RSO, Rensport Online, Alex Sherney behind the wheel, who holds the lead of that one. Team Potato then, just for the moment then, holding themselves in, I believe, third position at the moment here, because Black Star Racing MX-5 are just a little bit ahead in terms of that. GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports in 4th, Crown Racing in 5th in the 20 machine. So in terms of where you look at where cars are laps down, where they've been struggling, lost a couple of Kias when all have been said and done. Maybe we've lost a couple of, say, Jimmy, a few of the GT3 field, but mostly the cars have been going away from that, from the MX-5s here, and they have been the beating and banging post just a little bit, but you know, when you are the slowest car in the field, sometimes it is a little bit undeserved, the amount of damage, you could say, that you can collate.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the most notable retirement, I think, or the most casualty of the MX-5 was Glacier Racing, where MSP drivers home, forced them up into the curve and into the wall. But it's very difficult out there as a slowest car, because all you can do is be predictable. The rest is up to everyone else. And when you have, the best part of 40+ cars trying to get past you all the time in the faster classes, as well as your own class, obviously fighting for position, it just it's hard. It's very difficult. So if there is an MX-5 that gets through this race without contact, I'll be very impressed. But hopefully we won't see any more instances like we saw earlier with the MSP and Glacier teams.
Hopefully not then, in terms of the racing that is going on. And what is something here, Cam, that is quite noticeable here as we've been looking around this circuit, is the fact that this track gets incredibly rubbered in through quite a few corners, and this fact will just continue to grow and mold and manipulate. And you look at the likes of, say, the marbles that build up on the outside line. When it comes to making overtakes, you're getting yourself out on that balled up rubber. Grip will become more of an issue here the later on you get into a race. When you get into certain corners, sometimes it might be easier just to run the outside line, mainly because the track's not gripped in as much there, and you can actually run quicker than on the hot surface that you sort of create by running the same line over and over again.
Yeah, and of course you've got different cars that are going to take different, not different lines per se, but different weights through it. So sometimes cars will get really rubbered. That just flew over my head. I'm sure the Army is out and about as they usually are here. So apologies if you managed to hear the lovely turbines of the American military powerhouse. But either way, just looking through how these cars are working their way through these tracks, the line seems to always be fairly consistent. It just, as such, is going to keep on growing and growing. Now, I think the biggest people that will benefit from this is the Kias. As we've talked about before, the Kia, not necessarily convincible to turn in the direction that you wish the car to turn, especially at speed. How they're going to improve as the track gets more and more rubbered in, that's going to work. So I'll be happy with that. I think these Kias are putting on a pretty darn good show, even though there's not many of them. This is a fairly typical VLN thing. We are 2 cars short in the Kia division, courtesy of some people who, as my biggest pet peeve when it comes to these official endurance races, is they sign up and then either they find another team or they don't put a single lap in, and I hate that. It absolutely infuriates me to no end to have that, but what can you do?
What can you do, indeed? And well, we're looking at this 00 versus double with the 07 battle here. Black Star Racing have been caught then by Team Potato as they head themselves then up towards Bergwerk. Not this corner, but the next corners after that will be Bergwerk. You can see up the hill. You can see it's very similar to that end of the lap here, this halfway stage in terms of the Nordschleife, where you have all the paneling that's up there just to try and protect the sort of many houses that you see around the dotted villages in and around the Nürburgring here, Jimmy. So when you get right down to it, there is some familiarity, but it's so easy if you're not paying attention to get completely lost and confused on where you are. It just takes a couple of moments to zone out. Oh wait, is this corner next?
Especially if you're learning the circuit. So I know these guys are well-practiced pros at this point, so it's unlikely for that to happen. But when you go to learn the circuit, and again, one of the upsides of being a sim racer, you can bin it as many times as you like, but you can hit reset and go out there and try again. A lot of this course looks the same. I remember you get the first half of the course down, and you get to the second half of the course, was that last third of the very windy section at the end of the course, and I used to get lost there so many times, and then I discovered what YouTube corner was, and then from there I knew exactly where I was every time going through. But as you said, yeah, such a long circuit, you can sort of look to the skies for a second, maybe look at the dials for a bit too long, come back, wait a minute, where am I braking next? Very easy to do, so drivers have got to stay concentrated at all times.
Yeah, and we just saw Damons almost send one down the inside of Niitimaki there in the Black Star Racing MX-5. Just tried into that left-hander, but just didn't quite manage to make the move happen. And what you also see, Cam, when you go around this circuit is sometimes, especially when you come out of, I believe it's Bilstein Curve, it's the one before the NGK chicane. You see a lot of gravel just kicked up on the circuit that just gets dragged up on, and that also plays a big factor when you get a circuit that looks probably more like a beach at times than it does a race circuit.
Yes, and this is even with some corrections from the iRacing service, a couple of updates. has been since they've been depositing the dirt here. I have to say, it presents many issues. First of all, people let faster cars are going to be trying to slip on by. You get into that sand, you're literally driving a slick tire with zero treading on sand, which is not the best for traction I have heard. But either way, so that presents that problem, but you just start collecting more and more sand. It really reinforces that one line. And I mean, I can remember when I first started out in 2012, not to keep talking back, but we didn't have any of this stuff. It was literally just a static track, completely the width of the racing surface. Many people would be taking very different lines, and that would be it. It wasn't. I wouldn't say it wasn't good, but it wasn't what iRacing wanted. So that is why they pushed so hard to develop a racing surface that just uses all the rubber and all this stuff like that, instead of just saying, okay, X amount of cars has driven over the track, therefore it gets X amount of increased grip. But as I also look here, just glancing through pit lane as I'm talking, the GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports car is driverless and completely stopped on pit lane. It looks like they have completely taken apart the front end of that racing car.
Oh, and that's not what they wanted at all in terms of the racing. So where we can catch that one is going to be a different case here to be made. And, well, just trying to look back on exactly where that's happened, I don't think I've quite caught it here. So that's going to be another little thing then to have a little look at in terms of what has been going on with that machine. So that's not what they wanted. They were up there high in class, Jimmy, and, well, sometimes it happens just like that.
It does. North-South is one of those circuits where it can happen like that. I'm just saying they were 4th in class before this incident happened. They're actually about to probably lap now by the, well, I'm watching Black Star and Team Potato, who are quite close on the circuit right now. But it's just one of those things around here. Again, traffic, we're not sure if there was traffic involved. We're still trying to find an incident on our end as to what happened there. But it's a real shame to see them in the pits. So they were running really strongly and looked quite quick out there. But it's not the 4 hours of Nürburgring, it's 24 hours.
Certainly is around here, and, well, you know, now it's going to have to be the case of, can they get that car back going again here before the end of the race and maybe take a few more? Cam, you seem to have found it.
Yes, I did. James Cruella was the one piloting that car. It looks like you were just heading into a pretty steady left-hander. I think that he saw there were a pair of GT cars coming. The Pure Racing Team Blue, the overall leader in the race, and G-Truss SST Silver, who was running in 11th. Now, no contact was made, but perhaps he was just trying to take the corner easier or something to that effect, or maybe he just took his eyes off just for a second off of the racing surface where his line was, because once he turned in, he lost the rear. He tried to recover. Oh, it would have been so much better for that car if he just let it loop and perhaps pancake or get the rear in. But once he nailed the front engine and all the wheeling, important wheeling and suspension bits into that Armco barrier, it gave himself suspension damage. Not what you want to see, but for Maximilian Benecke, oh, that has got to have been a scary one. That car, right at its peak, was maybe no less than, I would say, about 15 inches, I would say, between the right rear quarter panel of the GT car and that spinning GSRC car. So very lucky for Maximilian Benecke.
See, last year, that would be a race-ending incident for that Pure Racing Team Blue machine. This year, 15 inches is the difference. Maximilian Benecke is in. He's changed driver here. It's Maximilian Venig here. So the team of Maximilians then will get themselves out and away as things stand here. And the 71 machine will be unchallenged yet again in terms of getting themselves back going. But GT Ross then heading themselves now towards the end of the Dottinger Ho. So GT Ross are closing here in this situation. They're doing a different strategy. But the problem that they've got is, even though they're quicker though, Jimmy, they're doing more stops at this rate.
Yeah, quicker but harder on the car, it seems, or harder on fuel. So that'll be another thing that we have to wait to see what plays out. We have to see what happens with them over the course of the race. Will that come back to bite them or not? It's hard to see. We're seeing a replay right now of the GSRC car. Cam sort of going over what happened there beforehand, so that's the demise of that car there.
Yeah, and actually I've just seen Maximilian Venig just come out of pit road as well into the Dunlop and get a big slide, actually, and run himself through the gravel a little bit. So he's having a little bit of an issue then going on to what was happening. Well, we saw that GSRC crash happened, and see them pretty much end up in a world of trouble. But I will use Maximilian Venig as an example. There's a reason why he didn't do the second round of what was the the VLN. I think it was Venig. It might have been someone else, but whoever it was who took over from Beneke, they lasted about 17 corners before they crashed, and there was traffic behind them there, Cam, so that could have ended yet again in the space of about 10 minutes. The leader's race, and there again, runs very wide, taking very huge liberties, getting onto the Nordschleife. Venig is pushing too hard.
Well, perhaps very much. Maybe that is he's just trying to run to the sprint pace when you're not supposed to run to a sprint pace. There's no the hounds are not nipping into the heels of the leading driver right now. As I'm just cycling back to see what's happening, perhaps to the spirit of Le Mans, William Levesque piloted car. Of course, many laps down, but. When you see that name pop up in chat, you know something's not good when the last time you talked to them they were about to climb into a car. But either way, yes. For that Pure Racing team car, it's just, you gotta stay chill. You've got many hours left of this race to go.
Yeah, you certainly do, and now the pressure is going to be telling here as Cristobal J. Lopez will now start to apply the pressure here. He now heads himself through that right-hander at the very beginning of the Nordschleife. You look at Maximilian Venig, he's heading up towards Arenberg, so gap is around about a minute still here, Jimmy, and you know, for Maximilian Venig, he might be trying to hit his numbers. Not everyone's going to be as quick as Maximilian Beneke, and I think that is something that he's going to be playing into the minds. But Pure Racing Team, arguably, is one of the, if not the, greatest sim racing endurance team at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue perhaps maybe them or VRS Coandi, who aren't actually here today, which is a shame. It would have been great to see them in this event. But yeah, Maximilian, he does seem a little on edge right now. I think he's still trying to get into the rhythm. It's very hard to find the rhythm around here when you're sort of fresh in, you're raring to go, get out there and put in some fresh laps. But if you're practicing, for example, on your own, the track state may be different. The temperature might be different as well. So you're sort of having to adapt to that and adapt to how the road is rubbing in at this point. But he'll get there. Give him a couple of laps. So Maximilian again, another very fast driver of the PRT guy. So I have no doubt he'll get back into the rhythm very shortly.
Yeah, battle on screen right now between the 69 and the 040. That's Stuart Atkinson of the Booze, Ted Red, and well, BAM Esports just made the position there, and that's Johan Charret that has just managed to get through then in the 69 machine. So for Stuart Atkinson, it's time for Boosted to be past Ted at the moment as you look at the battling that's going on here, Cam. And in this fastest section of the circuit, not much Stuart Atkinson can do. He's going to have to wait behind just a little bit longer.
Yes, Johan Charret, the French driver, just ahead of Stuart Atkinson. Stuart Atkinson himself from the UKNI club as they're working their way right through. Just heading right now through to the Hohe corner. I'm sure that is so mispronounced. People don't know where that is. It's about the back nine, I would consider. Actually, you know what? They're heading to the carousel. There's so many cars on the actual track map that I can't actually see the corners. But they head to the carousel. No issues there for Johan Charret as he is going to continue in that number 69 car to hold his position. Pretty comfortable. He's gotten past Stuart Atkinson this lap. He's happy with that.
He has to be quite happy with that on his charge forward. Actually, something else that I'm starting to see here just a little bit is I've been looking at the laps that Patrick Pichler has been putting into the vehicle, and they have not been lighting the world on fire in terms of pace. So Patrick Pichler here, Jimmy, when I've been looking at him, yeah, he has that massive lead, but that massive lead is being eaten into even, at a rate of about 4 seconds a lap by Huizenveld Core Motorsports. And these two are on the same strategy. These two are pushing each other here to the limits, but Alexander Voss is doing the Alexander Voss stint here. Although it's not the same pace as Lauren Heinrich, it is the Alexander Voss pace that is bringing him back here to Patrick Pichler at 4 seconds a lap.
It is. It might just be Voss as well is better in traffic as well. I've not had much of a chance to watch him over the last couple of laps, but I mean, you think that given how quickly he's gaining the back, just watching Patrick Pichler come onto the Nordschleife and get it a little bit sideways coming on that sort of over the crest off camber left-hander that separates the GP circuit onto the Nordschleife proper. It's very difficult to get right, and Patrick getting a little bit wrong there. And maybe now he'll be seeing that relatively time come down and maybe we'll be feeling a little bit under pressure at this point. So I think it's important, Patrick, to try and remain calm. I can see he's really pushing the car. The car is sort of sliding all over the shot at the moment. So if he keeps driving like that, it's not going to be long till there's some sort of incident. But again, keep calm. A long race to go yet. Even the back
leader spun. Maximilian Venik has spun the vehicle, and he spun that one there. Oh, he just gets a big wiggle through the mid part of the corner, and the 71 machine tags the wall. Venik was not looking brilliant in the opening stage. He's got it going again, but oh my word, Pure Racing Team doing what Pure Racing Team has done so often in 24-hour races here, Cam.
Overran 2 corners ahead of time. This is really a section of the track that you really need to be in the feng shui, I guess I should say. And he just took a little bit too much curbing. It's just seemed a little unsettle the car. I mean, it wasn't too huge of an incident against the Armco barrier. They tapped going maybe 20 miles an hour, and most of the bounce was forced off. Again, turn off the chassis control, lay on the throttle. You have to do about a 9-point turn. Actually, it's 1 point, 2 point, 3 point. Okay, you know what? It was just a 3-point turn. Okay, my mistake, but still, if there were oncoming traffic, that would have been right across the track. So anybody coming on, that would have been very bad indeed. I'm actually seeing perhaps now rear wing damage, which I did not see before, so that might just be me. But at the very least, there's a little bit of front end damage on that car. Okay, that is all me, so no worries there. So it's just a little bit of front end dingle and dinging, and well, he's going to continue to go on. Hopefully, you know what? I'm going to say this. If there was something that you needed to snap your driver back into understanding that this is a 24-hour race and that you need to take care of the car, this was going to be the incident. The car's okay. Everything looks all right. We'll see what Maximilian Wineg can do now.
Yeah, and you look at that incident there from the Pure Racing Team Blue Machine there, Jimmy. Last year, they had the lead of this race. They had it secured with Maximilian Beneke. They ran into an incident with about 4 hours to go in the race, and that pretty much ended their hopes of getting that victory. They've been in dominant positions like this before, but Maximilian Venik is struggling so much in that Pure Racing Team Blue car. You know, there is a fair share rule, and that for every driver that you have, that fair share rule comes down a little bit more. For Maximilian Venik, he needs a little bit more time to get in, and maybe that setup is not working. In fact, he'll come in again. There's damage on that vehicle, and that is horrible for the Pure Racing Team Blue team. This is their lead gone, and their race completely altered.
Yeah, that's also allowed the GT Ross team to move into the lead for the first time in this race. So Cristobal J. Lopez obviously putting in the work, and then this is his reward, now up to first place in the GT3 class and leading overall, of course, as well. And now the drama, or the plot thickens really for PRT. Let's see what happens here.
It will be see what happens here. They pull themselves down onto the lane. If there's a driver change, we know that Venig is certainly not comfortable, and they're making that decision. Yeah, he's not comfortable. He goes out. Jonas Wallmeyer comes in. That's a decision from the team, and I applaud that decision quite a bit in terms of what they've done there, Cam, because they've pulled out the driver who is making mistakes, isn't comfortable in that vehicle, and gone, we need someone else to make sure that he gets themselves through. And issues with the pedaling, yeah, that might be something that is playing a little bit of a worry there. And in terms of the fair share rule, how that will come into play, that's something else that needs to just be there in the back of people's minds.
I almost wondered, did Maximilian Wineg even make an entire lap? It looks to me like he did not, so Jonas Wallmeyer taking over. I'm not sure if Maximilian Wineg, I think, will get one lap in, but you know, you never know what kind of technical issues you might have. I don't necessarily know what issue could have befallen the car to cause it to spin like that, especially when it recovered very nicely. But either way, though, for PRT Blue, I'm just going to pop open my JRT timing right now. And it is going to be, well, they're going to be in third position now. So G-Tross SST Orange is about a minute ahead. Vendaval Sim Racing is about 20 seconds ahead. So Pure Racing Team, for the first time since we dropped the green, is not going to be your leader.
So now this brings a completely different dynamic into the racing here. And Jimmy, when you look at that situation, if he has a pedal problem and he needs to now try and fix it, they've got to completely change their schedule on how they're going to do this. And now they're pretty much working on the fly here to make sure that Pure Racing Team Blue car is back into this. That's some great thinking, some forward momentum from the Pure Racing Team Blue machine to get themselves back into this. But, you know, you can't just go down the road and go to your nearest pedal shop and get a brand new set of pedals. You know, it might be a case of he won't be able to get into the car with Maximilian Venig until the morning, or maybe he might have to get in at the very dead of night when he's managed to sort that pedal himself. For that issue, that is a huge dilemma then for the Pure Racing Team Blue team, and now they've got to try and work their way around it and understand that this race has completely turned on its head in the opening 5 hours of this event.
Yes, and I'm sure Maximilian will be going away and already sort of going through his pedals and trying to find if that is the case, what issue has befallen them. And I've been involved, I know people who have been involved in teams where drivers have got in the car, they've had hardware issues and they've had to come out of it again. And I actually had a friend who ended up having to drive, I think it was 8 out of 12 hours of a race or something like in a row because there was no one else available to get in the car. And it's one of those things that comes in, it really does change the dynamic. But again, of course, it's if it's going to happen to a better team, it'll happen to PRT because they're a team that are very experienced and are equipped to sort of deal with this issue. But still, it's going to be very difficult for them to make up stuff on the fly. And Jonas Wallmeyer is in the car now, sort of come out, is not ready to get in the car very quickly, and so he isn't going to be prepared mentally. So it's going to take another lap or two, I think, for him to get up to pace properly.
Yeah, he will, and this actually reminds me of the first round of the VLN Cam when you look at Vendaval Sim Racing White and Juani Lopez. He got behind the wheel, he had themselves a hardware issue where his CPU froze up, and that brought him out of the event and out of the chance for a victory. It's things like this that you can't account for. It's effectively the same as having an engine blow up somewhere or having a catastrophic brakes failure in a real world car. You can't account for it, you can't attribute to it, you can only hope it doesn't happen, and unfortunately for Pure, it's a horrible bit of bad luck.
Yeah, quite. So Jonas Wallmeyer, though, was ready. If this was perhaps in the off hours when it's just him and, you know, people are getting shut-eye, that would have been very, very bad. But obviously, though, Jonas Wallmeyer climbing into that car, no worries there, as he's looking to get on past the Donkey Troop car of Kimmo Soimanen, whom has been driving literally this entire time. So Kimmo doing a good job in that pink, white, and black checkered Donkey Troop car. As there goes Jonas Wallmeyer easily onto the inside. Now, at this point, as long as you stay comfortable, does it really matter? You know, for PRT Blue, you don't get anything for leading halfway. You don't lead anything for leading a quarter of the way. You only get something if you win. If you win. If you are the leading car on the final lap and take the checkered flag first. So, you know, Jonas Wallmeyer going to climb into that car, gives Maximilian Venig plenty of time to get any issues he might have sorted out. And you're talking about driver preparations. I mean, just even the most basic things. You know, perhaps he was planning on, he's just doing spotting engineering stuff right now. Perhaps he was about to go get some food. Or go to, well, I hate to say it, but the bathroom, or just something to that effect, you know, where he was not prepared to get into the track. Now, I say that in the opinion of us. Now, these guys in Pure Racing Team are obviously the pros. There's a reason why he's got a black stripe, so I'm sure that this isn't a big deal to them, and we're just making it sound like it's probably a bigger deal than it really is, but for us, this would be catastrophic. Maybe for them, it's just a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, maybe it is in terms of it, but they lose a minute in terms of where they are, a minute and a half even, over having to make that stop again, getting a new driver back into the vehicle, then getting that car out again, and it actually does skew their strategy just a little bit more in terms of this. We will go away from this discussion point at some stage, but, you know, it is one of those major talking points in the opening hours of this event that, you know, a big incident happens and something, you know, comes up a crop because of it. So now is a time to just arm everything back down again. We're back into this sort of stage where we're around 4 hours 45 minutes ish, heading towards, say, hour 6 of this event, and now it becomes a case of realizing where you are as we see a fight for position with the 297 machine. That's the Team Rennsport Online machine of Tino Heuser, and they have Fitzstein Motorsports behind them here, Jimmy, who is of a different class, as we said before, and Fitzstein Motorsports have been doing a very good job of things, currently in position number 9 overall in your event.
Yeah, doing a good job in there, but of course the Porsche in front now has just got out of the way. I think Get braked itself there a little bit and thought, okay, fair enough, I'll give the position away, and that's sat down. But that Team RSO car is now down in 9th, but that's 9th overall, 3rd in class. So again, the Porsche's doing a good job here with our top Porsche still currently being 5th in class. So the Porsches again getting well involved with GT3s as we expected them to when we saw how long they're running on fuel. I'm wondering if they'll go any further than that.
Yeah, I wonder is going to be the case. It's also interesting to note here, Cam, that your top, your top 5 in terms of the Porsche category have stayed within the top 5. The top 6 have stayed within the top 6 here. So there hasn't been like too much change, shall we say, in terms of your Porsche field.
No, not at all. I think the big thing that's changed as far as Porsche goes is that the starting Porsche was a Heisenfeld Core Motorsports car. They qualified in first in the Porsche class, started on the grid in 22nd position. Well, he's up to 6th overall. That's a lot to say. And then, of course, the PRT Cup car, 23rd to 5th overall. And this is, for some people, they might be a little surprised by this, but this happens in the very real Nürburgring 24 Hours. These Porsche 911 Cup GT3 cars are amazing cars. They're raced all around the world, and if, we got this long endurance race here, but you also see these things in very short Super Cup races. We saw them this morning on Race Spot Race Day, with the run-up to the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series from Road America. So very good running from this Porsche. I have to say, as far as the right car to bring to the service at the right time, this Porsche is a very welcomed addition. I love how these things are right involved with the GT3 cars.
Yeah, they certainly are here. We've got a small battle going on in your Kia field. Paul Smith's just come out of pit road then for the Team Mad Red. Stefan Overgaard then, he'll try and get past in the Black Adam Motorsport 66. This is full position here, Jimmy, as they head towards this Dunlop hairpin. Smith had a bit of a run there, decided to back out of it. He's a very wily driver. He's very smart. He knows where to push a car and knows when to back out of it. That's why you see him finishing so many events. That's why you find him, say, a master of Bathurst, shall we say, in terms of his racing, because he has the ability to back out of it and wait for a move to happen, especially when you look at Bathurst and being a notoriously difficult circuit as it is.
Exactly, and these people's craft it's honed throughout the sort of the off-season. Not everyone drives specifically in Norwich Life in iRacing. There are lots of cars and tracks to choose from. Saying that, Paul Smith goes to the inside now. He has to make it 3 wide on the outside, so Paul Smith sort of has the line, but he'll be on the outside for chicane. Looks like Paul Smith makes the move and gets that done there as the sorry, who is that? Sorry, I've missed out now. I've lost my place, but it gets past nicely there. There's a position up for Paul, so he'll be happy with that in Team Mad, and I'm sure we'll hear about that later on in his stint.
Yeah, certainly will there. PND Racing going through. That's Luca Constantini then just making that move through on both Paul Smith and Stefan Overgaard. And hopefully we won't hear any more of that being bragged about on that overtake in hours 18 to 24. Continue on though in the race though. The difference now at the front of your field is 38 seconds overall between GT Ross and Vendaval Sim Racing White. Pure Racing Team Blue, that minute advantage is now a 1 minute deficit, and that does come into play when you look at the pit stop cycles here, Cam, because they had to come in another lap later. Maybe they haven't topped up the fuel, maybe they have. So it might be that they've lost 1 pit stop here, but they gained half a pit stop in the opening 4 hours of the event. That's just how dominant they are. They're still on the same strategy as GT Ross SST Oranges at the moment. So for GT Ross, they still are losing out in terms of stops, but now the process is a lot slower in the fact of how they lose those, and now they hold a position of strength rather than negotiating from a position of weakness.
Yeah, and I think it's fairly interesting to note that when PRT did pit, they had a 40-second pit stop. So you have to perhaps wonder, did they maybe try to throw some tires on that thing? Let me actually take a look here real quick whilst I'm talking. But they ended up coming in, and yeah, Jonas Wallmeyer got in. It was 40 seconds, perhaps, just for the conversion. So it's obvious that they topped up on fuel. Not that they had used much in the 1 lap, but still, it was just a little bit. Every little bit counts. And, they're now 57 seconds behind, and Jonas Wallmeyer is still actually on his outlap, technically, as he's working his way through. and we'll see just what they do here. So we'll keep following this PRT team, Bluegar, but you know what? Everyone else, you got to try to take advantage of people when they stumble.
Yeah, you do here, and it has to be a case of now it's on his flying lap, and Walmart now has to get into this one and actually make his way through in terms of the racing here. Look at the difference, though, in terms of, say, the lead battle in your Porsche 911 category right now. Pure Racing Team Cup right now, 5th overall in terms of the racing, an 8:27.6 that last time by. Let's see what Hoyks and Velcro Motorsports are going to do. An 8:25.3 last time by, going to pit then, so strategy coming into play. Alexander Voss down onto the lane here from second in class, Jimmy.
Really took it all the way to the pit line there, didn't they? Quite late on the brakes there was Alexander Voss. The thing is that is free time. If you can get that, if you can extract as much time as you can from the pit exit or pit entry there, you gain on the circuit. Of course, there is quite a high risk if you get it wrong, so some people think maybe it isn't quite worth the risk. But when you're at the level of Alexander Voss and the core guys, every second is worth finding, even in an endurance race.
It certainly is here, and it's going to be about how you maximise pit entry, how you maximise pit exit. And, well, Alexander Voss certainly becoming a master in terms of that sort of way of looking here. He's not going to change drivers as far as I'm concerned here, so that's going to be something that is playing into the minds a little bit as he'll continue to go on for another stint here in the vehicle. It did take away from Morris Lohner. He gets himself out and away now, and I believe he is going to be unchallenged on exit, hasn't lost any positions at all. And that just shows the dominance of those cars completely here. I mean, it's all right to get all googly-eyed over it, but the fact that you have found an entire pit stop on a GT3 car, that is something that you just have to stand up and applaud, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just strategy-wise, everything seems to be coming to at least a point. We're getting a little bit more comfortable. We've seen almost 5 hours of racing so far, and so that people can try different strategies and people can start setting up different ways. I think it's fair to say there's, of course, the old saying that no plan survives first contact with the enemy, and while yes, we have to, of course, remember that term, not necessarily speaking of motorsports, but all plans really do seem to be falling under that. You have to be adaptable, you have to be ready to rock and roll and change, and so I think they've got hours and hours and hours and hours of this race that they can really sort themselves out, really get themselves straight forward, and try different things. And there's no problem with trying different things, especially with different drivers. Maybe one driver can hold off and put another lap on a stint. Maybe another driver can, if they forego that, can actually close in on some cars up ahead. It's great fun. That's partly why I love endurance racing so darn much, is that you can throw so many tools at the basic idea of who can go around this circuit the fastest, the longest.
Yeah, you can here, and I believe we have already seen the Pure Racing Team Kia come down onto pit road, so they will now change their positioning overall compared to the Torque Freak Racing Machine. And actually, that gap has come down a little bit here. You can see Torque Freak Racing, the 82 machine, now just heading himself onto the start-finish straight right now. Will they come down into pit road this time? By no. So you look at the likes of Pure Racing Team Kia where they are, they're just heading into that section right now, Jimmy. So that gap, a lot closer than maybe first presumed.
It does seem that Torque Freak is starting to lose a little bit of that lead they gathered early on in the race. It seems that no one's really been as comfortable in the car as Mika was. Maybe the setup of the car is sort of more attuned to him, and maybe the driver here. This is Jake having a little bit of a struggle there getting out of the corner. Seems to be struggling with the acceleration there on this.
Sorry to interrupt, but we were just talking about googly eyes not that long ago. The 777 has found himself involved with a Kia. The number 66 of Stefan Overgaard, the Blackadder Motorsports. Kia had lost it all on his own, heavy into the barrier. Went he went onto his door and actually involved the Porsche, so the other way around this time. But that was a huge incident with that number 66. Stefan Overgaard, we're looking at the replay right now. Thank you, Hugo. We always very quickly to get everything sorted out, and you can just see how quickly things changed for Stefan Overgaard. Just lost the rear just a little bit and into that Armco barrier hard, onto his side, onto the door, flips back down, and that Porsche just couldn't get stopped in time, and actually the Porsche had to drive backwards onto the circuit, and that was, I wouldn't say it's quite dangerous because you're seeing what's coming, but my goodness, what an incident.
a heavy incident then for Cohen Klotman, and I believe the Kia involved would be, did you say the 666 there was getting involved, or was
66.
it 66 there? So that was actually from 4th in class there for Black Adder Motorsports, and that's the last thing that they need in terms of their racing right now, because they're 4th in class in a class that is probably hemorrhaging members quicker than we would maybe like in terms of the racing, but that's a pretty big shunt there, and the goal for that 777 machine is to make it home to hour 18. So as long as they make it to hour 18, they're happy. They'll continue on even with the damage that they've got right now, but it's not the easiest machine to handle right now, Jimmy, shall we say.
No, and you have to be careful of that 777 because it's been involved in a couple of incidents so far. So, I mean, of course, there's going to be, I don't know, some Will Vincent bias, I imagine, later on in the race for some reason. But you know, it's got to be careful. There's been a couple of incidents now that Cohen Klotman's been involved in, and Cohen Klotman, and it's just not. They've got to be careful because that car can only have so many. No, you can only dent so many panels before you run out of panels to dent. So we'll see.
Presumably so here, and Santeri Kaikkonen, I'm looking here in the Venval Sim Racing White, his last lap times here, his last 4 laps were an 8:19, an 8:20, an 8:19 and an 8:21. Taking a look at GC Ross and the lap times they've been doing, their last lap times have been 8:15, 8:13, 8:13, 8:14. That's a sensational pace from GT Ross. They're not slowing down for anyone at all. They're not playing that game, and they're 5 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else on circuit can.
Yeah, and it's good to continue to just get your lap times down. And for me, it's consistency. I like it when people go fast, but I'd rather people are consistent. There's just a quick note. Stuart Atkinson, the Boosted red car, the 040, he was on the very final corner going uphill towards the start-finish line. And something went wrong in that car, and he bounced off the tire barrier. But yes, he's actually in the pits right now. So perhaps he'd given that boosted red car a suspension damage. Of course, Stuart Atkinson, Andrew Whitehead, John Roberts, and David E. Baker. But it's okay. But either way, though, just going through your lap time, seeing where people are coming down, it wouldn't surprise me too much if we don't see some of these laps starting to increase due to just how many cars are retiring going into pit lane.
Yeah, and that might be something that is just maybe going to influence here the later stages of this race. I do need to take a look, though, at Fitstyle Motorsports here, because they are starting to drop a little bit of time here in the racing right now, and actually they're dropping time to GT Ross SST Silver in terms of what's going on here. And that 1:14 here with Ivan Sol behind the wheel is actually catching Sam Fitzpatrick at a rate of 5 seconds a lap here, and that gap is now within 5 seconds. So for Ivan Sol, he needs to keep on this pace here, Jimmy, because, he's looking at this one here. That's 8th place ahead of him that he can pretty much tap into and take.
I'm sure that he's very much aware of that, as he's, again, relative to these drivers. They can see what's up ahead, how many seconds does the guy ahead as well, and it seems now that this GT Silver car is kept out of trouble now after its earlier avoidance, I guess, of a couple of Mazdas, but it's been putting in good laps. Ivan Sol behind the wheel of that one, just putting in a good job right now. That's all he needs to do, and instead of pulling up to the back of the 77 car, it won't be too long until in the back of that, and we have a nice little battle for us to watch. So I'm temporarily an Ivan Sol fan. Catch him up.
Temporarily an Ivan Sol fan. Well, you have to say, he is doing a good job of things right now. He has calmed down a little bit. He's now looking to try and gain positions. His last lap times have been pretty consistent, shall we say. Maybe a little inconsistent with the 8:25, trying to get back together with things. But you look at Sam Fitzpatrick and his laps. He is brand new onto that stint. This is his 3rd lap going out overall, and he maybe isn't adjusting to things right now here. So for Ivan here, Cam, he is starting to put the pressure on.
Yeah, Ivan he's just trying to roll on forward. If he does get anywhere, he's going to have to look at that Team RSO number 297 car. That is the Philip Schellenberg piloted Team RSO car. He'll have to get through him first. He's only about 4 or 5 seconds behind, I think. Maybe he has gotten past already. I was just looking right quick. Nope, he'll have to go through a couple of cars, I think, to get up to there. But either way, he's just trying to get on through and continue to press on forward. And he has the Fitzy Motorsport N24 car just about, I would almost say maybe 1,000 yards, I would say. We'll go with 2 leagues. We'll go with 2 leagues away is that Fitzy Motorsport N24 car.
Well, nobody will fear the Spanish Inquisition. I wonder how many drivers will fear Ivan Sol behind. We're going to step aside for a moment here for some RaceBot.TV fan immersion. The GT Ross SST Silver 114 on its chase to close down the Fitzline Motorsport 77. well. We've been certainly seeing here the battling that has been going on. The 77 we did switch to midway through because that 114 did decide to drop down onto pit road there during the last lap, and that has been something that is been something to certainly look out for in terms of the racing that has been going on. I've just been keeping an eye out on the pit stop window here because we are hitting the start of hour number 6 here on iRacing Live, and of course on RaceBot TV. We've just seen Vendaval Sim Racing White come down onto pit road, Kaikkonen out, Matti Kaidasoja into the vehicle. Then I believe we have also seen the team of GT Ross come down onto lane. Alex Arana now is behind the wheel instead of Cristobal J. Lopez here, which actually puts Pure Racing Team Blue back into the race lead as things stand at the moment in terms of where they go, but they're on a different strategy here, and that is something that also needs to be kept into mind when we go forward, because I am hashtag Do You Mind Jake Sperry. That on my right is, yes, you have guessed it, it is Jimmy Broadbent, and on my left is the man of Cam Walsh. And Cam, the last hour has been revolutionary in terms of the race for the GT3 field, because you look at where they've come and how they're getting forward. Pure Racing Team Blue almost cost themselves the entirety of the race on a fault with the pedals.
Yeah, it can happen that quick to you, can it? And then you never know what's going to happen later on in the day, too. I mean, obviously, these drivers are going to have to make their laps, but they managed to recover fairly quickly. Jonas Wallmeyer doing a good job, being ready, prep and ready, on the go. And he's doing a good job. Lap times are fair. At 8:19 to start and 8:17 after that, so not too bad. But you know, he's just going to continue to try to hold that minute gap now to G-Tros SST Orange, who is in front, and then of course about 10 seconds to Vendaval Sim Racing White and Matti Kaidasoja. And of course Kaidasoja, another pro driver. He's quite the quick one, that Vendaval driver. So no, it shouldn't be anything too out of the ordinary to think that those gaps are going to stay at least a little static for now.
Yeah, they are here for the moment, and that's what we have been seeing. The overtaking stage is starting to die down and almost become non-existent as we head towards hours 7 onwards towards the night shift, shall we say. And moving forward, that is going to be something that is playing in the minds. Who do you put in for the night shift, Jimmy? Who do you go to rely on getting that car home? Do you rely on someone maybe from a different time zone to you? Are you going to have to be staying up to 3-4 in the morning to try and drive this vehicle? That is the difficulties that these drivers face.
I mean, you find when you're preparing for a race like this, I mean, I'm talking from personal experience, I can't speak for these guys, but you know, when I know that I'm going to be driving late, you know, maybe the midnight hours, maybe like 1, 2 in the morning, I will make sure to prepare my body for that. You know, I'll make sure to try and get as little or as much sleep I can the night before to make sure like I'm in a state to do that. Of course, some people do have the luxury of having team members maybe from the other side of the world, maybe having an Australian teammate or maybe having an American teammate. In my instance, of course, that would really help in the situation because it means you haven't got to try and force yourself to be up late. But there are some drivers who prefer that sort of night shift where everything's sort of it's a bit more chill, you know. There aren't many people watching, aren't many people around on the server. It's a bit more easy, a bit less pressure. Some people sort of prefer that. So obviously all these drivers will know the strengths and weaknesses, or the teams know the strengths and weaknesses of the drivers at this point, so it'll be a foregone conclusion as to who goes when. But a lot of interesting factors to consider when picking a driver for the nighttime shift.
Certainly is here, and just been looking at the pit stop strategies then. 1 lap difference between Pure Racing Team Cup and Hoytsen-Velcourt Motorsports then, as Hoytsen-Velcourt came in a lap earlier to Pure Racing Team when all was said and done in that battle. That gap now materialises back even again. That gap now, shall we say, about 27 seconds here, Cam. And Pichler's been reeled in a little bit by Alexander Voss in the last few stages, but that last time by, you know, he needs to find maybe another second or more to not feel a little bit so under the cosh, shall we say. Cam, pass it over to Jimmy.
Cam, maybe really think of a good answer for that question there, but yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
Go on then.
No, sorry, somebody decided to flip over their car, but that's all right. So not on here, but Yeah, so why don't you just finish the thought real quick, Jimmy, and I'll just add on with you.
Well, I've actually forgotten what you said now, Jake. So if you could repeat the question, Jake, we'll try and get back into the topic, shall we?
Well, as Fireman Cam hears about a flip car over in the state of New York, we were looking at some question which I can't quite remember.
Okay, good commentary, guys. Good hustle.
We'll take this one for the team. It's hours 6. We're tired. We're all getting forward with it. But let's just focus on the racing here. I'm looking here at the likes of Talk Freak Racing. They're back on strategy here against the likes of, say, Christian Coach in the Pure Racing team Kia, Jimmy. And, you know, you look at where Coach is right now. He's just rounding himself now, looking towards that mini carousel. Has Volmeyer, who he will very generously let through because team orders are team orders. They're both for them team of Pure. So he lets himself through and holds on to it for the moment. For Talk Freak, though, and where they are, they've already come down and made their stop down at and they're now at the carousel. So when you look at where cars are positioned on track, you normally see a pit stop going about a Grand Prix stretch, shall we say.
Yeah, at this point, we'll see how those pit stops do pan out. And I wonder, because you try and, as you say, you try and gauge the time on tracks to how long a pit stop is. You try and sort of put that distance into your mind in terms of track length. And, well, I guess we'll see soon as Christian's sort of making his way now for this very fast left-hander underneath the Bilstein bridge that we'll get there very shortly. And the interesting thing about the Kia around here is as how light the rear end of this car is. You don't really see it through this sort of corner, but through the slower corners, you'll see the rear end just sort of make its own way around the corner. And that's how you want to set up this car, because you have to try and get as much rotation from that rear as you can to try and compensate for the front end of this car, which just all it wants to do is understeer. So you put 375 horsepower for the front wheel, just gives someone to steer outwards. To see if Christian comes in, he doesn't this lap, so another lap out there, and Talk Freak still chasing there. Jake Robson at the helm of that car. Also, probably worth noting as well, I'm not sure if they're on pit lane last time by Talk Freak, but 10-second lap times their difference. Quite a big lap time difference there.
Certainly is here, and I'm just checking here Team Rensport online. They have changed drivers once again. This time it's Elmar Erlecote who is getting behind the wheel of that one, and that will just change their positioning in terms to where Team Potato is. Both of them are on pretty much yin and yang strategies here, Jimmy. One goes in one stage of the hour, the other comes in at the other stage of the hour, and at the moment Team Potato hold the advantage. That's what we're expecting here, but we don't know how that's going to come into play until the final few hours of this event. Someone is on the wrong strategy and will have to slowly mold back. Someone else will be on the right strategy going forward and will take advantage and get the victory, unless there's an incident between the two, and there's 18 hours to make an incident.
Yeah, long time. We've already seen one of the front-running MX-5s, Glacier Racing, get taken out of the race rather unceremoniously by one of the GT3s, and that can happen at any point, at any time in this race so far. And you know, we are not even a quarter of the way through this race yet. And like I said at the start of the broadcast, 24 hours is a long time when you sit down and experience it all in one waking moment. So you know, these guys are very much aware of that, I'm sure. So at the moment, all of them they will be aware of what everyone else is doing on strategy, etc. And they'll be sort of they're now committed to their own strategy. They aren't too fussed at this point. They're just happy to go round them. And again, in the case of Team Potato and Team RSO, they're happy to be where they are now, of course. Everyone wants to be leading the race. But it doesn't matter so much at this point. They're just trying to get to the car into a nice position in terms of strategy and in terms of damage, I suppose, before they get to the end of the race, the last hour or so.
Battle between the 11 and the 114 machine is Precon Racing versus the team of GT Ross SST Silver there. So it's Philip Rotzel versus Gaston Flores then as they head up through into this left-hander compression. Now to the Ardennes Fleur. They head themselves into this next section of circuit, and it just slows up the hill. Make sure that you just level yourself out. We've seen a couple of spins at this section, but they're both going to be fine as they move forward. Cam, has everyone survived?
Well, not quite sure at this time. I'm sure things are going fairly all right. Unfortunately, fortunately for everyone else, they don't really need me or anything like that. So, hunky-dory there. Unfortunately for me, I don't get to do that, so that's kind of a bummer. But you know what? We'll get that quieted off. But either way, yep, just trying to continue to follow along with the racing as it's been going on. And those. Taking a listen to that, no surprise that the differences in pit stops. PRT Blue is up front with a 20-second gap right now. But G-Tross with Alex Arana, I wouldn't be too surprised to see him close in, as he was a very fast driver as well. As the 114 has passed the 11 car.
Yeah, they have here, Cam, and that is Precon Racing, and have lost the position. And what a fantastic move that was, Jimmy. Heading themselves through miss, as you aptly call it. Managed to get the car down the inside, and that is not a place you normally make a move, but that's a place that an GT Ross ST Silver car will guarantee to make the move.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much there it was just taking advantage of the mistake from the Precon Racing car and just putting the that Audi up the inside. And once that's there, there's not really much you can do apart from let it have the position. You don't want to go 2x2 into that hairpin because of the way the track falls away from it. It's so easy to lock a brake into there. So I think Philip there doing the right decision there in that number 11 car and just giving up the position, just letting it go. It's not too important this race. That GT Ross car is going a lot faster anyway, so no point holding it behind, because it's just going to end up. You don't look in your mirror from the entire stint, that just puts you off. So right decision there, I think, from Philip.
Yeah, it was a very good decision then overall as things stand. Just looking again though down at the MX-5s, they have opened up here, and there have been quite a few cars that have been involved in quite a few incidents here, Jimmy. When you've been looking at them, I don't think there is a certain MX-5 that doesn't have some form of damage somewhere on the machine. That is something that is going to have to be thought about then when the racing continues on. So when every car has damage and you're fighting with cars who maybe have less damage than you or more damage than you, you know, how is that psychologically going to play into the minds of MX-5 drivers, knowing that they have damage and that they've got to somehow rally that car home without necessarily being able to repair it?
Well, I mean, I've been in a position where you have a car that's been repaired to the best, you've got the most duct tape you can get on there and send it back out again. And it's actually really quite frustrating because you're pushing the car as hard as you can push it, but you're still 2 or 3 seconds off the lap time you can do, because you just can't physically go any faster. The car is holding you back. So it can get quite frustrating when you're in that sort of situation. But if everyone's damaged, then no one's damaged. So hopefully that'll sort of level the playing field. They're not really the way you want to be doing that. You want to hopefully, you want people to get through the race in one piece, everyone to get through in one piece. But this is where I think the fear is lacking. So we talk about the sim racing versus real racing, and there's not really much fear in sim racing unless you have some sort of phobia of curves, which a lot of people do. Maybe wanging one out up the inside of an MX-5, you wouldn't do that in real life, because you could both end up crashing the car and causing a lot of monetary damage. Whereas in this, you think, okay, I'll just put it up the inside, he'll see me. You don't think about that other part of your brain isn't really active. So I think that's why we're seeing the MX-5 get battered around a little bit.
I've heard a couple of people who have managed to break a wrist with the force feedback settings that they've had, so you're not entirely safe, shall we say, if you get yourself involved in an incident. But 9 times out of 10, you'll be surviving, you'll be walking, all your limbs will be intact, and, well, you try and keep yourself going forward. Actually, a team that is bringing themselves back into this is Momentum Endurance right now here. Cam, you look at Momentum Endurance, F-Crown Berkray there behind the wheel, and now up into 3rd position past Team RSO. I'm just looking at their strategy here, and when they came in about 4 laps ago. When you look at RSO, they're on their 2nd lap, so they're there out of pure merit.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and it's constantly a good thing to see as these cars continually pushing forward. As you have that Momentum car working fairly well on the Porsche in 3rd over Team RSO. And for Philip Schallenberg, I think Team RSO, they are the ones that had that incident at some point where they lost the rear and they spun, I believe, or at least were involved, I think. Well, that's obviously everybody's been involved. Everyone's got front end damage now. But where they were working through that, and again, these cars are still on the lead lap. Team RSO is not that far behind Momentum Endurance. But either way, for Ivan Berkay in that 109, it's it's good to see another group of individuals all humped up together here, with Farzgan Ozkin and Bekir Karaka, as well as Ayhan Khan Goyven, I believe, in that 109. So it's good to see a team getting together and rocking and rolling here at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and especially up here. First off, they're still in the lead lap, but second of all, they're doing good. They're in the podium in the Porsches.
Yeah, they're in the podium in the Porsches, and that's absolutely fantastic to see then themselves going through. Just checking out then Pure Racing Team Blue and the advance they have there at the bottom then of the Dustin Jaho, GT Ross SSD Orange, who have the technical lead of this race. You could argue at this stage they're about the mid part here of Dustin Jaho. They just passed the Tourist Centre. And that's one of the great things about this Nürburgring circuit, Jimmy, is the fact that you pay €5. You could do a lap around the circuit and try and go as quickly as you can. Of course, it's your car at the end of the day that gets hurt if you have yourself an incident, but you against the track. This is one of the very few circuits where there is always an aura, there's always a mystique. You always hear about how quick is that supercar around the Nürburgring. Has that done enough? And sometimes it is the ultimate ender for debates about which car is the quickest.
Yeah, I always find it interesting how that sort of came to be. It became a bit of a body part measuring contest with supercar manufacturers, and they're all sitting around the North Side. Right, my car goes this fast. My car goes this fast. And it's really interesting to hear that because it's cool because it's relatable. Because everyone knows the North Side, or any motor enthusiast knows the North Side, so just to hear that, I think there was a Lamborghini that went around recently in some ridiculous time, and that was really cool to hear that a road car had got to that point. Of course, it is now getting to the point, and it always gets to with racing where you get sort of one-off specials of the car going around to do certain times. But it is pretty cool, and of course, again, as you said, the relatable part is that I can go, if I was so inclined, I could get on the ferry, go over to Germany myself, and could drive this tomorrow if I wanted to.
Yeah, you certainly could, providing there was no other form of racing that was going on at the same time. So, now is hour 5, into hour 6 we're heading towards. So, when you get to this sort of stage in the race camp, your mentality changes. It becomes less of the, oh, hello, how you doing? I know that your car and you do this and you do that and you're the quickest driver in the world, or this, that, and the other. It now becomes a game of working out, how do I beat you here? This is where you play the mid part of the chess. This is where, say, you've gone out to the early exchanges. Now is the peace-taking maneuver. Now is where do you position the knight to take the bishop and the bishop to take the queen.
Yeah, 18 hours and 37 minutes remaining in this 24-hour the Nürburgring. It's a bit tough because your brain doesn't really. I think at least for the Nürburgring, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring is the toughest. Obviously because it's the track. Yes, 16.12 miles, 170 turns, but it never, because of the track, it never really seems to feel like it's a 24-hour race because you're always on the ragged edge, and if you actually go back like too far, if you roll yourself back 10-15% to be comfortable like you would do at, say, Daytona or Le Mans or something like the 12 hours of Sebring, you run the risk of actually damaging your car by not driving the track hard enough. There is such a thing here at the Nürburgring because you need to be able to get the suspension fixed and the aerodynamics right, and the braking shoved right with the weight in order to make the corners how you expect them to make. You do a corner 20 mile an hour slower, your brain's going to be a little messed up, and how you're taking the corners, so you can't. It's an extremely thin balance between being on it and aggressive and trying to be conservative, because if you go too conservative, you run the risk of damaging the car. Too aggressive, same thing. And that's why I like the Nürburgring 24 hours, but it never really, it's hard to sit there and look at the clock and go, wow, 18 hours and 36 minutes of racing to go. It already feels like it's been an eternity. And this is just from us. It's not because the race is going slow. It's not because it's been boring. It's been a very exciting race. It's so long. After 5 hours and 20 minutes of racing, when he crosses the start-finish line, he will be beginning. This is the Pure Racing Team Blue Car overall leader, lap 40. After almost 5 hours and almost 5.5 hours, we'll be on lap 40. That's nuts.
Yeah, it is. It's incredible to see. And, when it comes down to it, this is, you could argue, the ultimate test of a car's endurance, its performance, and it's actually its ability to finish here. And, you always have to go to the Le Mans adage when you look at things like this, Jimmy, because there's no point building a car that can go 23 hours and 58 minutes. It's a 24-hour race. You got to go all 24 hours. And come what may, during those 24 hours, you still have to keep the car there. You still have to be working tirelessly, almost faultlessly, to get yourself to the end. And if there is a fault, it's how you adapt. And that is what is so beautiful about endurance racing.
See, when you said to me 23 hours and 58 minutes, so Toyota tear ran down the side of my face there. But yeah, you are completely right. That's what it is. It isn't a race for 24 hours and 55 minutes. It's a race for 24 hours and a bit more usually because of the way it tends to work out around here. And of course, as you said before, there's a good chance it can end up being something like 24 hours and 8 minutes because of how long the laps are around here, of course. But I mean, the cars themselves, they're fairly bulletproof. You have to do something pretty severe to break the engine in terms of reliability. But obviously, that's not the big scary thing around here. The big scary thing is the barriers, which aren't there isn't much room for error around here. Very easy to put the car off into the barriers, and that is the main the main danger around here for both driver and the car. So concentration needs to be up at 100% pretty much most of the time around here.
Leader in your Kia category has come in about 2 laps ago. That's Torque Freak Racing, the 82, back out and away again in 3rd position in class. Only really a 3-car battle here in terms of this race cam that we've been looking at the moment. Team Mad Red are there with Paul Smith behind the wheel. And also you look at the likes of Pure Racing Team Kia, who've managed to pull that advantage the way that they needed to here. So when it comes down to it, we've been talking about the 45 stops that needs to be done. The amount of time that you spend there, you talk about 2 minutes per stop. You look about you saving about 15 minutes. That's a lap of being down on pit road by doing 4 and not 5.
Yeah, and that is just a fairly straightforward, just how they're deciding to run this. They obviously came in quite early and decided to do that as just a little note. Jonas Vollmeyer appears to be having a little bit of issues. Hopefully that'll all get sorted out. But if something were to happen with that PRT blue car, a la a disconnect, we will let you guys know because that'll obviously change everything. But they could perhaps be bringing that car into the pit lane this time by. We'll let you know over the voice whether or not that happens. But either way, looking at the Kias right now, yeah, certainly. They went in with a strategy. I think some people planned one particular strategy and then have changed. Like, I believe that the Boosted Red has changed. You know what? Actually, I think it's just driver... Oh, you know what? It's not whom I'm thinking of. The Boosted Red guys have been doing... switching between 5 and 4 laps, whereas other cars started with 4 and have changed over to 5. Like, I believe the Team Mad Red. And I think it's super dependent on driver as well with these Kias and how you make your fuel run. But yeah, Team Mad Red, they aren't that far behind the PRT Kia car. But it's just, with these Kias, it's interesting to keep an eye on because of how often they're in the pits.
Yeah, and well, actually, it is worth talking about that technical issues there for Pure Racing Team Blue. And of course, it is worth talking about. This is not the first issue that they've had during this event, and what makes it a lot worse is they have Alex Arana breathing down their necks to wrestle back overall control of the position that they need here. So, for what Pure Racing Team Blue are under the pressure here, GT Ross are really applying it here, and it doesn't matter how you do it. He's doing it absolutely beautifully right now, Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, Alex is in a position where he can be nice and chill. He knows he's got the pace. He hasn't got to push too hard to be catching up with the PRT car in front, which, of course, has suffered some technical issues already in this race and seems to be doing so a little bit as well now at the moment. But Alex is in the groove now. We speak about moving quite a lot around here. There you go, Unison to the pit. So maybe he's aware of this issue and getting it sorted out. I'm not sure if this is scheduled or not. Cam, do you know?
No. I'm
going to go with, not at all. 6 laps in this stint, that is all. PRT's black has gone 7 already, so PRT blue, this is not what they want to see.
No, it's the crumbling of the Roman Empire, you could say. Here it starts off with one issue, and then it manifests into something more. Will Vollmeyer change? Arguably, he has to in this situation. He's got to change into someone else. But who will change here between Jonas Vollmeyer? Venik has sorted the pedal problem then, and he'll get himself back into the machine. So it might be a case with the lesser of two evils. If he's managed to get that fix in about, what? That's been 35 minutes here, Jimmy? That's a pretty good fix for a set of pedals.
I mean, that's enough time to run down to the local hardware store, get some compressed air and just go nuts, pretty much. I'm pretty sure that's probably what happened in that case, but he's back in the car again. We'll see if it's fixed or not. We'll know pretty soon if it isn't, because the issue we were hearing was that it was going to 100% brake, and that was it, which is not really something you want round here. Even with ABS, it's a bit scary to have 100% brake on just a feather touch, but we'll see. We'll watch him come back out in the pits, or come back out in the pits in a minute anyway. Still sort of sitting there right now, but I mean, this is going to be difficult for PRT, because any sort of strategy they had is now out the window. They've got to now rebuild from this, and I mean, there's a long time to do so, but it's not nice having to redo the whole strategy when over a couple of little issues like that.
Well, this now starts to remind me here of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and the way that Martin Kroenke and Matt Backham were in that vehicle for Coanda here, Cam, and they got themselves in a situation where that car crashed out early. That meant that they were allowed to allot drivers such as Mitchell de Jong or Marta Piatella into that second machine, and that's what got them the first victory in the overall 24 Hours of Le Mans. They brought themselves back in. They still have Pure Racing Team Black, who is doing a fantastic job. You know, Schmalenbach was there first, now Florian Voigt. You know, they still have some pretty good drivers at their disposal, like to say Dennis Grabowski. They could drag in Andreas Almensberger maybe, or Ivo Howler they could drag into the car. So it's not over and done with for both teams, but in terms of the issues that have been going on, do you feel that maybe they still have a chance, even if that Pure Racing Team Blue car goes away, that they could bring the Pure Racing Team Black machine back into the fight?
Well, it's not even back into the fight. They're still in the fight. They're only 18 seconds behind the G-Trust SST Orange, your current race leader. So, you know, they haven't been up front, they haven't been leading, but they haven't really fallen to the wayside at all. Van Devel, on the other hand, they're the cars that's not necessarily been as fast as they were at the beginning of this race. They've slowly just slid on back, but even then, they're only a minute and 25. Anything happens, and they're going to be right there as well. So, as Madi Soja pilots that Van Devel Sim Racing White car, as we're closing in on 5.5 hours, I have to say, guys, this GT3 field is, with those issues that PRT car has been having, the blue one, this is closing up the GT3 field a lot.
It certainly is here, and well, the Pure Racing Team Black machine will have to come down and make a pit stop. That will put them behind Vendaval in terms of the racing. So in terms of outright pace, GT Ross and Vendaval are probably where they should be in terms of pace at the moment. You look at Pure Racing Team Blue, they now drop themselves behind them, effectively made their stop here at the moment compared to the likes of Vendaval. They are still ahead of Vendaval on circuit, but they're only ahead by not very much at all, and that might be something that will just play into their minds a little bit, as they've lost another minute in terms of where they are in the fight. GT Ross SSD Orange now control this race quite well, but Pure Racing Team Black will be something that will be a worry here, Jimmy, for them in terms of the racing, even though they have the stop at the moment.
I do. I mean, we have, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, these guys are very close together given how long the circuit is and how long we have left in this race. I mean, again, the real losers from this have been PRT Blue, who have just had issue after issue, and we'll see that once they come across the line, get a good idea of what all the positionings are and the splits are between the cars. But as Cam said, these cars are coming back together nicely now. It goes back to what we said at the start of the race. You know, gaps open up and gaps come back together again. Now we're now experiencing that, which means more fun for us as broadcasters.
Yeah, it certainly is here. And well, now you look at this in terms of the racing. Team Potato now control the race again at the front of the field. A car that has come down in, we did say, of Elmar Erlecote, has already come down in and got back in behind the vehicle. So, you know, in terms of the MX-5 field, Cam, you know, that is, in terms of racing, the biggest part of the gap closeth, the gap openeth up again, because, you know, you are seeing only two cars leading this one, and Blackstar just sitting very pretty in the distance going, oh, hi guys, I'm here. Don't mind me, I'll just pick up the pieces if one of you runs into an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And even then, just looking at all of the cars on the lead lap is, I'm looking at the Fitzy Motorsport Nürburgring 24 car, the 77, is they are just ahead of the Evolution Racing Porsche. That is actually not a pass for overall position, as that Porsche has been in the wars today. It's they're right there. G-Tross SST Silver for all the adventures they've had, and they've had a couple. Let's be real here. They're in it. Prycon Racing is in it. Iberica Racing Team, they're only 10 seconds behind Prycon Racing. And then that MSP Phoenix Racing car, they're almost going to be going to a lap down, but it's getting to the point where it's setting the field that I would not be surprised if towards the end of this race we've got 5 or 6 strong cars in GT3 that are all on the lead lap towards the end of this race. Now that's obviously a strong prediction. There is a lot of racing left to do, a significant amount of racing left to do, but it's important to note just how the field's shaping up. Nobody is really picking up the banner and ran away with it. PRT Blue did just a little bit, but it got brought right back with issues. So this is shaping up, at least in GT3, to be a very good race.
Oh, it certainly is. And actually, look at this battle that we got between the 109 and 297. Not close in terms of position, but in terms of time, that gap is coming down at a rate of knots. It was 5 seconds that Schallenberg managed to close down in last time. We'll see what Philip Schallenberg does this time then as he heads through the Dr. Jaho under the Bilstein Bridge there. And you can see there's so much heritage on this circuit. There's so much writing inscribed. All the memories of drivers and fans that have been here before, that have just been able to mark and carve their own name out here. That is the most beautiful thing about the circuit. There's no other circuit in the world, Jimmy, that has writing like that across the circuit. It's beautiful.
No, I mean, of course, it isn't really meant to be there. It is graffiti, but I agree. It's really cool to see the personal touches there. And I'm actually really impressed that iRacing went round and got all of that, because that's a lot of extra work, really, just for those details. But, of course, little details of that is what make up the real experience. So it's great to see that on track. And I need to go around and actually read it all one day. I think I'll do that next time I have a free moment. I'm going to go read it all right and see if I can find anything interesting in there.
That's brilliant, but that comes down again. It's now 5 seconds here, Cam, between Team Rennsport Online and Momentum Endurance here. So that battle for 8th position, the gaps openeth up, the gaps closeth down again. That gap is coming down at a rate of knots. And FCAN here, FCAN Berkey, needs to really start putting the hammer down here, because 8 minute 30s aren't good enough at this stage, even though that is his fastest lap at a stint.
Yeah, and the fastest that car has gone was about 3 seconds faster, about 2 seconds faster with Icon Goiven, and that was quite a while ago. But you know what? This is how I look at it. We're always, people are always trying to push forward. I'm saying he's keeping the car fairly clean. You can see on his helmet, if you take a look inside the cockpit, the little the iRacing banner on his visor strip, you see it's earmarked by those yellow, by the yellow nips on the side of that visor. That means that he's a C-class driver. Which for a C-class driver to be in the top split of the Nürburgring 24 hours seems to be doing a fairly good job. Everything seems to be going nice and comfortable, and for him only to be a couple of seconds a lap off the pace, that's not a bad deal. You know, a lot of these guys are WCS pros, blank pane pros, so it doesn't affront me that much that he's a little bit slower. But even if they lose that one position, the next car is a 1 full lap down, maybe about a minute and a half, maybe about a minute and 20 seconds behind, and that's the Donkey Troop.
Yeah, it is here, as we've just seen Pure Racing Team Black drop themselves down onto pit road then. So they've sorted themselves out then. Florian Royth will stay in the vehicle as things stand right now, as QM and Hawk Cooperation will look to try and get themselves going out again. It's now Jan-Philippe Weerd behind the wheel of that one. Actually, that's a very lazy, let's test the steering wheel out. That doesn't quite work. We'll pull that car back into pit road then, and that's a very long tow from where he was in terms of the circuit. So for Florian Royth, pit stop, staying in once again, and that's something that Pure Racing Team do, Jimmy, that other teams don't, is the fact that when they stack drivers, they don't stack for, say, 2 stints. They stack for 3 hours at a time. And that sort of stacking is something that puts a lot of pressure on the driver in that vehicle. Sometimes almost too much, and we've seen it backfire with them. But right now for Pure Racing Team Black, they're doing a very good job of things.
Yeah, I mean, and this is, again, something we see with the bigger teams, is the drivers will do these longer stints. They'll sit in the car for a long time. I think the Voss has been in the car for a while as well. I'll just check back a bit. Yeah, he's still in the car himself for the in the Porsche category. because these drivers, this is how they do it best, and these drivers prefer to get sit down and go, right, okay, you're in the car for 2 hours or 2.5 hours, go out there and drive that you're out there for 2.5 hours, and that sort of knowledge is really good. When you start sort of making these driver amendments quite last minute, it can be quite unsettling for those people in the car. So I think it's why these top teams do the longer stints. It's just better for them, and that's the drivers get into more of a rhythm.
Yeah, they do here, and getting into that rhythm is going to be key in terms of where everyone stands here. You know, you look at the gaps, though, in GT3, they are close, because Vendaval Sim Racing White, you know, they're only 10 seconds here off the back of Pure Racing Team Blue as things stand right now here, Cam. So this race is never going to be over until maybe 3 of them run into heavy issues here. Any one of those 4 cars has a great shot of winning this one, and even outside of that, you know, it's not too much to say at this stage that, say, Pure Racing Team Cup could take the challenge if all 4 of them run into issues right now.
Most certainly. I mean, to only be 4 minutes and 45 seconds behind, that is less than 1 minute an hour additional time for an entirely different classification of car. We've got to remember, this is a 911 GT3 Cup car, not what would be considered a GT3 car, the FIA specifications. So they rooted those specifications based on this car, the 911 GT3 Cup car. And so they've been slowly been getting faster over the last decade, I would say, to the point now where they are certainly easier, faster. And I think it'd be fairly safe to say that if this was what we would consider a normal circuit, like maybe just the normal Nürburgring Grand Prix, it'd be fairly straight to say that they would be laps down. But just looking through, it's good to see these Porsches here.
Yeah, it is very good to see these Porsches in terms of the racing and the way they're going here, Jimmy. And that's been the big surprising factor, that we have inside your top 10 4 Porsches still. That's fantastic.
Again, the fuel tank on these things, and these things are quick as well. I mean, they're only about, I think, on average, about 10 to 15 seconds a lap slower than the GT3 cars, which over a 8-minute plus lap is, you know, not that bad, you know, really considering. And in a straight line, I think some of them are actually quicker there. The Alexander Voss doing 282 Ks there, coming down after the Bilstein bridge, and I've seen GT3s only doing 272, 273. So some of these GT3s some of these Porsches are really rapid around here. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see the class meld that way, of course. And but it was difficult to start, because you were seeing some of the slower GT3s be backed into the Porsches, you know. So now they're all out, sort of in their own race, in their own part of the racetrack. It's a little bit easier for us to look at and discuss. But yeah, it's great to see the Porsches running this well.
Yeah, it really is here. And, you know, there was a little bit of an issue, Cam, that we saw with GT Ross ST Orange machine. They ran into a little bit of issues getting past us. We're actually looking at the 00 machine fighting with the 333 overall. That's Black Star Racing MX-5. That's Mika Liaki behind the wheel, trying to catch Ivan Gomez. Traffic will get around in the form of Christian Coach and the Pure Racing Team Kia. And he gets himself around. He does a very good job. But now, you know, this is a battle going on for 3rd place in class.
Yeah, and once again, we have gone from GT cars, like the super fast GT3 cars, to the MX-5s, and I am reminded at the speed of these cars, it is just it's like I'm watching an entirely different race altogether. Really, they are, obviously, it's multi-class, but still, it's like that they aren't even on the same track. But Ivan Gomez...
Hang on a minute, Cam.
Yep.
There's been an issue for Team Mad Red, and they have completely disappeared off the face of the earth. And from 3rd in class, that is a disaster. And that was Paul Smith having an issue of sorts, shall we say. I can't work out whether it's technical or whether they've had a crash, but that is the 36 machine running into a lot of issues.
I'll take a look back with you guys, just cycle through stuff. They pulled it into the pits, so the car was pulled in. Hugo has a replay, so he'll probably be the first one to seize it.
Yeah, he certainly will. So it's time that sometimes us broadcasters have to look at the 30-second delay in terms of the stream to work out what's quite going on, Jimmy, and that's something that doesn't normally happen.
No, it doesn't bode well either for the Team Mad car. They were doing a really good job up there in 3rd position, so just saying they pulled into the pits, and it's looking like it might have been a connection issue. We'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately, we can't get any info on that at this second. But right now, of course, I was when you were looking at the MX-5 just now and watching the Black Star racing car, I'm just how small the MX-5s are, even compared to the Kia. You know, like they're tiny. Look like you're passing a little toy car on the way through.
Yeah, it certainly is, and well, you know, we can confirm it was a technical issue then for that Team Man machine. And well, that would be the last thing that Paul Smith would have really wanted in terms of the way this is going. And well, now you're starting to see here just the latter stages of this race, Cam. Well, not really the latter stages of the race, but you know, the latter stages of this opening stages of the race, and an issue with the PRT 71. That's Pure Racing Team Blue. That's run into another issue potentially there with Maximilian Venning just getting very, very close and very nearly found itself in a wall, very nearly found itself beached. And just taking a look at it then as it was heading through a very, very quick section of the circuit towards the end of the lap. Oh my goodness me, that's a save and a half from Maximilian Venning. And it's the second time today that he's done that. Wow. Wow, Cam, wow.
Yeah, I'm just trying to dig my way there. I was deep in the reels trying to find what had befallen the Paul Smith machine. But yeah, just let me see. Just talk us through what you're seeing.
Well, I just saw him go over the crest there. He's just coming down the very far section of the circuit and just gets it very wrong, and the car slides to the left. And he just about catches it before it goes into the wall. I have no idea. He just caught the grass on the exit there and then straight lines it over the curb. I mean, there's no doubt that Maximilian is pushing it, but that could have quite easily been the end of the race for that car there.
Yeah, it really could here as and Maximilian Venning certainly took an opportunity there and, well, managed to hold on to the vehicle, but now they're going to get closed in by Vendaval here, who will take advantage of a mistake like that, because that costs you 2-3 seconds. Granted, that could have cost an entire race there, but you don't want to be running an issue like that. You've got to keep going in terms of what has been going on. And, well, for the team in second place to really struggle with that, they are very fortunate that gap has only come down by about 2 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the change of trousers will be waiting in the pits, so Max when it comes in again. But I always say, you know, the drivers of a certain caliber shouldn't be getting into those situations, but that's what happens when a driver of that caliber does get into that situation. He somehow holds it, and I can't say that I'd be able to do the same thing if I were in his shoes.
Yeah, as we're just seeing Alex Arana actually just trying to get past Miguel Vigo there of the Revolution Sim Racing. Had a little bit of difficulty trying to get around that, but for the moment has worked well. Just looking at Pisha's times again here, because although it's not close on circuit, the times are worth looking at. And again, another 2 seconds there, Jimmy, was taken off by the driver of Alexander Voss. So that gap now comes down. It's now looking more like 15 seconds here. And from where it was at about 30 seconds earlier on in this event, 45 seconds, Heinrich's work has been completely undone by Alexander Voss.
Well, I mean, if it's going to be a driver that doesn't do that sort of work, it's going to be Alexander Voss. He's been completely on it for his entire stint so far, just putting that time back in. And I don't think it'll be too long before we see that 33 catch up to the 73 PRT Cup car, and then we'll have a change for our lead in class. And Alexander Voss again, he'll know that he's gaining. He'll have his team radio telling him, you know, you've taken X amount of seconds as that. Good job, keep going. And he's comfortable right now. He looks comfortable. There's no drama in his driving, but it is fast. Take our word for it.
And this is the difference between Pure and Hoyts Valcour right now. Pure Racing Team have 4 different cars that they're trying to fill with drivers. That can be upwards of 15, 20 drivers. They're splitting between different cars here. So they only have a set amount of people. For Hoyts Valcour, they've only got 1 car. They could put the entire arsenal of their squad into that vehicle at any given time. And we're talking about drivers like Angelo Mickel, we're talking about drivers like Kei Kashube, we're talking about Niels Koch, we're talking about even the likes of, say, Andre Borcher and Patrick Holtzman if they wanted to. That is a very scary prospect for the Pure Racing Team Cup team, because they have no idea who will turn up into that car at any given moment.
It keeps them on their toes at least, doesn't it? It's a really cool thing to think about when it's just like, right, who's next? Who's going to get in next? I'm not sure much longer Alex will be in the car. He's been in the car for quite a while now, so I think the next pit stop will be his last. But yeah, you can't fault the job he's done so far in that core motorsports car.
No, you really can't here. And, well, Cam, when you're looking at just the abilities of drivers and the abilities of teams here, you know, it has been a runaway of, you know, 2 cars in the Porsche category. But, you know, you can't discredit the abilities of other drivers here. You've still got Team Rennsport Online 3rd in class. You've still got Momentum Endurance. Granted, they're not as quick at the moment, but they're still doing a really good job and keeping themselves in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just talk about the ability to compete on that level as far as GT3 and Porsches go. That's always going to be very well as well because of how popular those cars are. You got to remember, those are some of the most raced cars on the iRacing service. Those GT3 cars, maybe perhaps not the Audi, as there are 5 GT3 cars to choose from these days. But you also have that Porsche car, which is very popular since it was released just last, like 2 months ago, 3 months ago? I don't even think it's been 2 or 3 months. But it is out and about, and people have absolutely fallen in love with that. And then you've got pure driving cars, the MX-5, an H-pattern shifter, basically a modified stock car. That's always an exciting prospect. And then you got that Kia, that front-wheel drive with a 400-plus horsepower. I mean, that's a beast in itself, so I have to say, this is a challenging all the way around.
It is certainly a challenge the whole way around, as we are looking here at the ability of cars to lap here as GermanSimRacing.de White gets past the RSO 397 there. And you can see just the difference as Patrick Pichler's Pure Racing Team Cup also goes by as well. You can just see the difference here of just how these machines are changing here and how the battles grow and shrink again. Voss has taken more time out of Pichler again here, and it's a poor lap from Pichler as well here, Jimmy. Look at that gap. It's now down to 12 seconds on circuit. Huizenfeld are chasing hand over fist, looking for that race lead once again.
Yeah, Alexander Voss just taking chunks and chunks of time out of that PRT Cup car, and I don't know what you can really do in Patrick's position, because he's had the opportunity now to have a couple of laps of seeing what Alexander's doing on lap time. He just has no response, it seems. It seems that whatever traffic he comes across, he isn't quite dealing with the same way that Alexander is. And you can say that some laps are down to traffic, some aren't, but when it's consistently this much quicker, there's not much you can say in defence of the PRT car.
And Cam, it's not a case of Patrick Pichler's a slow driver at all. He's got 2 podiums in the VLN this season in this vehicle. Alexander Voss, oh my goodness me, he almost has a huge incident with Elmar Erlekot, 2nd place in your MX-5 category right now. That is just how much he is pushing. He almost ran into the back of him heading into the NGK.
Yeah, and I have to say, for Elmar Erlekot, I gotta tip my hand to him because he saw that coming. He saw the car coming. He turned way later than he normally ever would for that, and he saw that coming, and he didn't blink. He went, all right, he sees me, he knows he's got to turn, and a good reaction from Alexander Voss to finally realize, hey, that's an MX-5. So they got their way right before they enter the Nordschleife proper. But for Alexander Voss, my goodness me, that was a bit of a close one. I think they're both awake now.
Yeah, I think they are in this situation. The point I was trying to make, Jimmy, is Patrick Pichler's got 2 podiums in the VLN in this vehicle. He's no slouch when it comes to the driving. Maybe he's playing strategy, but, you know, that was a very scary moment that we just saw, and that will be the one breath of release, you could say, for the Pure Racing Team Cup car, as they'll gain probably about 2 seconds from that this lap.
Yeah, looking at that back, it looked like a really interesting just lapse of concentration from Alexander Voss, because the MX-5 did nothing. It stayed on the outside, and the other car went, oh no, and then Alexander just didn't quite take that into account, and then he hit the back of it. He was lucky to sort of go, oh, okay, get out of the way quick. But that could have been very bad for the core guys.
Oh, it really could have been, and that could have been a race ender in some cases, you could argue. Just with the fact that you're heading yourself into about a 3rd, 4th gear chicane, that really, you got more runoff area than other places around this circuit, but you know, there was a lot that could have gone wrong in terms of where you put that situation, Cam. I do have to apologise to you, actually, Cam, because I haven't left you enough time to do your amazing lap of the circuit.
Well, that's kind of a bummer. Wish I had a heads up. We could have done that last time by. But either way, though, it's been an extraordinarily first 6 hours of this race, and hopefully, as time goes on, we'll have some no further incident action. We'd hate to see that. We've already got quite a couple of cars canned up and very heavily damaged. So hopefully this will calm everybody down. These first 6 hours really sorted through people. I have to say, big takeaways. GT3, it is going to be rocking as the hours go by and the laps tick up. The Porsche Cup, they are a welcome addition to this. Love seeing them. Fifth overall, and that is just an exciting prospect. 3 still on the lead lap. The Kias are still even trying to put on a good show, and then, of course, the MX-5s. Oh, goodness me bless them. But either way, it has been an outstanding first 6 hours here at the Nürburgring.
It certainly has, and just before we let you go, we've got about 5 minutes to go. We'll give you a rundown of how everything stands at the end, the suspension, we'll say the end of play for RaceSpot TV for the moment. We'll come back on good light in the early hours to get play resumed here at the start of breakfast in terms of cricketing. But this is how things look. It's GT Ross SST Orange who hold the advantage overall as things stand at the moment. Pure Racing Team Blue, who had the lead, they've had issues with 2 of their drivers so far, and that's dropped them back a minute 25 into second. Vendaval Sim Racing White are hot on their heels in third. 4th position overall is the Pure Racing Team Black car, which has looked a lot more stable. 5th overall is the Pure Racing Team Cup Machine. That's Patrick Pichler behind the wheel in the Porsches, first of the Porsches. Then you got Huixin Valcourt, who had that huge scary moment earlier on at the NGK. Fitzstein Motorsport 7th, GT Ross SST Silver in 8th, Team RSO is 9th, with Iberica Racing Team, the last car currently after 6 hours, on the leading lap in 10th position overall. Jimmy, Kias have been a different story. There hasn't been many, and they have been dropping.
It seems to be fairly uneventful for the Kias, for the most part anyway. Currently with the PRT Kia team leading out of that number 6 car, Christian Coach at the wheel at the moment. Behind him is the 82 Torque Freak Racing car, who we sort of thought was going to be running away with this. Mika Espos in the car early. He was very quick, but the car seemed to have dropped off a little bit from there. Third place is your Team Mad Red car, actually still in third place after the disconnection of Paul there, so a good job by them to still be there. BAM Esport number 69 car, that's running around in 4th position, and in 5th we have the Boots Ted Red car. Then you have to go back quite a way to find the rest of them. It's been a couple of issues on track for a lot of people around there. Blackadder in 6th, with Amaradi in 7th, and Tryhards Racing in 8th. So it's like I said, it's been a good day for the Kias, really.
And finally, of course, we do very quickly have your MX-5 category. Team Potato hold the advantage there ahead of Team Ren Sport Online. Pit Demons are in 3rd ahead of Black Star Racing. Crown Racing round out the top 5 there, but it's been a fantastic 6 hours of racing that's going on, and of course it continues over at the Global Sim Racing channel. Head over to the Global Sim Racing channel's YouTube channel to make sure that you can continue watching the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Also, you have to remember, we'll be back here on RaceSpot TV for hours 18 to 24 for the end of play. Join Will Vincent and the gang for that one. But as always, that's been Cam Walsh. That has been Jimmy Broadbent. I have been #DoYouMindJakeSperry, and it's all kicking off and getting a whole lot better. Stay tuned, because this has been some sensational Nürburgring 24. Good night.